So therefore, because the corrupt children of Satan, who were now remnant, spoke the language, knew the traditions, and knew the culture, but wanted the idea of doing their own thing, not being led of the Creator through his high priest, because they were children of Satan. The tribe of Judah needed to stay abreast, okay? Stay abreast of what the high priests were doing, such that they would be able to circumvent what the high priests were doing and have rulership over the remnant, illegal rulership. Because if you were to turn the remnant away from their priesthood, being that the remnant knew their origins, that they came from a high priest, and that they must always adhere and listen to the high priest if they are to be children of the Creator. And here you have a clan who thinks that they ought to be kings, all right, but have rulership over the remnant, knowing that the people would always listen to their high priest. So they needed to stay close to the priesthood to know what they were doing so that they would circumvent them. Now, why did they need to stay close to the priesthood? It ties down to a very specific passage, which we're going to read to you now in the Greek Septuagint Bible. Let's go and read that, and then we continue the story so you know what happened on how our scriptures got to be corrupted today. Not our scriptures per se, but the scriptures of the high priest got to be corrupted today, that we have what we call the Bible, which is a total corrupt book. It has some truth in it, some things they took out, some things they changed, but regardless, it gives you an idea on how to know the blueprint of what was in there and what wasn't, because it's going to serve as evidence that the tribe of Judah, the descendants of David and the Solomonic dynasty of kings, corrupted the scriptures. So that's why that Bible right there is evidence for you to see what they did, so that this evidence will be their judgment. So we're reading from Deuteronomy chapter number 18, and we're reading from verse number 15. The reason why the tribe of Judah, one of the primary reasons that they had to stay close to the high priest and to know what the high priests were doing, and to also know the content of their writing, such that they could change it and use it to influence the remnant to believe that their kingship, their being rulers paramount, their chiefs over them was legit, because it wasn't legitimized under the traditions and cultures of the remnant. They were only supposed to listen to the priesthood. But here you have certain people thinking that they should be the rulership over the remnant. So in order for them to make their rulership legal, they also have to create a document which makes them legal. So this is part of the reason they were very much interested in the writings of the high priest, or both high priests, which were of the lineage of Moses. But most especially, they were very, very interested in this particular portion of scripture, which we're going to read and then explain what it means. Because at the end of the day, if the descendants of David, of the tribe of Judah, if they knew how the high priesthood works, then they can circumvent them and be the leadership over the remnant, which is only going to be Satan having a control over the remnant. So let's read this and we'll explain what it actually means, why they were so much interested. Now, the story that we are reading here is in Deuteronomy chapter number 18. And this is during the time that Moses tells the remnant to go into the Middle East and take their property, which was given to them as at the time that Abraham was their father. So Moses is telling them all about their history, because at this particular point in time that he's narrating this history, one generation, of the remnants who came out of Egypt, the older generation had died. So all what the younger generation now knew were the stories. So Moses had to reiterate the story to them again of what happened and how they came out from Egypt and must go into the Middle East and take their property so that they would not be slaves. Because if you do not have any land to grow your own food, you are a slave, as the world today has all been led into slavery by taking away lands and making it property of the state. And property of the state here means property of the descendants of David and their Solomonic dynasty, which are known as the states in this current empire and last empire of the world that we're living in. So let's read now for you to understand exactly the story and what transpired and why the descendants of David had to stay close, had to find a way to know what the high priests were doing. Why? Because the Creator at the end of the day made a concrete plan when he brought the remnant out of Exodus for his truth to remain and abide forever in this world, so that no matter what the evil people do, no matter what Satan and his children do, the truth will still be around and cannot be corrupted. So it will serve as evidence in the day of judgment, which has arrived, as you're listening to the sound of my voice right now, speaking on behalf of the high priest through a script. The times of the judgment of this world is now upon us. So let's read from Deuteronomy chapter number 18. We're reading from verse 14 in the Greek Septuagint Bible. And it says, "For all these nations who you shall inherit, they will listen to omens and divinations, but the Creator has not permitted you so." So he was saying to the remnant, this is Moses speaking to the remnant, when you go into this land, these nations who have taken over the Middle East, which is your property, these people, the Gentile nations, and anybody who is not a seed of the Creator, they listen to omens and divinations. That's why we keep on telling you every time you hear that word divine, it's talking about Satan. There is nothing divine about the Creator. He's not a deity. You have to understand that. Deities are created beings. That's what makes them divine, from that word deity. The Creator is not a deity. He is the Creator. So Moses goes on to say now, but the Creator has not permitted you so. So that means the remnant were not supposed to listen to omens and divinations. That means words of sorcerers, witches, and wizards, which has overtaken them till today, because all of David's descendants, including David himself, were all sorcerers, wizards, and witches. In order to have the power of Satan, they needed to make sure that they did the 13 commandments in the opposite of what the Creator said for them to have the power of Satan. All sorcerers, wizards, and witches. So continue to read now. It says, "The Creator, your maker, shall raise up to you a high priest of the Levitical priesthood like me. Him shall you hear." Now, this is the most important, one of the most important verses in the whole entire content of Scripture. Why is it important? Here's what you have to understand. So Moses speaks with the Creator and brings the commandments to the remnant, and everything about their way of life, down to how money should be made, down to time, everything that has to do with how the Creator ordered this life, the natural order of this life, as well as the metaphysical order of this life. Moses brought this to the remnant. Okay? Continuing on, Moses says that the Creator will also raise another high priest like him. Now, let's continue reading so you now understand how important this high priest, which Moses talks about, was going to be. So we continue reading from verse 16. It says, according to all things which you did desire of the Creator your Maker in Horeb in the day of the assembly, saying, we will not again hear the voice of the Creator, our Maker, and we will not anymore see this great fire, and we shall not die. So here is the verse 16 is the verse which makes you to understand that there was a distinction between the Levitical priesthood and anybody else who wasn't a priest of the Levitical priesthood. Because what Moses is narrating here is that the people were always clamoring to hear the Creator speak to them because they only heard the instructions of what the Creator would tell them to do through a high priest who was Moses. So the corrupt remnant who were all led by the tribe of Judah, who wanted to do their own thing, to have rulership over themselves, not understanding that they were all supposed to be children of a high priest, now clamor that, okay, we all are high priests too, okay? Or we all are priests, technically. So the Creator should not only speak or speak through the high priest, we also want to hear him speak just like you hear him speak, because we are all priests. There was always this conflict, all right, of the remnant population who were corrupted going against the Levitical priesthood. So on this particular day, you can read about this story in the book of Exodus, just before Exodus chapter number 20, in which the commandments are given. So the corrupt remnant all say that they want to speak and hear the Creator speak. So Moses gathers them to the mountain of Horeb, which is also called Mount Sinai. And at this particular point, the Creator comes down to speak to the whole entire remnant. And the remnant could not hear. His voice sounded as if their heads were going to explode. And the sight that they saw of a mountain burning with fire was such terrible. So they said that day, they made a commandment that day saying, okay, let the Creator not speak anymore with us. Whatever the Creator wants to say, let him say to the Levitical priesthood in terms of the high priest in Moses. And then those high priests should deliver that information to them. So on that particular day, a distinction was made that if you were not a high priest, you could not hear from the Creator. If you were not a high priest, you could not speak for the Creator. So verse 16 here is describing the events which made the remnant to understand solely that they were only to listen to the priesthood. They were only to listen to the high priests of the lines of Moses, or the Aaronic priesthood in all things. So you can imagine now that at this particular point in time, the tribe of Judah have come to understand, because they themselves were right there too when this happened, when the Creator spoke. And they could not hear because it sounded like their head was going to explode. Now, the image of how the Creator speaks, and his voice is such high pitch that to the hearer it sounds like you're going to die, is made in the movie called Raised by Wolves. Let's play a clip right here of Raised by Wolves in the trailer, and then we'll come back and continue with this.
anyone know the story of the three little pigs? The first little pig built a house out of straw. The second little pig built a house out of sticks. But the third little pig, he built a house out of stone. One day, a big bad wolf came along and said, little pig, let me in, or I'll huff, and I'll puff, and I'll blow your house in.
Bad wolf she was talking about?
Mother?
That's her.
In that clip of the trailer called Raised by Wolves, which we played for you, at this particular scene that you're looking at the screen is a representation of how the Creator speaks. So when you hear or read through scriptures that if you are not a high priest, you cannot hear the Creator speak, this is exactly the reason why, because only the high priest had the genetics to be able to hear and listen to the Creator. So this clip here in Raised by Wolves is giving you an example of a high-pitched voice, which is similar to how the Creator speaks, such that if you're not a high priest, it sounds like your head is going to explode. So this is what the remnant heard when the Creator spoke to them the 13 commandments on Mount Horeb or Mount Sinai, which you will read about in the book of Exodus before Exodus chapter number 20. So the Creator speaking and people hearing or not having the ability to hear is a physical thing. It's a physical thing. It's not just something that you read about as a fantasy. It is a physical thing. So let's go back now and continue reading our story for you to understand why the descendants of David of the tribe of Judah had to stay very close to the high priest to know what they were doing. And as we've told you, that portion of the book of Deuteronomy that we are reading from right now is one of the most important, if not the most important part of scripture ever, because you will understand by the time we're done reading why it's that important. So let's continue on. So reading again from verse 15 down into verse 16. So we continue reading. It says, "The Creator your Maker shall raise up to thee a high priest of the Levitical priesthood, like me, him shall you hear, according to all things which you did desire of the Creator your Maker in Horeb in the day of the assembly, saying, we will not again hear the voice of the Creator our Maker, and will not anymore see this great fire, and we shall not die. And the Creator said to me, they have spoken rightly all they have said to you. I will raise up to them a high priest of the Levitical priesthood like you, and I will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak to them as I shall command him. And whatever man shall not listen to whatsoever the words that high priest shall speak in my name, I will take vengeance on him." So, this is the most important part of scripture, which till this day the remnants haven't understood. The world has not understood, because they've always questioned this particular portion of scripture. Who is this high priest if when this high priest speaks and the world does not listen, or the remnant does not do according as his high priest speaks, then the Creator will kill them. He will put judgment upon them for not hearing. Who is this high priest? So, this is the part of scripture which made the tribe of Judah, the descendants of David, to stay close to the high priest. Why? Because Moses spoke. I want you to imagine this is Moses speaking sometime, let's say, maybe if you want to judge right, let's say 5,000 years ago. Okay? Moses tells them that there was going to be a high priest who would come. Okay? Since they desired on that day that the Creator should no longer speak to them, because if he continues speaking to them, that they will die because they cannot hear. Hearing what the Creator was saying in his voice was terrible to the human ear. It looked like their heads were going to explode, as we showed you in the clip or the trailer of the movie called Raised by Wolves. The Creator said that he did listen to what they said. And as that they have spoken, that means as they have said and agreed that the Creator should no longer speak to them, okay? So that they do not die, that the Creator will raise a high priest who was going to be a descendant of Moses. So if you want to talk about this high priest, he would be more like a child of Moses, because he had to resemble Moses in every way. So that's what the Creator was saying. He's like, he will raise a high priest like Moses. And since the remnant have said on this day that a high priest should speak to them, and that they will listen rather than listening to the Creator and dying from hearing him speak because they could not contain his voice. It sounded like it was going to make their heads explode and they were going to die. That this high priest, whom the Creator shall raise, according to as they had said that they need a high priest to speak to them, and that they will do, that this high priest will speak to them. And this high priest will be a son of Moses, a descendant of Moses. And that whatsoever this high priest shall say, that they must do, because they said that they will do whatsoever the high priest will say, who speaks in his name. That if they do not do what this high priest tells them to do, then the judgment of this world for all its wickedness, and that the Creator will exact vengeance on all the remnant who do not listen to this high priest. So this was said 5,000 years ago. So the descendants of David, of the tribe of Judah, had to stick close, okay, to know who this high priest would be. And that if they wanted rulership over the remnants, they had to kill this high priest. Because the people had made a covenant with the Creator that they will listen to the priesthood. And the Creator said he will send them a high priest. If they do not listen to this high priest, then the Creator will judge them. And judge whosoever will not listen to this high priest. So this is the story of why the tribe of Judah had to stick close to find out who this high priest could be, and that if they could kill this high priest, then truly, 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 they would have rulership over the remnant forever. And therefore they could have rulership of this world, because at the end of the day, the children of Satan seek to own this world because they have no further future besides this world. So therefore, whenever a high priest came on the scene who spoke for the Creator, the wicked remnants and the descendants of David always thought that that was the high priest whom, if they would not listen, the Creator would judge them. So they made a habit of killing high priest after high priest. So when you read all the stories of the death of high priests at the hands of the kings of the remnant. This was the reason why. Because it was told a long time ago that a high priest would be raised. If they did not listen to that high priest, then the Creator would judge them, would bring vengeance upon all of them. So they needed to always kill all the high priests so that that judgment could be averted. So this is the idea of which the Holy Grail, you've probably heard of the word Holy Grail before. If you read the Holy Grail, maybe in Dan Brown's novels, the person who brought about the Da Vinci Code, they talked about the fact that the fabricated Jesus Christ had a child, had a wife, and that Mary Magdalene was his wife. This is a false story. But why was the story created? The story was created because at the end of the day, the David Solomonic lines of kings thought that the Creator who came in flesh, was the high priest of judgment, which Moses had spoken about. So when they killed the Creator and buried his body, they thought that they had averted judgment. That means the judgment of the Creator was no longer going to be in effect to them. But after they killed the Creator, they found out that he was not the high priest of judgment. So, how did they find out that he was not the high priest of judgment? Because when you read further down in this same book here in Deuteronomy chapter number 18, it lists the characteristics of whom that high priest would be. And it says, and whatsoever man shall not hearken to whatsoever words that high priest shall speak in my name, I will take vengeance on him. But the high priest whosoever shall impiously speak in my name a word which I have not commanded him to speak, and whosoever shall speak in the name of other gods, that high priest shall die. And if you shall say in your mind, how shall we know the word which the Creator has not spoken? Whatsoever words that high priest shall speak in the name of the Creator, and they shall not come true and not come to pass. This is the thing which the Creator has not spoken. That high priest has spoken wickedly. Ye shall not spare him. So, to break that down, how the tribe of Judah, the descendants of David, the kings of the remnant, knew that the Creator was not that high priest is because it was said that whatsoever this high priest will say will come to pass. And the Creator, as a chief high priest, spoke so many words before they killed it. None of those words came to pass yet. If none of those words came to pass, as that high priest in terms of the Creator spoke during his time, it means that he was not the high priest of doom, of which would bring about the vengeance of the Creator upon this world. So that's how they knew. So because of that, they started what they call the Holy Grail to see if they could find, if there was still in existence, the high priest who would bring about the judgment of the world and the end of the world. And that is how the Holy Grail was instituted, in which you have watched in a movie called The Da Vinci Code, which was based on a Dan Brown novel.
Symbols are a language that can help us understand our past.
Professor Langdon, the chief of police would like your assistance.
I'm not sure how much help I'm going to be here this evening. Dear God.
A murder that hides a message.
He did this himself in his own blood?
Is it possible?
A code.
This is a message. Your grandfather left you.
He left us.
Only he can break.
Professor Harry.
Demons, omens, codes, monks. Da Vinci.
Professor Langdon, you're in grave danger.
Mr. Lee evening.
Robert, a dramatic late-night arrival. What can an old cripple do for you?
I'm into something here that I cannot understand.
We are in the middle of a war, one that's been going on forever. Protect a secret so powerful that if revealed, it would devastate the very foundations of mankind.
What are you talking about?
You asked what would be worth killing for. Witness the biggest cover-up in human history.
You're not gonna make it!
You're seeing all this is real?
Real enough to kill for.
So the Holy Grail was a search which was constructed by the descendants of David to see if they could find whom the high priest of doom was, because it seems like the descendants of Moses had hid from them who this high priest was. So they needed to know who the high priest was. Had he come already? Is he going to come in the future? Is he the creator whom we killed? Because they always ask this question, and a lot of people have read those scriptures before and never quite understood it. But let's show you now so you understand. So we are reading to why the descendants of David always sought to find out whom this high priest was, because it was given and foretold by Moses himself that another high priest who's going to be like him, that means his son or his descendants, will be raised from the Levitical priesthood, that means his descendants. And that whosoever this high priest is, if the remnant do not listen to him, that the vengeance of the Creator will come upon them. So the wicked tribe of Judah were always seeking out to find out whom this high priest was. For example, here already in the story of John, famously known as John the Baptist, he didn't baptize them with anything. It was because it was written that this high priest will bring the destruction of this world. Okay? The baptism there was talking about the baptism of fire. That means the burning up of this world whenever this high priest comes to the world or comes to the remnant. That the days of judgment will arrive upon the world. So that's why they call John the Baptist. Why did they call him John the Baptist? Because it was foretold that before this high priest comes, that will bring about the destruction of the world, that a high priest will also be raised who will talk about him, and that the high priest's name would be Elijah. It wasn't Elijah per se, but according to the translation of the Aaronic priesthood in the scripts which they translated, the name came out to be Elijah, that there would be a high priest that would be sent to tell people about this high priest that will come, that will bring the judgment of this world. So that is the story that the tribe of Judah, the descendants of David, got. They were always seeking for this high priest who would foretell them of the high priest of judgment that will come. So when John the Baptist arrived on the scene, and John the Baptist was preaching to them and talking to them every time he had an opportunity about the end of the world and the destruction of the world by fire. That's how they now call John the Baptist. John the Baptist. The Baptist there doesn't mean baptism as water baptism, because John was preaching to them about the end of this world, the destruction of this world by fire. So he was known as the one who brought about the preaching of the destruction of the world by fire, baptism of fire, and therefore they called John the Baptist. So that's what you need to understand in this story. So let's read here so you see that they always knew that there was a high priest who would bring about the judgment of this world. So we're reading now from verse number 19 in John chapter 1. Pay attention, please. It goes on to say here, then this is the record of John. This means that this is what John said publicly, okay? When the Jews, that means when the descendants of David sent false high priests and priests from Jerusalem, that means from David's fake Jerusalem and the temple, okay? They sent their political appointed priests and some of the corrupted priests from the Aaronic priesthood, which they got. They sent to ask John. Where was John? In the original temple built on Mount Bethel, in the original Jerusalem, which still stands till today. So they sent to him, okay, to ask him who he was, because they were interested in knowing, is this the man who is going to foretell when the high priest of doom, of their destruction, comes? So let's continue now in verse 20. And John confessed and denied not, and said plainly, I am not that Christ. I am not that Christ here, meaning that he is not the creator of heaven and earth, which was told would come. So they asked John two questions, okay? Because it was foretold that the creator of heaven and earth will come, and then that there was a high priest of doom. So this is where the confusion sets in, because they think that John the Baptist, who's talking about the world being destroyed by fire, is the high priest, and that the creator is the high priest of doom. So let's continue reading. And they asked him, what then? Are you Elijah? Because when people read these stories, they've never understood why they would always ask John the Baptist, are you Elijah? It is because Elijah had also said, okay, that this world will be destroyed by fire. And in the foretelling of which they got from the translation of the Bible by the Aaronic priesthood, they had seen that there would be somebody, a high priest, who would foretell of another high priest who would bring the judgment of this world, in which Moses had told them about 3,000 years prior, before the Creator came in flesh and blood as a human being, that there would be a high priest raised, a descendant of his, who would look like him, that whatsoever this high priest tells them, that they should do so, if not, their world will be destroyed. And the Creator will exact vengeance, judgment on all of them. So we go on to read. And they asked him, what then? Are you Elijah? And he said, I am not. So the next question they ask him, are you that prophet? So which prophet is he talking about? Is the prophet that we read to you in the book of Deuteronomy chapter number 18. That he would come as the lineage and descendant of Moses himself. So as Moses was, so would this high priest be. If they did not listen to him, then they would be judged. So continue reading. John, who's known as John the Baptist, answered and said, no, I am not that prophet, the prophet of doom. Okay. They asked him, are you the prophet that is going to tell us when that prophet of doom comes? That's the meaning of, are you Elijah here? And he said, no. So they asked him three questions. Are you the creator who is being foretold? Because they knew that these three personalities would bring about the end of their world, the end and destruction of this world. So they asked him three questions. Are you the creator being foretold that he would come? And John the Baptist said, no. They said, are you Elijah, the high priest that would foretell about the prophet of doom, which Moses had told us if you people do not listen to this high priest, he will bring judgment upon you and the end of your world. So they asked him that 3 questions, and John the Baptist all said no. Then they said unto him, who are you, that we may give an answer to them that sent us? What do you say of yourself? And this is what John the Baptist answered. He said, I am the voice of him that crieth, make the way of the Creator straight. That means come back to the 13 commandments, said the high priest Isaiah. Now they which were sent were of the Pharisees. Okay, that means they were of the descendants of David, who were royalty, who were supposed to be the kings over the remnant. So the story continues, and they asked him and said unto him, so this is how you know that they were asking him 3 questions, 3 very specific questions, which a lot of people, when reading the scriptures, have never understood why. Because there were 3 personalities that were going to bring about the end of this world. One of them, if they did not listen to him, of a surety the judgment of this world and its destruction has arrived at your door. The other 2 were the Creator himself and another high priest who would foretell of the exact time when this high priest of doom, of vengeance upon the world would come. So that is why they ask him these 3 specific questions here in verse 25, as it says, and they asked him and said unto him, why baptizest thou then, if you be not the Creator, neither the high priest that would send to foretell the time of the high priest who would bring about the judgment of this world, and neither are you the high priest himself of doom. So this particular verse here is written in such a way that people do not understand. But let's break down the code for you, okay? Both high priests, or let's say all these 3 high priests, which through the bad translations, which the Aaronic priesthood had translated for the descendants of David. So they said the 3 personalities who would bring about the destruction of this world and talk about the doom that comes by fire on this world would be the Creator himself, the high priest who would foretell of when that high priest of doom, of vengeance, which Moses had talked about in Deuteronomy chapter 18, which we read earlier, would come, and then the high priest himself. So these 3 high priests would be talking about the destruction of this world by fire and the judgment of the wicked, the judgment of the descendants of David. So this phrase here which says, why baptizest thou then, is an imputation. What it meant is, why are you talking about the destruction of this world by fire? That means the burning up. So baptism means to be immersed in water. So what they were asking John is then, why are you talking about that this world will be immersed in fire in its destruction? So that's how they wrote this in code, so people will not understand what they were reading. So anything else you read after that which talks about John said, I baptize with water and all that, is all false. John did not baptize anybody. So baptism is false. It is a David Solomonic Christian way of cleansing themselves, thinking that by washing themselves clean, that they are washed of all the wickedness and evil they have done. So to show you that John the Baptist was not a Baptist, the name Baptist had nothing to do with being immersed in water, which you have come to understand is a David Solomonic teaching, in believing that if they get themselves immersed in water and wash themselves, that they are washed of all the breaking of commandments that they have done and all the abominations and atrocities. So to show to you that John was not talking about baptism and was not a Baptist, as we have been made to believe by the reading of scriptures or the imputation of scriptures, which the David Solomonic line of descendants brought into the world, we want to show you in Matthew chapter number 3 in verse 11 that what John the Baptist was talking about was the destruction of fire. So a lot of people have read these scriptures but never understood it, because John was not a Baptist. All what he was talking about was the fact that this world is going to be immersed in a fire in its destruction. So we're reading from Matthew chapter number 3 in verse number 11 in the Geneva Bible. And it says here, "Indeed, I baptize you with water to amendment of life, but he that cometh after me is mightier than I." Now, this is imputed, okay? It's imputed because they want you to believe that John was a Baptist. John didn't say this. But let's continue reading so you'll get the code. And continuing, it says, "But he that cometh after me is mightier than I, whose shoes I am not worthy to bear." He said that because he was talking about the Creator coming. He said, "He will baptize you with the Holy Ghost and with fire." This is wrong. The only thing that John was saying is that the Creator who comes will destroy this world in a fire. So John was not talking about baptism of water as it is in scripture. He was talking about the fact that this world is going to be destroyed and immersed in a fire for it to be destroyed. So that is part of the reason why the David Solomonic lines and their descendants, which are the ones who have been ruling this world and all the kingdoms of this world up to this particular point in time, had to be close to the Levitical priesthood, to some of the priests, so they could have an idea of how to circumvent the destruction of this world and find a way for them to live in it forever, because they have no other hope or history after this. Their legacy is dead after this. So they sought to understand the writings of the high priest of both high priests who were descendants of Moses, for them to find out who this high priest was, who would bring about their destruction. So it was a great mystery to the descendants of David, the kings of this world, in locating and finding whom this high priest of doom was. They did everything to find out this high priest, whom he was, because people are not aware of this. And let's just share this information with you for the very first time. When Moses and his two sons were talking about the strategy to make sure that the descendants of David, who always wanted to usurp authority, corrupt the remnant and take them over, who always withstood them, would not succeed, Moses and his two sons went to a cave in Afghanistan, all right? This cave was only to be known by the descendants of David, because on that cave, they wrote very certain specific things of the strategy that they would use to make sure that the rulership of the tribe of Judah, the descendants of Judah, which were always at loggerheads with the Levitical priesthood of which Moses came from, and the evil remnant would never ever come to the truth of how the high priesthood works and who the descendant of Moses would be in that time when that descendant is raised to bring the judgment, to foretell of the judgment that will come upon the remnant, upon the wicked remnant, and upon the world. So Moses and his two sons, with the Creator himself, all right, wrote out a plan of how to make sure that the tribe of Judah would never succeed. They wrote that plan in a cave in Afghanistan. So the reason why you've had such things as, let's say, the Gulf War, which led to the war in Afghanistan, it is because the descendants of David were looking for this cave where Moses and his two sons and the Creator wrote the plan of making sure that the descendants of David, or the descendants of the tribe of Judah, who always resisted the priesthood, who always led the remnant astray, would not succeed. So this cave was the cave that so many other high priests always went to read the plan and then pass on that plan to their descendants in Afghanistan. That cave was visited by Elijah. And so many other descendants of Moses who knew about the strategy and the plan, such that the descendants of David would never ever succeed in this world. So the descendants of David, the reason why they were in Afghanistan is because they've been looking for this cave for donkey years till now to see what the plan was. Until today, they haven't been able to succeed. So they had to create all these false wars in the Middle East to make sure that they would have the American military presence in the Middle East to look for this cave in Afghanistan. So all the so-called lies that you hear about terrorism, the Taliban in Afghanistan, is all a lie, because at the end of the day, the design of 9/11, the design of the Gulf War, was all to make American soldiers to go look for this cave. And the world would not be able to ask questions because you're thinking that the American military is in the Middle East, specifically in Afghanistan, trying to fight terrorism, instead of the fact that they are looking for this cave, this secret cave, which Moses and his descendants wrote a plan to make sure that the descendants of David and the descendants of the tribe of Judah, who had corrupted the people, would never ever be able to succeed. And here's what's going to happen to the descendants of David. They will find out this cave on the day this world is destroyed. That is when they will see it. They will be in that cave and find out that this is the cave that we've been looking for. But they will only see it for a few short minutes before the whole world is destroyed.
This historic moment, the last U.S. troops have withdrawn from Afghanistan, ending America's longest war, with the Taliban we pushed out in 2001 back in control of that country again. President Biden, who will address the nation this afternoon, and we're going to talk to his national security advisor in just a few moments.
The U.S. launched Operation Enduring Freedom on October 7th, 2001, less than a month after 9/11. And there's an image of the last American soldier to leave Afghanistan after weeks of chaos. Our chief global affairs anchor, Martha Raddatz, starts us off with the very latest. Good morning, Martha.
Good morning, Michael. It has been a chaotic and tragic end to America's longest war, with those 13 service members and more than 170 Afghans killed by a suicide bomber before that final military flight lifted off.
This is the last American service member out of Afghanistan. In this image released overnight, Major General Chris Donahue, who was leading the evacuation mission at Kabul airport, seen boarding the last military flight out of Kabul, nearly 20 years after he first deployed to Afghanistan in 2001. Those final flights departing Kabul, transporting all U.S. military forces and all U.S. diplomats, marking the end of America's longest war. The last massive C-17 like this one, packed with American service members, left Afghan airspace at 3:29 p.m. Eastern Time, just 1 minute prior to the August 31st deadline. Below, Celebratory gunfire filled the air. Secretary of State Antony Blinken stopping short of labeling the Taliban as the legitimate Afghan government, but acknowledging the country is now in the hands of the Taliban. But Blinken saying he would be willing to work with an Afghan government.
If we can work with a new Afghan government in a way that helps secure those interests, we will do it.
More than 120,000 people evacuated in 17 days, but U.S. officials estimate between 1 and 200 U.S. citizens who want to leave remain in Afghanistan. Blinken reaffirming America's commitment to helping those U.S. citizens leave, but that will require working with the Taliban to reopen Kabul airport or traveling by land.
We have no illusion that any of this will be easy or rapid. It will take time to work through a new set of challenges.
Just under 2 weeks ago, President Biden sitting down with George saying he would not leave any American citizens behind.
No, Americans should understand that we're going to try to get it done before August 31st.
But if we don't, the troops will stay.
If we don't, we'll determine at the time who's left.
And
if there are American forces, if there's American citizens left, we're going to stay till we get them all out.
But the head of U.S. Central Command, General Kenneth McKenzie, says that didn't happen.
We did not get everybody out that we wanted to get out.
Nor did they get all the military hardware out of Kabul airport, but the military did render it non-operational.
On the ramp at HKIA are a total of 73 aircraft. They'll never be able to be flown again.
The United States also leaving behind billions of dollars of active and operational military hardware abandoned by Afghan forces, including 600,000 arms and tens of thousands of rockets. The now 20-year war coming to a close, but not without significant loss.
The cost was 2,461 U.S. service members and civilians killed, and more than 20,000 who were injured. Sadly, that includes 13 U.S. service members who were killed last week by an ISIS-K suicide bomber.
But despite the tragedy, Donahue, the last to leave overnight, saying last week he is hopeful about Afghanistan's future.
They're incredibly resilient people. They're integrated into the world. I'm not saying there are not tough days ahead, but this is a completely different country. And I wouldn't count the people of Afghanistan out.
But in the coming days, along with those American citizens left behind, there are thousands of Afghan allies who are desperate to escape the Taliban with no clear way how to do it. This is truly a stunning ending to those 20 years of fighting the Taliban, knowing we are now leaving it back in their hands after trillions of dollars, thousands of lives. This is how it ends, leaving so many asking.
So therefore, that is how we got the translations of the scriptures wrongly, because firstly, the Aaronic priesthood translated it wrongly. The scriptures were not written by the Aaronic priesthood. The Aaronic priesthood was a setup. Oh my goodness. I just have to laugh this out. So the Aaronic priesthood was a setup to confuse. This was the strategy which was set up already, okay? To confuse the descendants of the tribe of Judah, who had always been opposing the Levitical priesthood, who had corrupted the whole entire remnant, except the high priesthood above the priesthood, which happened to be the descendant of Moses, and some of the Levitical priesthood, not all of them. So the Aaronic priesthood was the first strategy, a decoy to deceive the descendants of the tribe of Judah and David, who had always been opposition to the Levitical priesthood. So the Aaronic priesthood was set to make them believe that the Aaronic priesthood was the priesthood. So that was the setup, the strategy right then, to make the descendants of David and the tribe of Judah to believe that the Aaronic priesthood and their lineage was the priesthood. It was all a decoy. So therefore, the descendants of David, the tribe of Judah, were now so concerned about the Aaronic priesthood that this was where the priesthood resides, instead of the fact that this was a setup to make them believe that this is the way, the structure which the priesthood operates. So they themselves alias themselves so much with some of the corrupt Aaronic priests to find out whom this high priest of doom was, and the people that would come before him, or the high priest who would identify him. So that was part of the plan that the descendants of David constructed, to be closer to the Aaronic priesthood, because they thought that the Aaronic priesthood was the priesthood. Even though it was the priesthood, it wasn't the priesthood. That's the best way we can explain it right now. So the Aaronic priesthood translated the scriptures wrongly because it was not written by them. It was written by the priesthood, or the high priests, who were the descendants of Moses. So because of the Aaronic priesthood translating the scriptures wrongly, this is the basis of where wrong scripture starts. And let's show you an example right there so you understand. So the Aaronic priesthood translated the scriptures wrongly because they were not the ones who wrote it. So when they translated the very first book of the scriptures in Genesis, they started by saying that in the beginning, okay, God, which is talking about the Creator, made the heaven and the earth. But the earth had no form. It was unfurnished. It had nothing in it. And darkness was over the deep, and the Spirit of the Creator moved over the water. Now, this translation here is wrong. But it was translated this way because this is what the Aaronic priesthood understood by it. But this is not what the first few verses of Genesis said as written by Moses. It is the Aaronic priesthood who translated it this way, and that is how we now got the corrupt scriptures. Because right here, what they made the reader, what the descendants of David, the wicked of this world, understood was that the earth was void, it had no form, it had nothing in it, and that night was over the deep, and the Spirit of the Creator moved over the water. So in the translation of the scriptures by the Aaronic priesthood, they made the reader to think that at the beginning of time, okay, that there was night. So that means light did not exist until the Creator made light. And that light removes night. That is what they understood. But this is not what Moses wrote. The Aaronic priesthood at the very first instance did not make the reader in the descendants of David to know that the blackness is the Creator. Okay? They also translated it in such a way to make the reader to believe that the Creator has a spirit. But there is no such thing. So they translated already the scriptures wrongly, and so the descendants of David all through these years always thought that light, illumination, removes blackness. They did not understand that the illumination was for you to see the blackness, because the blackness is all what surrounds all of the universe, everything in it, because the blackness is the Creator. So the descendants of David never understood that. The Aaronic priesthood never understood that. The lineage of Moses, the descendants of Moses, understood what was written. So when the Aaronic priesthood translated the scriptures, they already translated it wrongly. So they gave it to the descendants of David, And the descendants of David, in their stupid, small, wicked minds, thought that the Creator was something that they could control. They did not understand that the Creator is the blackness that surrounds everything. They thought he was just an entity. Okay? Not understanding that he's the one that surrounds everything, even though he's also an entity. It is only in the late 1900s, before the year 2000, that the descendants of David, through their false signs, now understood that this blackness is the one that supports everything in life. That without the blackness, there is no support, there is no order to the universe. Things cannot exist. And they made up all kinds of names for it, calling it the Higgs boson field. They called it dark matter or dark energy, because they have now come to understand that this blackness is the same thing, can be likened to water. Without water, fishes cannot live. Without water, a boat cannot move, cannot be supported. Without water, things are dead. It is the same way that they have come to find out that without the blackness, which is all around us, which all the waters, which all the earth, which all the heavens, which all the stars are in, everything would fall and everything would cease to exist, including life, which you have come to understand means having predefined motion, having foreknowledge of how a being or a thing moves every single day. And without this blackness, which they have made up names for it, dark matter, dark energy, the Higgs boson particle, the Higgs boson field, everything would cease to exist. They would have no predefined motion and they would be dead. This is what they found out about 22 years ago. But the reason why they did not know the truth of the blackness is because in the translation of the scriptures, which the Aaronic priesthood gave to them, they thought that night and day were just parts of our reality, not understanding that the blackness is the reality. So the Aaronic priesthood gave us a translation and says such things as, the Creator said, let there be light, and there was light. But this is not true. All right? So they thought that the entity of the Creator said, let there be light, and there was light. But it's not true. The light had always existed because the Creator is the light. He's the one who gives the illumination. As much as he's the blackness, he is also the one providing the illumination for you to see the blackness. So in verse 4, it says, and the Creator saw the light that it was good, and the Creator divided between the light and the darkness. This is wrong. This is not what Moses wrote. Okay? Moses did not write that. The Aaronic priesthood translated it wrongly. What Moses was saying is that the Creator moved, okay, as light in himself. And when he moved, there was a difference between when you saw the light and when you did not see the light. That there was a difference from when you saw the blackness and then you did not see the blackness. That's all what it means. So, but they did not understand all this, and because of the wrong translation that the Aaronic priesthood provided, the descendants of David, who were building their world and their empire based on what the Aaronic priesthood translated for them, because they had been led and been deceived to think that the Aaronic priesthood was the priesthood. They thought that everything that the Aaronic priesthood provided to them was the absolute truth, instead of the fact that it was all a decoy, so that they would be led down their own destruction, which they have always opposed the Levitical priesthood and the Creator. So it was all a deception inside a deception, to make sure that they themselves also fall into their own deception and go to the lake of fire. So therefore, after the Aaronic priesthood had falsely translated the scriptures, being that it was not written by them. The descendants of David now took this translation of the Aaronic priesthood, removed certain things, and wrote themselves into the history, into the Aaronic priesthood translation of scripture. They now wrote themselves into that history, took some things out, changed some things to write themselves into history so that they could have legal right to rule over the remnant. And the remnant got deceived, because if you see an Aaronic priest partnering with a king, you think that it is okay. That means the priest accepts the kings and the kings are accepted of the creator. So that's what the whole idea about partnering with the Aaronic priesthood was all about, between the David Solomonic descendants who have ruled the world till today did with the corrupt priesthood that they could corrupt from the Aaronic priesthood and the Levitical priesthood. So that is how they got these scriptures today, the wrong scriptures translated by the Aaronic priesthood, and the descendants of David now taking that wrongly translated scriptures, removing certain things, adding certain things, and writing themselves into the history of scripture to make their reign over the remnant legal. And because of this is the reason why till today they tell you that there are no original manuscripts of the Bible. How can you copy something or make something off of something and the original does not exist? It's impossible. It's because it's all a lie. They do not want you to understand that the scriptures was translated by the Aaronic priesthood, and from those copies, the descendants of David, who were kings and rulers over the remnant, removed some of the things that the Aaronic priesthood wrote, which was correct, added some things to it, and wrote themselves into scriptures and read it among the people to make their reign over the remnants legal. And they read these false scriptures in the temple of Satan, which David and Solomon built onto Satan, on the threshing floor of Ornan, which they erected an artificial hill and called it Jerusalem, but the false Jerusalem and the false temple. And so this is the story of how the scriptures that you read today were corrupted. So we want you to understand that there is a difference between feminism and masculinity, because a lot of people hearing all this talk about the fact that we've told you that women ought to think in terms of righteousness because the Creator is masculine. Masculinity here means that you should be able to think about things logically and reasonably without any biases and arrive at the right conclusion and have the ability to do that right conclusion which you have arrived at. So if a woman or anybody else does not do that, do not have the ability to think about things logically, reasonably, okay, without any biases, any emotions, and make the right conclusion and decision from that thought process and be able to carry through with that decision that you have made, thinking about things logically, reasonably, without any biasness or any emotions in it. It means that you are a righteous human being. If you do not do that, it means that you are a feminist. So feminism is the evil of this world, because it doesn't think about things logically, reasonably. without any emotions and biasness. If you take a look at the corrupt woman today, corrupt if they do not know the 13 commandments of the Creator and are not able to do that. If you look at the corrupt woman today, the corrupt black woman today, who does not know the 13 commandments, if you see in their behavior, they are very irrational. They are unable to think reasonably and logically about things. They are full of emotions. Being full of emotions means that you are full of corruption, because the reason why we have emotions is because we have a fleshy human body, which was not the original design of the Creator. So when you have a lot of emotions, what it means is that you're thinking, you're allowing your corrupt body to make all the decisions for you because of how you feel and your emotions. And this is what so many corrupt black women today who do not know the 13 commandments do. And all human beings inclusive, including men, do. They are unable to think about things reasonably, logically, correctly, and make the decisions free of emotions or biasness. So the world is a feminist world, because that is the meaning of feminism. An inability to be able to think about things logically and reasonably without biasness and emotions, and make the right conclusions and decisions and follow through with those decisions and conclusions that you've made. So that is the meaning of feminism. Femininity is different from feminism. They are not one and the same thing. Femininity is only for women. What does it mean? A woman looks feminine. She looks soft. She looks round. She talks and acts like a woman. That is femininity. That a woman should never change. That is your nature. That is your genetics. If you're trying to act out of those genetics, out of that female genetics, it means that you are trying to say that you are a man, and that is against nature. So femininity means being and acting like a woman, dressing like a woman, talking like a woman, acting like a woman, because you are a woman. That is femininity. It is not feminism. So feminism is the opposite of righteousness. That's what you need to understand. Feminism is the opposite of righteousness, is the opposite of masculinity, which means the ability to be able to think about things logically and reasonably, free of emotions, free of biasness, and make the right conclusion and decision and follow through with it. That is the meaning of masculinity. That is the mindset of the Creator, is the mindset of righteousness. This is the mindset that every human being should have. If you do not have that, it means that you are a feminist. And we've already told you the differences between feminism and femininity. Femininity is the nature, is based on what a woman looks like, the appearance, the genetics. That is the meaning of femininity. It has nothing to do with feminism. So I hope you guys understand that. And let's continue on to make you understand something very, very specific, which a lot of people have never known, of how wicked the David Solomonic lines of descendants are, who are the ones ruling the world, how much they have changed history and tried to change the natural order which the Creator made this world, which was designed in pairs and in force. Let's continue on.
There were 9 of us who escaped. Number 1 was killed in Malaysia. Number 2 was murdered in England. Number 3 was hunted down in Kenya. before they come for the others. They'll come for me. I am number 4.
So we've arrived at that part of the video in which we have been talking about it for a very long time. And we have always talked about the fact that numerology is evil. Nobody should be involved in it or do it because it's demonic. And you're fully going to understand why from this particular section of the video. Now, the reason why you should not get involved with numerology, which is demonic, is because what is going on is that people do not understand that there is a geometry. There is a number system in which the Creator made this world. Now, nobody should try to apply this number system in their lives because it's not meant for you to apply or use. It's just because this is the way things were designed by the Creator. And part of the reason why you're looking at the screen is for you to understand that numbering system, that it comes in pairs and fours. So numerology or demonology has tried to take the design of which this world was made in and try to see if they can do something else with it, because they hate the Creator, they oppose the Creator, and therefore they have made out the geometry in which the Creator made the world to be designed in to be something of evil. And for us to explain this geometry, we need to start at the very beginning of all things so you do understand everything. There is a Creator, okay? Now here's one thing you have to understand in all of this that we've explained so far. The Creator is a metaphysical being. And we've already explained that for you to experience metaphysicality, you have to be physical. So what does this mean? If the Creator did not create a physical world, there is no way that the world would understand that there is a Creator. Because for you to call somebody a creator, there has to be a product which was created. So in very simple terms, you cannot say that there is a creator without a creation. Because the reason why we use the word creator is because there is a creation. And the creation is physical. It means it's something that you can touch, something you can see, something that you can experience physically. So this is the secret logic and geometry which the world does not understand. For there to be a creator, there must be a creation. If there is no creation, the Creator does not exist, because the reason why he is called the Creator is because he created something, the creation. So what does that mean? In the geometry of the Creator, you have to understand that the Creator is one. There is one Creator, right? Now, we cannot say that there is a creator without a creation. So a creation must exist for something to be identified as the creator. So if there is a creator and there exists a creation which identifies that there is a creator, then that is a pair. Do you understand that now? A pair comes in twos. The creator is a prime. Prime is one because there is only one creator, right? Just one, not many, one creator. So a prime cannot exist on its own. Do you understand that? The creator does exist, but there is no way that we would know that he exists if there is not a creation. So that is why it is a pair. A prime one cannot exist on its own for us to identify that it does exist if it does not have a pair, the creation. So that is the secret geometry of the world, that the world was created in pairs and in fours. So therefore, the creator, a prime, and the creation makes it a pair. The prime and the creation. So what the wicked have tried to do is that they've tried to deny this bonding between the creator and his creation, because if there is no creation, we cannot say that there is a creator. The best way to put it is this: if there is no Toyota car, which is a product of the Toyota company, we cannot say that the Toyota company does exist, because for the Toyota company to exist, it must show that it has something tangible which it has created, which can identify it as a creator. So the Toyota company is the creator. Without a Toyota car, the product, we cannot say that the Toyota company manufactures or creates. So there must be a product for there to exist a creator. If there is no creator, there cannot be a product. A product cannot exist without a creator. So this is the idea of the sacred number system of the world, which is in twos, pairs, and fours. Pairs because there is a creator and there is a creation. So the next thing that you need to understand is this: for reality, for something to exist, for it to be tangible, okay, it always has to have a top, a bottom, and two sides, which makes it to be a four-sided figure. All right? This is therefore the reason why you will find out that almost everything that a human being does or creates or constructs has four sides. You look at a table is made of four sides, all right? Has a top, has a bottom. So when we say four sides here, we're talking about the fact that it has a top, it has a bottom, and it has two sides for it to be tangible. So that's why, for example, your TV screens is a square. It has four sides. It has a top, has a bottom, has two sides. So for anything to be real, it must at least have four sides. This is the way it is tangible, for you to be able to hold it, for it to be physical to you. So that is why almost everything that we have around in terms of human construction always has four sides to it. Because without it having four sides, it is not real. It is not tangible. Four sides means you're having a top, a bottom, and two sides for it to be a sturdy construction. So for example, you can imagine if you try to create, let's say, anything that does not have a top and a bottom and two sides to make it sturdy, it means that thing is not real. So imagine that you had, let's say, a building or any construction that you wanted to build, okay, that only had, let's say, a bottom and two sides, okay? The building will not hold because there's nothing on top of it. It's not tangible. It only has a bottom and two sides. So if you try to build anything, let's say, with prime numbers, it will not stand, because it always will have a missing side, which is incomplete. So that's why prime numbers are incomplete. The number 1 is incomplete. The number 3 is incomplete. The number 5 is incomplete. The number 7 is incomplete, because these are all prime numbers. What does a prime number mean? It means that when you divide it, you have a remainder. It is not evenly divided. So the only way things can exist in reality is that it has to have a top, a bottom, and two sides. It must be in a stage of force or pairs for it to be tangible. So therefore, this is why the world is the way it is today, because it's based on the geometry of the Creator, that for anything to exist and be tangible, that you can touch and feel it, it has to have four sides. So this is the reason why the earth that we live in, the physical land that we walk on below our feet, is four-sided. Okay? And there's a reason why the heavens above us look like it's round. Why? Because the round or circular structure is a representation of creation. And therefore, the union of the round heavens and the square earth is the geometry of showing us the union of the Creator with His creation. So 4 is the design of a reality. Is based on force. Why? Because for anything to be tangible and real, it has to have four sides. It has to have a top, a bottom, and two sides. That is why when you look around us in everything that human beings make, anything at all, your boxes are four-sided figures. All right? The television is a four-sided figure. Your phone is four-sided. Your laptops are four-sided. The boxes are four-sided. The chairs, the tables. Anything that you have that has to carry something and hold it is four-sided. Because it's the best way for stuff to be tangible, for you to be able to carry it and hold it. So nobody should put any emphasis on anything that we're saying here. We're just trying to make you understand how reality works and what's going on. So when you see these numbers being used, you should know what the wicked are trying to do. So for example, when the Creator made the world, here's one thing people do not understand. All the animals that you see were made in fours. They were not made in any other numbers besides them being in fours. Why is that so? Because if the animals were not made in fours, they would be inbreeding, and that would be a breaking of the first commandment. So all animals that you read in scripture, which it says He made them in pairs, male and female, is not true. He made them in fours, they were still male and female. So because with 4 animals who are created, not born, when those animals procreate among themselves, the children born are not related in any way, because the parents are created. The children are not going to be related when they procreate among themselves, and therefore the children born do not go through any kind of inbreeding, which would be the breaking of the first commandments. To make you understand the metaphysical commandment of inbreeding, inbreeding has to do with the fact that a parent does not have a child, and a child does not have a parent. Why is that? So here's what you have to understand. In the natural order, the metaphysical order that the Creator made, is that parents produce children. That is the natural law, metaphysical order, that a parent produces a child. When someone inbreeds, okay, When a parent sleeps with their child, it means you have broken a metaphysical commandment. Because why? Because parents were supposed to produce children. But if a parent now sleeps with the child, that means you have broken an order in that you're no longer a parent and the child is no longer a child. That means, what do we call you? Where do we fit you into the natural order and metaphysical order which the Creator made? In that a parent produces a child. In the same way, let's explain what crossbreeding means in the metaphysical order of the Creator. So we'll use a very basic and simple example. Let's say, for example, that a car company such as Mercedes makes Mercedes. We all know that this car is called a Mercedes, all right? And then let's say a Toyota company makes a car that's called a Toyota, maybe a Toyota Prius or Toyota Corolla or Camry. We can all recognize that the Toyota company manufactures Toyotas. The Mercedes company manufactures Mercedes. So let's say, for example, someone from nowhere comes in, takes a Mercedes, let's say a Mercedes C-Class, and mixes it with a Prius. And as he's mixing it, the front of the car that he's mixed, the front looks like a Mercedes, but the back looks like a Prius. How is that car going to function? Because you can't call it a Mercedes and you can't call it a Prius. So where do we fit this mixture into the order or the natural way that the Creator made this world? What do we call it? It's an abomination. So that is how you understand the metaphysical and natural order of that inbreeding breaks the commandment, breaks the metaphysical and natural order that parents produce children. Crossbreeding breaks the metaphysical order in that everything has to be solely distinguished in what it is so we can define and call it by name. So when things are inbred and crossbred, they are out of order because they were not made. We do not know what to call it or how to place it. The only thing left to be done to things that are inbred and crossbred means that they have to be destroyed because there is no place for them in the world which the Creator made because we can identify them. So this is the construction or design of the Creator, which a lot of people do not know, that the animals, all the animals in terms of the fishes, the plants, the angels, the animals were all made in 4 distinctive units. So there were 4 types of vegetation in the world. So therefore, there were 4 classes of plants, being trees, herbs, and 2 other classes of creeping and crawling plants. But in today's world, after the flood, we only have 3. We no longer have 4. Now, when the animals were created, so they were created in 4 ranks. That means 4 types of animals to every species of animal that was created. The same thing happened with all the fishes. 4s. They were all created in 4s and 4 ranks. That means if you want to put the number of fishes, or let's say the types of fishes all together in this world, you will find out that there are 4 ranks of them, or let's say 4 different types. Now, with angels, there were only 4 classes of angels. We're not going to spend too much time explaining that because a lot of people want to know what the 4 classes and ranks of angels are. But you just have to know at this particular point in time that there were only 4 ranks of angels. Satan and all the wicked, corrupt angels which are on his side only belong to the 2nd rank. So if you want to count the ranks of angels based from the lower class to the upper class of angels, then Satan's rank would be 2nd. because Satan corrupted his rank of angels. These were the only ranks of angels Satan could corrupt. Now, if you want to count from the higher class of angel down to Satan's rank of angel and the wicked angels which he corrupted, it would be the third rank. So there are two higher ranks of angels above Satan's rank. So if you want to count correctly in terms of the higher class ranked angel, or in terms of the order of power and authority, Satan's rank is the third rank, but from the bottom, it is the second rank. So there are two higher classes of angel ranks above Satan's rank. Satan only succeeded in corrupting 1/3 of his own rank of angels in the third rank of angels which he belongs. That is the only rank of angel that Satan corrupted. So based on the rank of angels, Satan could not corrupt the first rank, the highest rank of angels. He couldn't do that. He couldn't corrupt the second rank of angels, which is high above the third rank which Satan belongs. Satan only succeeded in corrupting the third rank of angels, 1/3 of those rank of angels which he belongs in the third rank. Satan did not corrupt the fourth rank of angels. So he only succeeded in corrupting his own rank of angels only, which he belonged, which is the third rank of angels based on the higher ranking order of angels. So there are two higher ranks of angels above Satan's rank that Satan did not corrupt. And he could not also corrupt the fourth rank of angels, which was below his rank. So I hope you guys understand that. So everything was designed in force. The only thing that was not designed in force was the human being, the black human being, who was actually a remnant, who spoke the remnant language, because this is what people do not understand. The Creator speaks the remnant language. Therefore, his high priest in Adam speak the remnant language. So Adam was a representation of the Creator. And remember, we already told you that for you to be a creator, there must be a creation. All right? So the creation makes you to be a creator because you created the creation. So therefore, Adam was a representation of the Creator. So the only other person that could exist with Adam was the creation, which is Eve, because Eve was created from Adam. So it therefore showed the relationship between the Creator and Eve, the creation. So therefore, that is why man was created only in pairs, only two of them, only two types of human beings, which is either the male human being or the female human being, because the male represents the Creator and the female represents the creation. So therefore, the wicked of this world who hates the Creator understand the symbology of the number 4, all right, and what it means. That's why, for example, you've had so many movies made with the number 4. For example, they call it the Fantastic Four, or the film that's called 4.
Dr. Storm, we gave you 6 years and millions of dollars, and you gave us nothing. What's different now?
Reed Richards. He knows answers to questions we don't even know to ask yet. This is our chance to learn more about our planet and maybe even save it. I want you to meet my daughter, Sue.
You want to be famous?
I just want my work to make a difference.
Johnny, Reed, this guy doesn't take orders well.
Yeah, especially from people who say I don't take orders well. Don't let any of these lab coats give you any crap, all right? Well, if I do, I know who to call. The muscle.
I gotta say, it's fun having you here.
Really?
No.
What you've created here is incredible.
You guys sure you're in the best shape to be doing this? Yeah. We're good.
They just cracked interdimensional travel. All I want to know is where are my children?
4 have survived. All exhibit unique physical conditions.
I just want to fix my friends.
You can't fix this.
You should use these powers to help people.
You opened a door you don't know how to close. You don't know anything about what's coming.
What is coming?
Doom.
If you want to stop him, it's going to take everything you have.
How long until he's in?
2 minutes. Might be a little less.
So if you scroll through, let's say, your internet and look for movies with the title 4, you're going to see a lot of them, all right? 4, I am number 4. You have such things as the Fantastic Four. And you have all this symbology because at the end of the day, the wicked David Solomonic lineage, descendants who have been running the world since the times of David up till now at this particular point in history, they've been running the worlds behind the scenes, bred themselves into every ethnicity, into every kingdom and nation of this world to run it. They all have the same mindset because everything is genetic. The same evil that ran through David and Solomon and his descendants run through all these people. So that is why they like the ideas of kings and queens, princesses and princes, because it's all demonic, it's all satanic. They like the ideas of empires. They want to rule the world when it wasn't given to them. They know about this 4 in the design of everything which the Creator made, because for something to be tangible, it has to have 4 sides. It has to have a top and a bottom, and it has to have 2 sides for it to hold anything. Otherwise, it's not going to hold anything. It's not real. It's not tangible. So that's the design and the meaning of the number 4. So since the wicked, the demonic, the satanic hates the number 4 because it has to do with the Creator. And they do understand that every number that is even means it's complete. So the number 2 is complete. It's made of a pair, all right? It's complete. Because when you divide it, it does not leave any remainder. That means there's nobody that's going to be left behind or something that's going to be left behind. It's complete, not incomplete. So every even number is complete. 4 is complete. Okay, let's start from the basics. 2 is complete. 4 is complete. 6 is complete. 8 is complete. 10 is complete. 12, 14, and so on and so forth. So all the even numbers are complete because when you divide it, all right, by 2, you always get no remainder, which means that everybody has a part. Everybody is complete or has something that substantiates it, because you need substantiation to be real. Because as we've explained, if there was only a creator and there was no creation, there is no way that we would know that the creator is real, because there is nobody to attest to the fact that the creator is real. So there has to be a creation for the creator to be real. So the creation substantiates the creator. The creator substantiates the creation. So it is complete. For those who are deep into Satanism and demonology, they hate this fact. So that's why they like dealing with prime numbers. Because when you build something with a prime, it is not complete. The number 3 is not complete. That's why they like the prime numbers of the Trinity. And the smallest prime that you can have besides 1, they hate 1 because 1 represents the creator. The next prime number that you can like is 3. So that is why they deal a lot with these prime numbers. You hear about the Trinity. Then you hear about the other popular prime is the pentagon, made of 5 sides. So here is the pentagon, a sign of opposition to the Creator because it's made of 5 sides. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it is incomplete because whenever you have anything that is a prime, it is incomplete. So 3 is incomplete because when you divide it, there's always going to be a remainder. That means there is something wanting. So that is why the world that the David Solomonic line of descendants have tried to create for us is a fantasy. It is not real because it is not complete. Because whatever they're trying to build and do, they're trying to build it in terms of prime numbers, in terms of it not being complete. That's why they like the number 3. Then they like the number 6. Why do they like the number 6? The number 6 is because man was created on the 6th day, as well as the angels, as well as Satan. We're all created on the 6th day. And since they think, the David Solomonic line of descendants think that they should own this world, that is why they pay special attention to the number 6. Because why? The number 6 is saying that they were the ones whom this world was made for. But it is not true. The world was not made for a man. It was made for a high priest. So that is the reason why everything the wicked try to do, they try to build it in prime numbers. That's why they like the number 3. They just like the number 6, not because it has anything to do with the fact that it is not a prime number, but because the number 6 there represents the fact that man was created on the 6th day together with angels and together with Satan. So they like the number 6 because they're trying to make this world their own. The corrupt, wicked world which Satan brought upon humanity. But the world was not built for man. It was built for a high priest. So that is why they like all this, anything that has to do with the prime number, because it represents them. But as we've said, all prime numbers are incomplete. So for example, right here, this is the star that you have on the flag of the United States, because the United States was built by the descendants of David through the Vatican using black people to do that. You can see that this star here has 5 points, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They also have, let's say, a 7-pointed star, so on and so forth. So the reason why the demonic and the satanic, the descendants of David, are into so much numerology is because they hate the geometry and design which the Creator made this world, which is in force. And they've done everything to try to remove the idea of the fact that the world and the design of it was made in force. So for example, when you read in the book of Revelation, which it talks about the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, what that symbology means is that the Creator himself, who designed this world in force, is going to bring about its end. So that is what it means with the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, which is not real, because the whole idea of the word apocalypse just means the end of all things. And the end of all things can only be brought about by the person who designed the world in force. That's why they call that part of the book of Revelation the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, because the Creator designed this world in force. He's the designer. So that's why they use that symbology, talking about the end of the world by the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse.
Doesn't it ever wake you up in the middle of the night? The feeling that someday they'll come for you and your children.
I feel a great swirl of pity for the poor soul that comes to my school looking for trouble.
Some believe that the first mutant was born thousands of years ago. He was some kind of god, and he's going to rise again.
You are all my children, and you're lost because you follow blind leaders. No more false gods. I'm here now.
he always had 4 followers.
Like the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse.
Together we will cleanse the earth to the strongest.
We'll take everything from them.
He means to destroy this world. Billions of people killed.
Sinking like stones, all that we fought for.
The world needs the X-Men.
You're gonna join them, aren't you?
You wanted me to get out of the house more, right? It's all of us against a god.
Let's go to war. Forget everything you think you know. You're not students anymore. You're X-Men.
Everything they built will fall!
So that is part of the reason why when the temple which Solomon's built, which was a round temple, it was constructed 3 stories high. Why 3 stories high? Because the 3-story there is a prime number which represents the Trinity. And we're going to explain further what the Trinity means when we get to the shape of a world. But this is not the video for it because, as we've explained, this is a filler video because of what you're going to be understanding when you get the shape of a world, which is very, very direct. So without you understanding whatsoever we're talking about here with the Prelude series, when you get to the shape of world, it's going to take too long for you to get that information. So that's why the Prelude series has been made, which is a filler. So when you watch this and when you get the shape of a world, we're going to be going straight to the point and you understand exactly what you're hearing. So the temple that Solomon's built was built round representing feminism, which is the opposition of masculinity, which is the opposition of righteousness. Because when we say masculinity here at this very particular point, what we're talking about is righteousness. There's a difference between righteousness and good. It's not one and the same thing. Even though we've used the word good recurringly in this video, what you need to understand is that we're just using it to try to make people understand from the particular point of the fact that they only understand that there is good and evil, but in reality, there is not good and evil. What you have is evil and righteousness. Good is what evil people do to try to rectify the evil that they have done, the harm that they have caused. Okay? Righteousness means not even doing evil in the first place. And righteousness means, as we have explained, is masculinity, which means the ability to judge things correctly without bias and without emotions. The ability to be able to make the right decisions and follow through by doing it without having any biasness or emotions in it. That is the meaning of masculinity, because that is what the Creator desires from every human being. The ability to judge a matter, to be reasonable, to be logical, without any biasness, without any emotions, and make the right conclusion and right decision and follow through with it. Because if you do not follow through with the decision and the conclusion that you have made, coming from you thinking logically and reasonably about things without emotions or biasness, it means that you're still evil. Because at the end of the day, righteousness is an act. It is to do what you've been told, to follow the instructions which you have thought about reasonably and logically without biasness and without emotions and know for it to be true. So you do it. If you do not do so, you are a feminist, you are evil. So therefore, when Solomon and his descendants created this temple, which was round and 3 stories high, it was in direct opposition to the Creator, because the geometry and the numbering system for building the temple says it all. The Creator's temple, as we've shown you, which will show you clearly, and you will see it in the shape of a world, was built as a square, which was the original temple, on the original location of Jerusalem, on Mount Bethel, not Mount Zion, which had everything to do with an artificial man-made mountain created by David and Solomon, and they built the temple of Satan, which was round, and a round Holy of Holies, which I already showed you earlier. So that is the reason why in this particular chapter here, which we're reading from, in 1 Kings chapter number 6 in verse 8, in any scripture that you're reading, but in the Greek Septuagint Bible, is going to be 3 Kings chapter number 6 verse 8, showing you that the temple that Solomon built to Satan, not to the Creator, was 3 stories high. 3 there because it's a symbology of the fact that they liked the prime numbers, and the list of the prime numbers which they like the most is 3, because 1 refers to the Creator, because the Creator is 1. And the Creator does not exist without a creation. That is why the Creator had to create. Without him not creating, there would be no creation. There would be no tangibility. There would be nothing for us to see that there is a Creator, because for you to be called a Creator, there has to be a creation. So everything the wicked do in the David and Solomonic lines of descendants, who are the ones running the world, running all the empires of the world, running all the nations of the world, running all the ethnicities of the world, is made because they hate the Creator, and is made with lies. Because why? Their knowledge is incomplete. That is why we told you that everything that the wicked do, their knowledge is incomplete. Why is it incomplete? Because once you take out the Creator, it is incomplete. And that is what they have done. Because Satan is a creation. This is what people don't understand. Creation cannot create. That is the truth. Creation does not create. All we do is fashion what was already there, and try to make our minds believe that we created something. No, we did not create anything. We only fashion it. So for example, if you make, let's say, a stool, or you make a television, you fashioned it out of something that already exists. That is not a creation. So the wicked, no matter what they try to do, as long as they do not admit to the presence of a Creator, their knowledge is a semblance. It's incomplete. It's got them running around in circles, because a circle has no starting point or no ending point, because all the sides are the same. So therefore, everything that the descendants of David build, who have been running this world, and David being the foundation of all evil in this world, is incomplete and is based on lies. So that's why, for example, we read to you that when the Ark of the Covenant was brought into the fake temple, the false temple which David and Solomon built on the threshing floor of Ornan, which was 3 stories high and round, that ark did not contain the tablet of the commandments. We already told you this. So they created a lie to make the whole world believe that they were worshiping the Creator, just as they have made the whole world believe that they are worshiping the Creator when they give these names of like Jesus, the Most High, Yahweh, Yeshua, Jehovah, Adonai, and all the names that you find in Scripture. These are all lies, because this was the same construction of the David Solomonic line of descendants, giving all these different names to Satan when the Creator only has one name, because he's the one. So that is the reason why they hate that prime number, the 1, but rather love the next prime number, the Trinity, because it represents something very, very unique, which we have never explained on this particular prelude to the shape of a world. And the truth is not for everyone. You'll get the full explanation of what the Trinity actually means when you get into the shape of a world proper, because it's going to be something that you never ever imagined. Ever. So here we're reading from 1 Kings chapter number 8 in any Bible that you can pick up. But if you're reading from the Greek Septuagint Bible, as we're reading right here, it's going to be 3 Kings chapter number 8 in verse 9, to show you that there was no tablet of the commandments inside the Ark of the Covenant, which David carried into the city of David, known as Bethlehem, the city of David, or Mount Zion in scriptures. Because it says here in verse number 9, there was nothing in the ark, full stop. So this part here was imputed. Why was it imputed? If you look at this verse right here, it says there was nothing in the ark. You do not start a statement that way, because it goes on to say there was nothing in the ark except the 2 tables of stone, the tables of the covenant, which Moses put in Horeb, which the Lord made with the children of Israel in their going forth from the land of Egypt. Now, how do you know that this is false? Because you have to understand this. There was only 1 tablet of the commandment. There were not 2. Why was there not 2? Because if there are 2 commandments or 2 tablets of the stones of the commandments, it means that the commandments are broken. Or it means that there are 2 types of commandments, which means that the Creator has 2 types of commandments. So it could not have been 2 tablets of stone of the commandments. It had to be 1, because the Creator is 1 and His commandments are 1. So that's how you know that this part of the scripture was imputed. The second thing that you have to understand is this. If you want to make a reference to the fact that there were 2 tablets of stone of the commandments in the Ark of the Covenant, okay? You do not start the statement by saying there was nothing in the Ark. That's absurd. You would rather say there were 2 tablets of stone, the tables of the covenant which Moses put in Horeb, which the Lord made with the children of Israel in their going out from the land of Egypt. You do not start by saying there was nothing first, okay? Then you say 2 tablets of stone were in there. It's because it was imputed. The correct statement here was there was nothing in the Ark of the Covenant, which David brought to the temple, which they built onto Satan, on the artificial man-made mountain which they made, on the threshing floor of Ornan, the Aruna, or the Jebusite. So the statement here was all false, because the David Solomonic line of descendants hate everything that has to do with the Creator. And when they do that, all their knowledge is incomplete. It looks like knowledge, but when you stand and look at it, it actually means stupidity. Why? You've left the one most important thing out, which makes your knowledge complete in this world, which is the Creator. Because without the Creator, what you have is stupidity. Because what you're saying is that anything that you're doing, which you have omitted the Creator out of, is a fantasy. It's not real. So that is why the descendants of David go through so much length to oppose the Creator, because they think that they own this world and that they can create anything. So they try to make it in their image, in the image of the Trinity, which is the second prime number when you start from 1. So that is why, for example, if you go to the judicial system of this world, the judicial system says that there must be a judge, a jury, and a prosecutor, all right? And the justice system always fails. Why does it always fail? Because when you have only a judge, a jury, and a prosecutor, it's incomplete. The number there is 3, because the judge, the jury, and the prosecutor make 3. For judgment to be complete, there has to be a creator. So that's why the judicial system and the justice system of this world is a failure, because they've removed the creator. So there has to be four. Four is the design. For anything to be complete, there has to be the creator in the judicial system that we are supposed to be talking about right now. There has to be the creator, there has to be a judge, there has to be a jury, and there has to be a prosecutor. And the judgment is complete. But when you do not have that, no matter what happens, the judgment is always going to come out wrong. And that is why there is no justice in this world. What you have is a semblance of it, but it is incomplete. So that is why they dread the judgment of the creator, because it's going to be complete and finite. So that is the reason why, as you're hearing our voices right now, speaking to you on this particular prelude of the shape of a world, the judgment of this world has arrived, because for a very long time, the wicked have removed the creator from it in all of the designs of their systems. But now the creator is in it, because why? There are high priests now talking. And that was what was missing all this while till now, because for the judiciary system of the creator to be complete, there has to be the creator, the judge, the jury, and the prosecutor. And now with the high priest talking, that is now a complete system. And that is why the world is going to go through what they're going to go through from this day on forward.
In the day. Where's the rest?
Never met the quota.
My units are up from last week.
So is the quota. 2 hours.
It's always been an hour.
Now it's 2. Price went up.
It's a 2-hour walk. I have an hour and a half.
Then you better run.
Poor are meant to die. It's how the system works. What the hell's that supposed to mean?
You really don't know, do you?
How old are you in real time? 28.
I'm 105. The truth is, there's more than enough time for everyone. There are men with 1 million years while most live day to day. For a few to be immortal, many must die.
No one should be immortal if even one person has to die.
You're not from around here, are you?
Why would you doubt that?
You're a little different.
Come with me.
The cameras picked up suspicious behavior.
His name is Will Salas.
He shouldn't be there.
What are we gonna do? Steal?
Is it stealing if it's already stolen? I'm gonna make them pay. Come on, help yourselves!
Take the time, it's free.
Where did you get that?
We can't have 1,000 years in the wrong hands. It could cripple the system.
I will stop him.
The problem is, everybody wants to live forever.
We're not meant to live forever.
We are the kids of the in-between.
You know I'm coming to get you. Let's hope so. His crime wasn't taking time. He was giving it away.
So therefore, to show you how much the descendants of David hate the Creator and hate everything about the fact that he made this world in a 4 design factor. 4 meaning that for anything to be tangible, it has to have a top, has to have a bottom, and it has to have at least 2 sides. It can have more than 2 sides. But at the very basic design of it, it has to have 2 sides, a top and a bottom, for it to hold anything. So what you're looking at is the fact that these people, there are no words for it. I mean, thinking about it, of what we're going to say next. And a lot of people have lived through and did never understand, because we always say this time and time again. We've said it before that this year right now, 2021, that you're listening to this particular video, is not 2021. We've said it, but people never paid attention or never cared about it because they are mostly wicked. We've also said of the fact that the year does not start in January. Okay? The year never started in January until the 1850s, when the Gregorian calendar was made. Now, why would people attempt to change time when time does not change? That's the big question we have to answer, because this is where we're going at this particular point in time. Why would a human being try to change time when time does not change? But they made us to believe that the time that we're living in is the time that the Creator made the world in. So, what you have to understand is this. After the flood, the world, or time, that means the time from night to day. As you've understood that the way the Creator made the world was in a 4-part design, which means it has to have a top, a bottom, and 2 sides. Time was also created this way. Time was created in 4 parts. That means every day constituting night and day has to have 4 parts to it. Okay? So there's supposed to be 4 parts of day and 4 parts of night. So if there are 4 parts of day and 4 parts of night, the time should be 32 hours every day. So that's why you're looking at this clock right here, which is a 16-hour clock, because this should be the normal time, because the sun and the nights, okay, and the moon and the day all have 4 parts to it. So it shouldn't be a 24-hour clock. It should be a 32-hour clock. But the descendants of David changed our time in the 1850s to make it to be 24 hours in a day instead of 32 hours in a day. And there is a monument which stands to attest to this fact in the land of Egypt, that time was made into 32 hours of 4 parts to a day and 4 parts to a night, to make a total of 32 hours. But these devils, these incarnates from hell, the very children of Satan, change our time such that we have now a 24-hour clock instead of a 32-hour clock a day. And to show you that they change time, it bears to the fact that if you notice, you do not or are not fully awake, or your day does not fully start until it's 10 a.m. in the morning. Why is that? If you notice, you do not fully get awake, or your day doesn't get started, or you don't have the energy to start the day until it hits 10 a.m. Why do you think that is? Because 10 a.m. in the clock that you have, in the 12-hour clock, is actually supposed to be 4 a.m. in the morning, regular time. So your biological clock does not really get up until it's actually 6 a.m. in the original time, which is the normal time which the Creator made this world in. After the flood, for it to have 32 hours in a day. Now, the descendants of David decided to steal 4 hours of a day out of your life and 4 hours out of night, making a total of 8 hours every day to create a 24-hour clock for you to live by. So this is why human beings are stressed, because they are not only missing 8 hours of their life every day, they are also missing 1 day out of the week. They are also missing, besides 8 hours of a day, I want you to multiply the number of hours. So 8 hours by 7. So in a week, you're missing a total of 56 hours. Now, that is based on the fact that we've been told that we have 7 days in a week. But we do not have 7 days in a week in reality. We are supposed to have an 8-day week. And then we are also told that there are 4 weeks, okay, in a month, or 30 days per se. Because they are all trying to construct this world based on the Trinity, based on the prime number of 3. That's why you see these 3s showing up all the time. So they took one part of a day out, made you believe that the day is 24 hours instead of 32 hours because of trying to make the day and time to align to their Trinity. Not only did they do that, they also took out 1 day every week from your time, okay? On top of that, they took out 10 days out of a month. Why? Because people do not understand this. There are 40 days in a month, and there are supposed to be only 10 months in a year. That is why the last month of the year is called December, from the word deca, which means 10 in Latin. So when you read here, it says December, all right? It says December is the 12th and the last month of the year in the Julian and Gregorian calendars. It is also the last of 7 months to have a length of 31 days. December got its name from the Latin word decem, meaning 10. So in the original design of the Creator, original design here talking about after the flood, because before the flood, there was a separate number of hours to a day. But after the flood, the time became set that it was supposed to be 32 hours in a day. It was supposed to be 40 days in a month. And there was supposed to be a total of 400 days in a year. But because of the descendants of David changing time, as the book of Daniel had said that they would do, they took out one part of day and night, total of 8 hours, to make us believe in their 12-hour clock, to make the human being stressed and to work and to be enslaved. Why? So that they would never have time to understand their reality. Because at the end of the day, this design is for the wicked, not for the remnant. So the descendants of David, who have always been behind, opposing the Creator, trying to construct their world or this world into a fantasy, because everything they construct is a fantasy, is not real. They took out 8 hours of our lives every day. So you can imagine that since the 1850s, a lot of people have been living excluding 8 hours of their lives every day. And meanwhile, time does not change. But these idiots, these bastards of society, the descendants of David, decided to change time when the time does not change, and make you to believe that your day is actually made or compromised of 24 hours in a day. And they took out 8 hours. This is how wickedness is, for you to show that wickedness does not change. Trying to change time when it does not change, because the sun still rises and sets according to as the Creator has made. But here in the world today, people notice that when they live their life by the clocks that they are given, they run out of time. They don't have time for anything. They don't have time to rest. They don't have time to actually do what they're supposed to do, to have a healthy relationship with your family, to learn about your world, because they gave us a 24-hour clock. And not only that, they took out 1 day out of a week, then they took out 10 days out of every month from the normal number of days we're supposed to have in a year, which is 400 days. They reduced it to 365 days. And in these 365 days of a year, the hours are still incomplete because it's not based on a 32-hour clock, which we are supposed to have, which is what the Creator gave us. This is how wicked human beings are. To change time when time does not change. And this is what the book of Daniel said here in verse number 25 of Daniel chapter number 7. And it says, "And this kingdom shall speak words against the Creator, and shall oppress and subdue the remnants of the Creator, and shall change time." They shall change time and law. What does time and law here? They change the natural order of life. They said now that it's okay for a man to do dubious things with another man and call it sex, or pretend that two men can have sex. They made it legal that you should be able to carry on and do this kind of evil. They've changed every natural law, which is not supposed to be changed, and made it to be a normality, creating a fantasy in a world that was made real for us, because they choose to oppose and to say that the Creator does not exist. But it does not change the fact that the Creator does exist. So this is what the descendants of David have done to our reality. They have changed time by giving us a clock. And meanwhile, our biological clock does not change, because as we explained earlier, you do not feel fully awake until it's 10 a.m. in the morning. And in most cases, you do not go to sleep until it's 1 a.m. in the morning. Why? Because that 1 a.m., your biological clock is actually telling you that the 1 a.m. is the regular time, because it's based on a 32-hour clock in which your body is supposed to be functioning. Because at the end of the day, all right, our biological clock is still wired to the way the Creator made this world, in a 32-hour clock and time period. So that is why sometimes, because these people have changed time so much, you wake up some days and you feel like it's a Saturday, but it's not a Saturday. You wake up some days and it feels like a Sunday, but it's not a Sunday. You wake up some days and it feels like it's a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, but it's not those days. Why? Because we are missing time. Because these people, these wicked people, who are not even human, the descendants of David, have given us a clock to live by instead of allowing the biological clock and the standard clock which the Creator made this world in, which is 32 hours to run. They gave us a 24-hour day. I mean, while the day is not made of 24 hours. So that is part of the reason why, when you notice with black people, it seems like black people are always younger, all right? You would see a black person who's maybe like, say, 40 years of age, and they look like they are 20, because the time is wrong. The time that the world is running in right now is not based on the correct time. So that's why black people look younger, because the younger look they look is actually that their lives is based on the 32-hour clock, not the 24-hour clock, which is fast forwarding everything. So For a black person who's actually 40, in the right biological clock and the clock which the Creator made this world in, after the flood, 32-hour clock shows that you are less than the actual age which they tell you are. Based on the 32-hour clock, which is your biological clock, which your world or your life is supposed to be based on, which is the real clock. Not this 24-hour clock timepiece that we have. So the changing of time is what we as the older generation who live by the clock experience, because when you were much younger, you would have always noticed that the days ran longer. Why? Because you were running on a biological clock. You were not running on the 24-hour clock which was given to us by the descendants of David to make our lives more stressful. So as a child, because you're running on that biological clock, you're sleeping and waking according to the normal durations of time, which is supposed to be 32 hours. You had longer days. But now you have shorter days because as you've gotten older, you're into the system of the world and the 24-hour clock which is given to you. So you're running your life based on that 24-hour clock, and you're finding out that you do not have time. Because why? These idiots. This is how wicked these people are. Change time, as the book of Daniel had said. They shortened our time by 8 hours every day. On top of that, they also shortened it by taking out 1 day out of a week. On top of that, they also shortened it by taking 10 days out of a month. Then they also shortened it by taking 35 days out of a year. Then they shortened it also by changing the start of the year. So this is how terrible these people have been when time does not change. Because when you go read in scriptures, because when people read scriptures, they do not understand. You always see how it says that after 40 days, okay, something happened, because you will see all this recurring theme in scriptures. After 40 days, after 40 days. Why is it after 40 days? Because 40 days day is trying to tell you that it was 40 days in a month. Not 31 days, not 30 days in a month. It was 40 days for 10 complete months. So that is the reason why the female menstrual cycle of today's modern woman is out of whack. Because most women feel that they should have their menstrual cycle every 28 days. But this is not true. It should be every 32 days. It should be every 32 days, with the 8 days that you go through your menstrual cycle, making it 1 week. But because of all the food that we have eaten, and because they change times, now they can tell the woman, for example, there are some women who will see that they have their menstrual cycle every 32 days. It doesn't always come on the 28th day. It comes maybe like 4 days alternating. And then some women will think there's something wrong with them because they have this delayed menstrual cycle, not knowing that their bodies are actually working correctly according to the biological clock, which we are all supposed to run in which the fact that the time hasn't changed is a 32-hour day, not a 24-hour day. And it's not a 31 day or 30 days in a month. It is supposed to be 40 days in a month. This is known throughout all history, and let's show you now before we continue on. So now we're reading from a website here. It says the early track of 40 days. It goes on to say here, a very effective method of measuring and metering out each passing solar year can be recognized from a number of early sources. Now pay attention. It says ancient writings and artifacts, including certain monuments. Those monuments are still here. We won't have time to explain it. We already told you it's in Egypt. You can go take a look if you want to find out what the monument is. And it goes on to say, make it clear that a cycle of 40 days was once carefully time-tracked. Now, it goes on to say here, as the subsequently presented paragraphs will attempt to show, early astronomers appear to have once time-tracked a cycle of 40 days for calendric purposes. So it was 40 days in a month. Time has never changed. And let's show you now in scripture. So we're reading here to show you that a month was 40 days. So we're reading from Genesis chapter number 15. We're reading from verse 1, and it says, "And Joseph fell upon his father's face and wept on him and kissed him. And Joseph commanded his servants and embalmers to embalm his father. And the embalmers embalmed Israel," meaning Jacob. They embalmed Jacob. "And they fulfilled 40 days for him." Why 40 days? Because the number of days in a month for mourning, or the number of days in a month in a year, was 40 days. So that's why you see this recurring 40 days throughout scriptures. For example, they'll tell you that the flood lasted 40 days and 40 nights, which was wrong. But what it actually was saying there, it was for a month. Because 40 days is the number of days in a month, not 31 days or 28 days in a year, because these devils, these incarnates, these children of Satan in David's descendants, who have been running this world and running it, hiding from behind the scenes up till now, changed the accounting of time and gave us a 24-hour clock instead of a 32-hour clock. And do you know what? Because the seconds that make up a minute is not supposed to be 60 seconds. It's supposed to be 80 seconds make up 1 minute, and 80 minutes make up 1 hour. So even with our time, they have changed the duration of time such that they have made lives more difficult because of trying to construct a reality that is not centered around the design of the Creator, which created everything in force. Because for there to be reality, you have to have 4 sides, a top, a bottom, and 2 sides. And this is how the Creator made everything, the design of force. 4 parts to a day. Okay, and each part is 4 hours, making a total of 32 hours every day, and total of 5 weeks, which makes up 40 days in a month. There was supposed to be 400 days in a year to make it a year. And there was supposed to be 10 months in a year. That is why the last month of the year still bears the word 10, deca. But these evil people who have been hiding and running the world from behind the scenes, which are going to be exposed on the shape of a world. You're going to know who they are, exactly who they are. You're going to know who their children are, their descendants, their addresses. Because this is what they feared the most, that day would come, and that day has arrived far earlier than they expected. Because every time they oppose the Creator, every time that they try to stop our videos from playing, every time that they remove the videos, every time that they come against the Creator in everything that they think that they know, which is nothing but a semblance of knowledge. It's not even knowledge, because they have no real knowledge. It's only expediting the process of their exposure. And now the days that they dreaded, that the world will come to know, because this is what they wrote in the protocols of Zion, that when that day comes, that it will be a terrible day for them. That day has arrived in which all of them are going to be exposed, and you know exactly who they are when you get to the shape of our world. So therefore, time has been changed, and everybody in the world has no idea. Why? Because if you remove the Creator from anything that you do, you have become stupid and ignorant. And ignorance means that you are not using your senses. You are not thinking correctly, reasonably, without any emotions or bias, with logic, and that you're unable to come to a conclusion after thinking about things reasonably and logically. You're not able to follow through with the decisions that you make because you are evil. As you have come to understand now that evil is a person. It is not what you do. You, the individual, are evil. That is the reason why you have not been able to understand your reality, because you are a child of Satan, evil. So therefore, because the descendants of David decided to construct a false reality based on the number 3 or prime numbers, being that they hate the 4 design of the Creator, in which that everything that he made, for it to be tangible, for it to be physical, had to have 4 sides, a top, bottom, and 2 sides, and many more other sides, which always increased in pairs. They constructed a world for us, even with the technology that we use, based on these false sciences. Because of omitting the Creator out of it, the technology and science has become incomplete. Such technologies bear cognizance to such things as pictures, which we use, because at the end of the day, the reason why we are not able to see our reality or understand it well is based on all the bad food that we are feeding on, all the inbred and crossbred food, which comes in drugs, which comes in clothes, which comes in shoes, which comes in shampoo, which comes in lotions, creams, or anything that we apply or use in our daily lives. Because at the end of the day, everything that we use in our daily lives comes from plants. So the reason why we're not able to look at our reality and understand what we're seeing is because we are being fed poisons regularly, because we do not grow our own food. And this has crept into how we see things. And because of this, such things as images, because the design of images and the technology that we use in this world is incomplete, because the people who design it hate the Creator. They have made us not to understand what we see based on the pictures that is provided for us. That means when we talk about pictures here, we're talking about how your television screens, your phones, your cameras take pictures. Because if the technology was based on how the Creator made this world, based on a 4-part design, the imagery that we capture in our televisions, or let's say per se in our cameras, should be able to show us everything as the Creator made it. So for example, what are we saying? If the technology was constructed right, based on the 4-part design, okay, which the Creator made this world, you would be able to see literally, physically, the Creator in the blackness that surrounded all of us. You may not be able to see his metaphysical form or entity, but you would see the blackness, which is still him. You would see it moving all around you. You would see that it is the blackness that's sustaining everything. But because of how the technology has been designed in our imagery, we are not able to capture that. So if the technology was designed accurately based on the 4-part design which the Creator made this world, and we show you that in a minute, you will be able to see the Creator, the blackness moving. It wouldn't just be a picture, but you would actually see it move. You would see the form. You would also see Satan, who moves very, very quickly, such that it looks like it's a blur or gas. You would also be able to see demons in the pictures, in the imagery that you take, with your cell phone and cameras, which you play back on the TV, and the TV plays it back wrongly because all this design and technology decided to omit the 4-part design of the creator. So that is why, even though they hate the fact of the number 4 and that the way the creator made this world, he made it in 4s with everything having a 4 to it, they try as much as possible want to adapt this technology, but they do not want it to be a part of our culture. Why? Because it would show you a reality that you would never ever doubt again in your life, because you would see everything as is as the creator made it. So today you have such things as 4K television. The 4K television is not even 4K, because for it to be 4K, it would mean that it should have 4,000 pixels per square inch to be a true 4K format. And if the imagery that was taken by cameras were made in the exact same format of 4K, then you would see the reality of this world for everything. You would see the creator, you would see Satan in his true image, you would see demons in their true imagery in the pictures that you take from your cell phones. So let's explain that and show you how this would work. And I know somebody's going to ask, is this how we see the world? Do we have this technology? We won't answer that for now, because the truth is not for everyone.
Itself had become more perilous. The weapons had evolved, but our orders remained the same: hunt them down and kill them off, one by one.
They are the immortal damned. One family lusting for power and wealth.
The chain has never been broken, not in 14 centuries.
Another driven by revenge.
Soon we'll defeat the vampires on their own ground.
Do you see this human? He's attractive. I can't be positive, but I'm beginning to think the Lycans are following him.
Hold on, Michael.
Why are they after you?
Who are you people?
You're in the middle of a war that's been raging for the better part of 1,000 years. A blood feud between vampires and Lycans. Werewolves.
Now, a decision must be made.
Why did you bring him here?
You saved my life.
Between an oath sworn centuries ago.
A human. He's not a human at all. He's a Lycan.
And the power.
There can be no such union.
Greater than vengeance.
You'll be lucky if I can convince the council to spare your life. Absolution will be yours the moment you kill Michael.
stability of space-time. The multiverse is a concept about which we know frighteningly little.
Your desecration of reality will not go unpunished.
It was the only way. But I never meant for any of this to happen. Wanda.
I knew sooner or later you'd show up. I made mistakes, and people were hurt.
I'm not here to talk about Westview.
Then what are you here for?
I need your help.
With what?
What do you know about the multiverse?
I'm sorry, Stephen. I hope you understand. The greatest threat to our universe is you.
Things just got out of hand. So before we get to explain the technology of how you could create your own camera, your own television system, so that you would be able to capture the world as is, and you would see the finer details of everything, including Satan per se, if he's around your area, including demons, which a lot of people see but don't quite understand what they're seeing. We're talking about here metaphysical demons, not the physical demons in albinos, anybody with straight hair who all grow tails because they are not human. You would see the metaphysical demons in their shape and form exactly. And you would also see the blackness, the creator, as he's moving. When we say moving here, we're talking about the metaphysical aspect of the creator, the blackness that all surrounds us. You would actually see it in motion, moving. If you had this technology that you could make your own camera and television systems this way, which we know how to. We're going to share with you in the next couple of minutes. But before we do that, there is a reason why you're looking at the screen right here and looking at a clock. Now, if you are somebody who's very conversant with the older generation, that means you've had a grandparent and a parent, which is not the exact perfection on how a family should be, based on the fact that we are all in a corrupt body now after the Garden of Eden. In the Creator's design, the perfect family should include a great-grandparent, a grandparent, parent, and a child. But today, because of all the inbred food, crossbreeding, and all the poisons that were being fed so that demons could live, this is disheartening. This is so disheartening to say this, that the whole entire human population of black people have been poisoned, fed inbred food by the descendants of David. Okay? So that they who are animals, demons, not even human beings, but animals, so that their animal population in albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, can live amongst us and be imposters, because that's where the word comes from. Because albinos, anybody with straight hair, are imps, IMPS. So that's where you get the word imposter, impersonator, imperial, or empire from. All this poisoning of black people is so that animals, albinos, anybody with straight hair who are supposed to live in the bushes, not amongst humanity, can live amongst us and pretend to be human when they are not. This is terrible. But going back to what we were trying to say, the thing is, if you've had maybe a grandparent who has lived for a very long time and you're very conversant with the times, that means you're very close to your grandparents and they teach you some things, you would have noticed that clocks way back before, let's say, the early 80s were squarish. Why were the clocks made squarish? That's the reason why you're looking at this screen right here, because we're trying to make you understand why it is a 32-hour day, okay? And it's not the 24-hour day which we have been lied to, that 24 hours make a day, because of the David Solomonic line of descendants and kings who have been ruling the world from behind the scenes right from the get-go, trying to make sure that they make everything to be in the image of Satan, in the image of feminism, which is a circle. So before now, clocks were squarish. Now, why are clocks made squarish? Because the earth is a square. It has four corners. Okay? So that's why the clocks were meant to be a square kind of looking clock, because the earth has four corners. So the reason why time is 32 hours a day, constructed into 8 parts, 4 parts being daytime and 4 parts being nighttime. The reason is because when the sun moves, it has to go through 4 corners of the earth, as you're looking at right here based on this clock. So it's 4 corners, and each corner takes it 8 hours to go through. And it takes it a total of 32 hours to go around the earth, the 4 corners of the earth, to make up for one day. So the reason why clocks were first of all squarish is because it was representing this motion of the sun going through the 4 corners of the earth, and therefore giving us time, which is 32 hours, because each corner, that means from here down to here, would take the sun 8 hours to go through, to accomplish that movement from covering one portion of the square of the earth, which is the earth is made of, because you've read before in scriptures that the earth has 4 corners, which is literally true. So this is the reason why earlier clocks and watches were a square. Now, the reason why these people turned it into a circle, all right, right here, as you see on the screen, is because they were trying to make time into the worship of Satan. And you have to understand that evil is feminism, and feminism is represented by circles. So that's the reason why they changed the clock from being a square to a circle, as you're seeing in this image. But as you can see right here in normal everyday life, if you were trying to make this, let's say some sort of like a
factual example. You will notice that because the Creator's design is based on 4, as we have said earlier, the Creator's design of the world is based on 4. For anything to be tangible, that means physical, in which you can hold it and touch it, it has to have 4 sides. It has to have a top, a bottom, and 2 sides. Now, if you look at a square, you can get a circle out of a square just by brushing off the sides. Okay? As you're seeing right here, this is a square right here. To get a circle, all you need to do is take off the sides, all right? Like that, cut them off, and you have a circle. But you can never get a square out of a circle because a circle right here has no sides. There's nothing you can do to it to make it turn into a square. So that goes to show you that masculinity, the form of the Creator which He made everything, all right, in a squarish design, produced forth femininity. So you can understand the concept of creation right there by looking at the geometry of a square and a circle, because you can get a circle out of a square, but you can never get a square out of a circle. So the image that you're looking at the screen is how our clocks should originally be, because it's supposed to be a 32-hour clock based on a 16-hour design or format to make it 32 hours in a day. So that's what you're looking at the screen right now. And we just wanted to show you how the time would look, which is the real time which our world runs in, because these evil David Solomonic descendants steal our time. They steal 8 hours of our time every day. Now, they know for a certain fact that they steal our time, so they try to make up excuses for it. If you've ever read something in history about time dilation is the explanation that they are trying to give humanity not to understand that they have stolen their time. And then they say such things as that time is relative, that the clock can slow down or the clock can speed up, all because they are trying to hide the fact that we live in a 32-hour world made by the Creator, for which a day should be in. Now, the time period that our time is mostly stolen from is the time period between 12 and 4. That is the time which these people steal our time the most. Anytime between 12 and 4, it doesn't matter if it's AM or PM, but as long as between that time period of 12 and 4, let's pull up a picture again to show you that. So between this time of 12 and 4 every day is when our time is stolen the most, in which the 8 hours of our lives are taken away. Now, why is it between the time of 12 and 4? Because what usually happens is this: between the time of 12 and 4 every day is when most people sleep, if it's in the AM, between 12 and 4. So if you notice, if you're in North or South America, or Europe per se, which does operate what they call daylight saving time, when the clock usually changes. Now, I want you to imagine this for a second. This very thing called daylight saving time is a fraud, because our time does not change. But these people are this wicked to try to change time. I mean, what makes you to change time when time does not change? It's more like telling people every day that the sun does not shine, but we see the sun every day. This is how ridiculous and evil wickedness can be, to try to change things that are not changeable. So most of the time of our day that is stolen, the 8 hours of our lives every day, to give us the false 24-hour clock which we run by, is stolen between 12 and 4. So that's why during daylight saving time, they change the time around 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. at night, because this is what they've been doing for a very long time. Now, to explain away, because at the end of the day, what usually happens is this: our biological clock, when we're talking about biological clock here, we're talking about black people. Our biological clock is still working on the 32-hour time, which
the Creator made this world to function in after the flood. So that's why, if you notice, with black people, they say that black people operate on black people's time. That means that black people never arrive or do things on time. Why is that the case? It's because the biological clock of black people is still working on the 32-hour clock, the original time. The genetics is still functioning that way. But because we've been forced into this 24-hour time zone, the black person is still trying to regulate themselves based on the 24-hour time period or 24-hour clock, but they can't fit in because the biological clock is working on 32 hours. The false time that we're working on, which they have sucked us into because we're not growing our own food. The only reason why all of this is possible is because the world is not growing their own food. They have all been sucked into this white collar system of trying to look for jobs, okay? Or having a job, sitting at home and doing stuff. So you have to be sucked into the system to operate, and therefore you have to operate on the 24-hour time period which they give you. But your biological clock and the world, the earth which the Creator made, the sun and the moon, is still functioning under the 32-hour time period. And so the black human body is still doing that also. But they have forced a mentality of a 24-hour clock upon you, so you do not know that. So when black people do not arrive on time, they say black people are not able to keep to time, which is not true. It's because the black genetics is still functioning under the 32-hour clock. So that's why most black people can never do things on time, because as long as you're not in the system or functioning by the system, your body will naturally still keep functioning under the 32-hour clock, which is the real time that everyone should function in. So therefore, because they did realize that at some point in time, humanity is going to be aware that their times are getting very short. Because remember when we explained to you that when you were young, not functioning on a clock, that means you didn't have to go to school, you didn't have to do anything. Time seemed to move so slow. But once you got into school and got into the educational system and the job system, it seems that you don't have time anymore, because you're now functioning under a 24-hour clock in which they have removed 8 hours of your day, every single day of your life, for as long as you lived. And most people have lived and died and did not know this truth that you're hearing right now. That's how wicked and terrible the people who run the world, the David Solomonic line of kings, devils, nothing more, wicked to the bone. They never change, and they keep piling wickedness upon humanity day and night, have done that most people have lived through their lives and never ever knew that their time was changed. That's how sad the reality of our world is, run by these evil people who are continuing to do evil day and night upon humanity for no reason. Why would you change time? Time does not change, but why would you try to force people to work under a certain time period? Because they all want you to be tired. They all want you to not have enough time to be able to understand your reality. And that is all possible because you do not grow your own food and therefore have come under a spell by feeding of everything that the government feeds you, which is all poisons. So because they knew that people would know and ask questions about time, they made up such stories as time dilation or the Einstein relativity theory, that time is relative. That means they made up such bullshit stories as saying that if you're moving, all right, and you have a clock, that you're moving through time and that your time is going to be slower. But if you're not moving, okay, that the clock will move faster or normal time. But this isn't true. If you have a clock on a train and you have a clock in a house, as long as those clocks are set, that means they have been programmed to work the same, okay? One clock can never move slower than the other. You're always going to move at the exact same time. So the reason why they needed to explain what's happening to us and call it time dilation to confuse us
or make up such stories as the Einstein relativity theory that time is relative is because they are trying to explain away the phenomena that most black human beings can identify with, that there is something wrong with the time. Why is time moving so fast? Time is not moving so fast. It's because these people gave us a 24-hour clock for us to operate in, instead of 32 hours, which should be the normal time. So if you're going to construct a clock, this is how your clock should look like. But remember, for it to work, you have to make sure that it's 80 seconds to make up 1 minute. Now, to calibrate a clock is very, very easy. 80 seconds make up 1 minute, 80 minutes make up 1 hour in the normal 16-hour clock of 32 hours every day, which we should be functioning. So for you to do that, you have to make sure that you calibrate the clock to make sure that it is moving at 80 seconds to make 1 minute and 80 minutes make 1 hour. Now, someone's going to ask the question, how do you know the right timing to make the second count, to make it 80 seconds to count to 1 minute? It's very, very simple. Counting seconds is just like counting 1, 2, 3. If you're in doubt, your heartbeat beats every second. That's the count of a second. That is 1 second. So you can calibrate the clock that way and make it look like this so you can actually know your time. Now, to set the time, you can set the time on this clock to your own time period in your own time zone by subtracting 4. Now, the only way you're going to be able to do that is to make sure that you will only be able to set the time between 5 and 12 in your regular time. So what does that mean? Let's pull up a picture now and show you what we're saying. So when you succeed in making the clock, all right, into a 16-hour clock like this, what you need to do to set the time on your clock, because you're not going to be able to know, let's say, your missing hours and everything. You're not going to be able to know the missing hours in your time period because this is an experiment that you need to do on your own. So the way to do it is this. When you want to set this clock that you're looking at right here, you should set it between the times of 5 and 12. It doesn't matter if it's 5 to 12 a.m. or p.m. in the morning or in the evening. All you need to do is that you need to set the clock, this 16-hour clock, to your own time, anytime between 5 and 12. Because if you try to set this clock to get the 32-hour time period, anytime beyond or less than between 5 and 12, you're actually going to get the setting wrong. Why is that the case? Because this is a 16-hour clock, okay? And for you to set the time correctly to your own time, you need to subtract 4 hours from the 12-hour clock that you have. So the only way you can get a positive result from that subtraction is if you set the time in your time zone between 5 and 12 a.m. or p.m., it doesn't matter. For example, here in this clock, let's pull up a picture now. So, as we're explaining, for you to set this clock and get your correct time, you must have made the clock to be calibrated on the fact that it's going to be 80 seconds make up 1 minute and 80 minutes make up 1 hour. After you've done that, to set the time now correctly, you need to set this clock between the times of 12 and 5 a.m. or p.m. Doesn't really matter, because the reason being, you have to subtract 4 hours from this clock to get the time on this clock. So what do we mean? Let's show you an example. So for example, if the time is 5 a.m. in the morning, for you to get the actual time that you're supposed to be in your time period, you're going to subtract 4 from 5 because you have 4 hours of your time taken from you. So you need to subtract 4 hours to get the right time because they've taken 4 hours from you. So when you subtract 4 from 5, the time in your time zone is going to be 1. So that means if it's 5 a.m. wherever you are in your time zone, the actual time when you subtract 4 is going to be 1 a.m. That is the actual time in your time zone. If you try to subtract, let's say, any number that's less than 5, okay, you're going to get a negative time. But you don't want to get any negative time because you want to set the time correctly. Because once you set the 16-hour clock correctly, that missing time period that you do not know is going to be accounted for because you've set it correctly, because you set it between the hours of 12 and 5. So, for example, right now, if you have, let's say your time is going to be 3 a.m. in the morning, okay? And you want to set this clock. If you subtract 4 from 3, you're going to get a negative 1, all right? And negative 1 does not exist on this clock right here. What you have are positives. So that's why you need to set the time between 5 and 12 a.m. or p.m. using this clock to get the right time of the 32-hour clock which you're supposed to function in. So I hope you do understand that. If you do not understand it, there's nothing we can really do at this particular point in time because this is not the video for it. When you get the shape of a world, you perfectly understand everything else that we're saying here. So here is the so-called theory of time dilation, in which these people try to make the human mind to believe that time is relative. Can you imagine that? They say time is relative. So what does it mean that time is relative? It means that time is whatever you make of it. That means time is not real. It's relative or can be explained based on a person. That is what they mean, that time is not real. So what they're saying in essence is that if we want to put it into a practical kind of explanation, what they are saying is that the way the sun rises and sets every day is not the same, because they have made humanity to believe that days vary, okay, time varies, and that the sun does not always complete a revolution around the earth every 24 hours. Which is technically true because they stole 8 hours of our time. It should be 32 hours. But based on the explanation that they give us, they're trying to tell us that time is not fixed, that time is relative. So they make up such stupid excuses such as the fact that if someone is moving in a car, that their time is slower. But it's not true. The time does not slow down because you're moving in a car. The time does not slow down because you change time zones, you're flying from one continent to another. It's just that you are the one moving. The time hasn't moved. You are the one moving. That's how stupid humanity has been soaked into lies such that they can't distinguish between reality and fantasy no more. Because everything these people build, because they disregard the creator, is a fantasy. It's not real. There is no such thing as time dilation. Some idiots, fools in David's descendants, okay, decided to change our time. Why did they decide to change our time? The most primary reason is for albinos, anybody with straight hair, the scum of the earth, these animals who are supposed to be living in bushes, these imps who have 3 fingers and 3 toes and have a tail and covered with 4 and have a face that is not human in any way, who deserve to be only in the bushes, the very children of Satan. This is the reason why they changed time. Why did they change it? Because based on what we have already told you, they have taken so much of our time away. And also the fact is that black people age much more slowly. Given that they eat the right food, have no poisons, age slowly, and will live longer. All right? Now, if black people under normal time, the 32-hour clock, which we're supposed to function in, should be functioning in that time, it would show that albinos, anybody with straight hair, are not human because they would age quickly based on a 40-day month, 400 days in a year. They would age much more quickly And black people would notice that something is wrong here, that these people are not human beings. So they needed to shorten our time and feed black people poisons, okay? So that black people would have a short lifespan, grow old and die, and they would not notice that demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair grow more rapidly old. Because right now, the time has been shortened, poisons have been fed to black people, so they all die very quickly and live shorter lifespans, which is now closer to the lifespan of albinos, anybody with straight hair, who are demons, animals with tails, not human beings. So that is the primary reason they shortened time. And the secondary reason was to make sure that they could control your livelihoods, so that you would not have time to do anything, to think about stuff, to reason things through logically and arrive at the right conclusion, because you don't have enough time in a day to do that. So they shortened your time and fed you poisons, all because they wanted their demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, to have a place in this world, because they are children of Satan. So that is the primary reason that they had to create all these false stories of time dilation. If you watched a movie called Interstellar, it was acted out there in the fact that they said that 1 hour on a certain planet was equal to, like, say, 7 years on Earth, which is not true. Because if there was such a thing as time travel, you could travel to another world. The clocks would not change. The biological clock which you're functioning will still be functioning accordingly under the 32-hour time period of a day which human beings are supposed to function in, not the 24-hour that we have now, because these people choose to take 8 hours of your life away every single day. And most of the time that they take out from your life, which people do not notice, is taken out between the times of 12 and 4 a.m. in the morning. That is why daylight saving time and changing the clock happens around there. Why does it have to happen around there? Now, people do not notice this, but you're going to notice this from now on, because we're talking about it and the spell is going to come off your eyes. Now, if you notice, between the times of 1 and 4 a.m. in the morning, if you are somebody who works graveyard shifts, you would notice that time seems to be very slow during that time period. Why is it so? And in most cases, what usually happens is anybody who works graveyards between the times of, let's say, 12 and, let's say, 4 a.m. in the morning, they get what they call double time payment. Why do you think that is? They steal time between 12 and 4 a.m. That is why daylight saving times or setting the clock happens there, because they steal your time. Besides the fact that they steal time between the times of 12 and 4 a.m. or p.m. every day, because if you notice, for anybody who works, you will always notice that between 12 and 4, it doesn't matter if it's AM or PM, it seems that time slows down. If you're at work, it seems like the time is not moving at all. Why? Because the way they designed the clocks that we use every day, they designed them to use 60 seconds per minute and then 60 minutes per hour. But during this time period between 12 and 4, whether it's AM or PM, they try as much as possible to make the clocks to keep on moving, not at 60 seconds per minute, but closer maybe to 80 seconds per minute, such that the human body, the biological clock of the human body, which is used to the fact that the time should be ticking at 80 seconds per minute and 80 minutes per hour, would not notice that these people, these evil descendants of David, decided to give us a 24-hour day instead of a 32-hour day on the clocks. So we're on a page to show you how daylight saving time actually works. So as you can see here, every time daylight saving time or the clocks have to be set, it's always set between the times of 12 a.m. and 4 a.m. in the morning, because that is the time period that most of the so-called fake time dilation, which is the stealing of 4 hours during that time period in a human being's life, happens. And we'll share more of this on The Shape of a World, but this is not the video for it. We're just trying to give you the so-called introduction to The Shape of a World so you will have full understanding when you get there. So most of our time is stolen between the times of 12 and 4 a.m. every day, or 12 and 4 p.m. every day, because the biological clock which we work on always shows you that for some reason during this time period, every single day, time seems to slow down. Even with people who go to work, you would notice that everything is fine, but immediately it hits noon, it seems like the day is dragging slowly. Why is that? Because your biological clock is telling you that your time is slower. So it happens always between these time periods, between 12 and 4 a.m. And with that, let's continue on now. So we are spending this much time to make you understand how our reality has been twisted, because in order for you to come back to reality and live as the Creator made this world, even after the flood, you need to know your time. You need to know where you are. You need to know what the world looks like. That is why we're taking out the time to make you have the shape of a world, because it's very, very important in these last days. Because without you understanding your time and your world, the way the world looks like, these people will continue to make your life a living hell and a fantasy, because they like fantasies and they do not like reality. So before we continue, part of the reason why you're looking at this clock this way is to make you understand that when you calibrate your clock, as we've told you how to do it, if you're going to make this clock out, because it's very easy for you to do, you have to understand that the minute arm of the clock is always going to be pointing to 16 right here. You can make it 16 or you can make it 00. But at the end of the day, what this is trying to show you here on this clock is that it is 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. per se, depending on what time you are, by this minute arm of the clock pointing here at 16 and this one pointing at 10. So with the false clocks that they show us, which we are functioning under, the minute arm of the clock is always pointing to 12 or noon to show you that that is the hour that you have reached by it pointing at 12, and then the hour arm pointing at any hour or time on the clock. So that's the reason why you're looking at this image, so you would understand this clock, okay? Because this is your clock. This is what your biological clock as a human being, talking about black people, functions under 32 hours. That is why they say black people function on black people's time, because that is our real time, 32 hours. As we talked about it before, most people don't get up out of their beds or don't get their day started until it hits 10 a.m. in the morning. Why? Because that 10 a.m. in the morning is actually 6 a.m. right in the morning, right here, your normal time. So that is the reason why. 6 is still early. Now, we would love to explain some more stuff about the 32-hour time period, our original time, which we're supposed to function in. But we can't explain it until you have this clock or made out the clock for yourself. Otherwise, you wouldn't understand what's going on, because there is something that these people have done to the human mind not to understand that when you sleep, the time that you think that you're sleeping is not really the time that it is. But like we said, we can't explain it further than that right now, because you need to have the clock to experience what we are trying to explain. And there's no need trying to explain it if you don't have the clock. And that's just what it is. So let's continue on.
So technology for a long time, especially when it comes to photography, has been used to deceive us. And a lot of people are not aware of the fact that photographs are used to deceive people. Now, why do we say that? The photographs that we're supposed to be taking is supposed to show us our reality, an image of our reality. But what happens is that when the technology itself is not designed to show us a reality, there is no way that we can see the reality for what it is. Because pictures should show us everything. But in today's world, the pictures that we take using our cell phones, cameras, or any camera out there is based on a deception. Why is that so? So naturally, if we were to eat all the good food which the Creator made for us, and we did not inbreed or crossbreed any of our food as we would grow them naturally ourselves, our eyesight would be so perfect that we would be able to see our reality for what it truly is. But because we are not doing that, we are not able to see our reality for what it is. But we can actually see it if we design our technology or images or image capture to see the reality of our world. But the descendants of David who run this world and are responsible for bringing all the technology that we use today have made sure that the design of the technology does not show us our reality. And when we're talking about the technology here, we're talking about how we capture pictures in cameras, because at the start, the camera itself came out initially. The science behind it was developing. A lot of the olden days cameras which used film rolls used to capture so many things, such as what they would call maybe ghosts or maybe imperfections in the films, were actually part of our reality. So the descendants of David who run this world decided to change the way camera technology was being used, because it would show us so much of a reality that we would not have the time to be debating or trying to talk to people, because at the end of the day, they say, what? A picture shows you 1,000 words, if that's what they say. So for you to understand how the science, the false sciences, has made picture capturing to show us a lie instead of reality, such that we do not see our reality. And reality in the sense, we're talking about the fact that you'd be able to see the blackness, the Creator himself. You would see Satan, who moves so fast that it looks like a blur, and that you would also see the metaphysical demons, the dead minds of albinos, anybody with straight hair who all grow tails. Before we go any further, we just want you to understand the reason why Satan is not able to be seen, even though he is very, very present in our world, is because Satan moves so fast. Now, before, on the prelude to the shape of our world, former prelude before this, we did make mention of the fact that Satan can change into dust or change into gas and go and do havoc, and people would not know that he was there. That statement is not exactly very, very literal. Why is it not exactly very, very literal? Because when we say that Satan moves like dust or gas and does so much havoc and people do not know, is because we're trying to make you understand that what we see when Satan moves is that he resembles gas or dust or air, because at the end of the day, when things are blurry to our look, it looks like it is dust, gas, or air. So that's the reason why we're playing this clip of this fan right here for you to see, because when this fan moves so quickly, as you see it rotating around right here, it looks like it's blurry or dust moving, okay? So that is the perception we see with our eyes when Satan moves, because it looks like it's dust or wind because he's moving so fast, we are not able to see it. So, but if the fan blades right here slow down, which is going to slow down in a minute or so,
You can actually see at this particular point that you can actually see the blades. So the reason why we do not see Satan, even though we see him every day, is because he moves so fast. He does not change to dust or gas, but because he moves so fast, the look that we see, the blurriness that we see, looks like dust or gas. So what we're trying to say here is that Satan does not change to gas or dust. He's a physical being. It's just because he moves so fast, he resembles dust or gas moving. And people do not see because he comes and goes at will. So let's continue now. So continuing on, the technology that we have at hand in picture capture or videos per se is a false technology. It was designed such that we would not be able to see our reality for what it is. And we're going to explain that very, very clearly here. Before we go into further explanation, we need to make you understand how you see and what you see when you look at a picture or a video. First things first is this: there is no such thing as video. What we perceive as video is fluid motion of still pictures. You have to remember this at this very particular point in time. So every time you watch video, what you're looking at is still images moving very fast such that it looks like it's a motion. So whenever you look at videos, what you're looking at is still images played back so quickly that it gives you the illusion of motion and you say that you're watching a video. So therefore, videos are an illusion that pictures move. Pictures do not move, okay? They are still images. But the idea of making it look like fluid motion is by making the still images to move so fast such that it gives your eyes the illusion that you're watching video or moving pictures. So this is one thing you have to understand at this particular point in time. There is no such thing as a video. What you have are still images played back so quickly that they mimic the illusion of motion. So whenever you hear in, let's say, cinematography or filmmaking or video making, when they say such things as this video or film is shot at 24 frames per second, that is actually a lie. The 24 frames per second there is actually the speed of the number of frames or still images that are played back across your eyes per second. So when they say 24 frames per second, what they're actually saying is that 24 images. So if you count through this particular images right now, here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so let's say, for example, that this were 24 images, even though we have 12 right here. So when they say 24 frames per second, it means that 24 images, 24 still images are played across your screen so quickly that it mimics the illusion of motion. So if you're watching movies, what's actually happening is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 24 still images are moved across your television screens so quickly so that it gives you the illusion that you're watching a video. But it's not. It's just still images being played quickly in front of your eyes to mimic the illusion of motion. So therefore, for anybody using a camera, what you need to understand is that when you set the frame rates, let's say 24 frames per second, or let's say 30 frames per second, what you're actually setting is the playback speed of the image that you're capturing through your camera. It doesn't matter what type of camera it is. It just means that you are playing back images that you captured at 24 frames per second. What does a frame mean? A frame just means the image that you capture. That's just what it means. So whenever you hear frame, it just means image, the size of the image that you're capturing. Okay? So when you get into, let's say, proper like photography, you have different types of film rolls which come in different sizes. So the film there, all right, or the size of the film, a size of the part of the film that gets exposed. Let's just pull up a picture and show you that so you can understand. So a frame would be right here. Follow my mouse. This particular line, or let's say rectangle or square that you see right here, that is a frame. This frame is what gets exposed to light and it captures an image. So whenever you hear that word frame, it just means the image that you are capturing. That's all what it means. So continuing on, in movies, if you're shooting movies, what usually happens is that they try to capture the pictures or images, the still images, which are now played very, very quickly across your television set, or let's say your projector, very fast, to mimic the illusion of motion. They shoot those movies at very high shutter speed. What is a shutter speed? The shutter speed is the speed that the shutter opens and closes to allow light to be captured on a film or a sensor. I hope you understand that. So the image that you're looking at is the image of the shutter of a camera, which exposes the camera sensor or the film roll to light and captures an image. So think of shutters as your window, all right? If you have a window to a house, if you close the window, all right, you don't have any light coming into the house. But when you open it, light comes in, right? And you can see. So the shutter on a camera is therefore the window that opens and closes. So if you've understood that, now think about this. If you open your window a little bit, you have very little light coming in, and therefore you see very little. If you open the window blinds or your window very wide and keep it open, you have more light coming into your room and you can see clearly. Now, with films that you watch on television, or let's say movies per se, the windows are opened very, very small for very low light to come in. Why is that the case? The idea is to hide reality from you so you do not see things for what they are. Now, besides the fact that in films that are shot on cameras, the shutter speed meaning here the window speed of the camera opening and closing, allowing light to come in so that you can see your images, are kept very small. The way the image is also captured also hides our reality, and that's the main part of what we are trying to explain here, so you understand why the cameras that we use and the television screens or any display format that we use is meant to hide our reality from us, not to capture our reality for the truth, for us to see what we're supposed to see, so that we can see the blackness, the creator that surrounds all of us and everything. And without him, nothing can move and survive. So you do not see Satan, even though he moves very fast as a blur, but you will still be able to capture that blur and see the images correctly. So you do not see metaphysical demons when you take your images or pictures, which would show you the reality of the world that you live in. And therefore there would be no debates, and all these things that the David Solomonic line of descendants are doing, running our world and using Satan to run our world, would not be possible, because now everybody would see our reality for what it is and would not be deceived by all the nonsense and bullshit they have done to be in power. Because at the end of the day,
all what evil and wicked people have is this world only, because when they die, they know for a certainty that there is another life which awaits them, and they dread it. They are afraid of death. So let's continue now with explaining more, since you've gotten to that point, of what happens and how our reality is hit and how it can be corrected if you will be interested in making the technology which we speak about, which we already know how it works, but this is just information for you, because at the end of the day, everybody needs to see this reality for what it is, and this is what we are trying to show you henceforth. So let's continue on. So to visually show you what happens with the camera when movies are being shot, what you need to look at this screen right here is this image right here, which says fast shutter speed. So it means that the curtain, so this small black line that you see means that the curtain has been opened, and very small amount of light is allowed to hit the sensor. So the picture is not going to be very clear because you have less light, all right? So here is a medium shutter speed. It means that there is more light allowed to hit the camera sensor or film when the shutter or the windows of the camera open up. And here, the full shutter speed. Here, slow shutter speed means that the whole entire window is opened up. So the picture here is going to be much more clearer because you have more light hitting the sensor or the film of the camera. So therefore speaking, what we're trying to make you understand at this particular point is that all cameras in the world have a vertical shutter. So that means the windows open up and down. Isn't that weird? Why would these evil people who know how true technology works would make cameras to open vertically? Because that's why we took out the time to explain the fact that the camera shutter is like a window. Now, if you look at all the windows that we have in buildings, do they open vertically or they open horizontally? I would be very, very certain that most windows in the world, 80% of the windows in today's world open horizontally, not vertically. Why is that the case? Why do windows of buildings open horizontally and not vertically? Let's explain, because we want to show you the deception that goes on when we take pictures which does not show our reality, because the design of the way cameras take pictures is designed to show us a false reality so we do not see things for what they are. So let's start first of all with the human head. We have eyes on our head, and we have a head that's on top of a neck. If you notice, the head has very little motion going up and down. Okay, so if you're trying to look up, your neck and your head has very little motion to be able to look up or look down. But your head has more ability to turn sideways in a swivel motion. So what are we saying? Your head has very little motion and very little flexibility looking at things vertically up and down, just like you would have this vertical shutter or vertical window which opens up and down. But your head has more motion panning to right or left, turning right or left, than looking up or down. All right? Why is that the case? The reason is because when we look at the world, things are moving horizontally in our plane. They are not moving up and down. When you look around, everything in nature, they are moving horizontally. You barely see things move up and down. When birds fly, you will see they always have horizontal motion. When planes fly, they have horizontal motion. When a man walks, you have horizontal motion. When a car moves, you have horizontal motion. So there is more horizontal motion because everything in nature moves horizontally more than vertically up and down.
So if everything in nature that we notice moves horizontally, why would you design a camera or a shutter, okay, that captures things vertically? And here's the part we explain the deception in hiding our reality by the technologies that we use, which are deliberately created to hide our reality from us. So what you're looking at the screen is trying to explain how cameras take pictures because they have a vertical shutter, but things move horizontally, okay? And because things move horizontally, a lot of the images being captured are not able to capture our reality perfectly. Why is that the case? Here is what happens. Because things are moving horizontally. So every time you take a picture, except that picture is a still picture of something not moving, the top part of the picture is always older than the bottom part of the picture. Because the vertical shutter is moving from top to bottom to capture an image. So every time you take a picture of yourself, any picture at all that you pull up, the top part of the picture is older. The bottom part of the picture is newer in time. So that means every time you take a picture, here's what usually happens. The top part right here that you're seeing, right? Okay, is a part of that image at that particular point in time. The lower part of the image, every lower part is always going to be newer than the part of the picture on top. So that means if you go across every picture that you take from top to bottom, you're only taking parts of that image at that particular point in time because every part of it is newer than the top part of it. So what usually happens in that case is that because things are always moving horizontally, what you are capturing is not the true image of any picture. Why? Because the way the camera shutter works vertically by capturing images from top to bottom, and meanwhile things are always moving horizontally out of focus. So what you're seeing is going to be a skewed image, except you took a still image, but nothing is ever still for you to take. So the only time you're going to have clear pictures or imagery is, for example, if you say someone should hold still for a minute or two and you take a picture of that person while the person is still, or let's say any object that you want to take is actually sitting still and is not moving. But in reality, things are always moving. Things are never still. So that is part of the deception that is used in images for it not to capture our reality as it ought to be. So let's show you an example now so you understand perfectly what we're saying. So here's a diagram of trying to explain to you what happens when we use all the cameras that the sciences, that the technology of this world, which is all run by the descendants of David, provide for us to hide our reality. So the image that you're looking at is a vertical shutter, which we've already explained to you that the shutter is just a window, and windows are meant to allow light to enter into a room so that you can see. If you have a wider window or you open your window widely, more light is going to come into your room. You're going to see clearly. If you just open the window a little bit and not wide enough, you have less light coming into the room and you're not going to be able to see clearly. So this is what is used in cameras and photography to take the pictures that we see every day, a vertical shutter. But the truth is this, as we have explained before, most windows in this world are horizontal. Why are they horizontal? Because things move horizontally in our world. They do not move vertically. So when you use a vertical shutter then in a camera, you're not capturing the actual image. All what you're capturing is parts of the image in time, not the image itself, not the full image itself in time. And therefore, the images are always going to be skewed because things are always moving horizontally. So with what you're looking at right here is showing you what happens. The arrow, the black arrow here shows you that things move horizontally in our field of view. So that's why it's pointing horizontally. Now the vertical shutter is showing you how the vertical shutter, or let's say the vertical window on a camera, opens and takes pictures. So what usually happens is this. When the vertical shutter opens, if things are moving horizontally, the top part of the image, all right, is going to be the older part of that image. So when things are moving horizontally out of focus, as the vertical shutter is opened to take the image of an object, okay? When things are moving, the top part is going to be shown this way. The lower part of the image are always going to be moving out of focus. So what you get is a skewed image, okay? The image doesn't look real. It's skewed. And you're looking at only parts of the image in time instead of looking at the full image in time. And because of that, you do not see clearly what you're supposed to be seeing. Because take, for example, now, if you wanted to take an image of Satan, right? By the time you start taking this image, right, you're only going to capture this particular portion of Satan only. This other part has moved so fast out of focus. Remember, Satan moves so fast, he looks like a blur. So you won't be able to see anything. But that is the design on purpose for the cameras that we use today. Because when the technology of cameras started at first, they had horizontal shutters. And they used film. And these films used to carry what they call a lot of imperfections in the photography, but they were not imperfections. They were capturing our reality. And sometimes it captured the reality so well, such that when the people who invented technology in the descendants of David, who are evil, saw it, they knew for a fact that if they allowed this type of camera photography to go on, people would be able to see their reality for what it is because of the horizontal shutters on a camera. Why horizontal shutters? Because let's pull up a picture and explain the vertical shutter a little bit more, then show you what the horizontal shutter would do. So here is an image of, let's say, any downtown area in North America, Europe, Africa, wherever you want to name it. Now, why does it look like the buildings taken in this picture are leaning forward? That is because of what we explained earlier to you, that things are always moving horizontally. And because of moving horizontally, they're always out of focus. So by the time you take an image, the top part of the image is older and the bottom parts are newer. And because the vertical shutter is moving from top to bottom and things are moving horizontally out of focus, so it looks like the pictures are leaning forward. Because what's actually happening here is that the whole picture is not being taken at the exact same time. Parts of the image are taken at different times because the person taking the picture is moving horizontally in a car, and the shutter on the camera is trying to take pictures vertically. So it's moving out of focus, and because of this image is not real. Because the only part that you would say would be true in this image would be the bottom part of it, because the rest is older. So that means things have transpired before you could take the whole image. So that is the trickery of the vertical shutters on cameras, because when we look at our world, you don't see things bending over like this, right? Everything is as is. But when you take a look at the camera, what you're actually seeing is a fabrication of the image, not an actual image. Because what is happening is that this image, none of the parts of this image were taken at the same time. They were all taken at different times because everything is always moving horizontally, and the shutter on the camera, which is supposed to capture the image, allow light to enter into the camera sensor or film, is being opened vertically. So you can do this experiment on your own. Take a car, take a camera, all right, and try to do a video. And while you are moving, you will notice that when you capture the images on that camera or video, it will look like things are bent over. Because why? The camera is trying to capture things that are moving horizontally, vertically, and it will never work. So this is how our reality by design has been skewed for us, not to see the world for what it is. Because instead of capturing the whole image at the same time for you to see what the image looks like, what you are capturing is parts of the image in time using the cameras that they give to us today. So let's go over now and explain what a horizontal shutter would do. So before we show you what the horizontal shutter looks like and how it would capture perfect images, because everything is always moving horizontally in our plane of field, we just wanted to show you that as the vertical shutters are used in cameras to capture things vertically such that they are skewed, because instead of capturing the whole image at a particular point in time, it's only capturing parts of the image at the particular point in time, and therefore we are missing details and missing capturing things which are moving horizontally in our world correctly for us to see what our world really looks like through the images that we take or capture per se in our camera phones and in our cameras and watch on TV. So in the same way that the camera captures things vertically, it is also displayed to you on TV also vertically. What usually happens is this: when you're watching a movie on television, remember we already told you that there is no such thing as a movie. What you're watching is still images being played back very fast across your TV set to make it look like it's moving pictures, to create the illusion of you watching a picture that is moving, when in actuality you're just watching still images being flickered through your screen very, very quickly. So the display of the television set displays pictures vertically from top to bottom, instead of displaying it horizontally from left to right or right to left, so that you would see the whole image at once, but rather you're only seeing parts of the image in time on your television. This is all deliberate. Reason being, when you capture things vertically in a horizontally moving world, a lot of things are always going to be moving out of focus before you can capture it, because you're trying to capture them vertically when things are moving horizontally. The right way to capture images would be to capture them horizontally. That means you would have a horizontal shutter that moves either from left to right to capture the whole image at a particular point in time, and you would also have television sets that would also show you the images from left to right or right to left horizontally, not vertically. So the lines that you see on your television screen, for those who have like older television sets, when you see these lines move over your television screens vertically top to bottom, it is because the images which you see on television screens or any display at all, whether it be your phone display, your computer display, or anything at all that you use as a display, is refreshed from top to bottom instead of left to right or right to left horizontally. So all the images on all the television sets today that you watch are all showed to you vertically from top to bottom, or refreshed from top to bottom instead of horizontally. The reason being that things get lost. Things are not captured well when you capture things vertically in a horizontally moving world. So if cameras were now made to have horizontal shutters, okay? Horizontal would mean that the shutter or the window blind, as we used in that example, opens horizontally. Okay? When it opens horizontally, you would be capturing all your images horizontally because things are always moving horizontally in our world. For example, when you walk horizontally. You don't walk vertically. When you drive your car, you drive it horizontally in motion. When you fly a plane or you're in a plane, it's moving horizontally across the plane. So things are always moving horizontally. So if you capture it horizontally with a horizontal shutter and you play it horizontally on your display, on your television sets or your phones, you would be seeing the reality of your world, because what happens is this: when you capture images horizontally, you're capturing the whole image at that particular point in time, not parts of it which are always moving out of focus. So that is why we draw this image to explain this to you and hope that the explanation will serve the purpose. So explaining again, you would see a horizontal shutter would move horizontally. Things are moving horizontally. Therefore, every image that you capture from top to bottom will be exactly the image at that particular point in time, not a part of it because of things moving out of focus when you're using a vertical shutter. So let's pull up the two images side by side so you understand what we're saying, even though this explanation may not suffice, but at least it will give you an idea of what we're trying to get at. So here is an image again for your own observation, just to think about it and see if you can understand it. With a vertical shutter, you're only capturing parts of the image at a particular point in time. So the whole image is not the image at a time. It's parts of it at a particular point in time. And therefore, if things are always moving horizontally out of focus, you will never be able to capture your reality, because the vertical shutter is only capturing parts of the image at a particular point in time and not the whole image at that particular point in time. So for example, if Satan was moving right here, by the time the vertical shutter moves, it would only have captured this part of Satan. And if you looked at it, you would not be able to see what you're looking at, because this whole part here down that I'm drawing with my mouse right here, okay, would all have been gone. The only part you would capture would be this portion right here with a vertical shutter, because Satan is moving horizontally and you're trying to capture him vertically. But with a horizontal shutter, right, once the shutter moves and captures the image, it's going to move everything at once. So everything here from top to bottom is going to be the actual image. It's not going to be out of focus because you captured it at the exact same point in time, not parts of the image. So with that example that we showed you earlier before, in these leaning skyscrapers in a downtown area in, let's say, North America or anywhere in the world, while this person was driving and trying to take the picture, these images would not be leaning forward because these are not real images. They are only parts of the image at a particular point in time. So with horizontal shutters in cameras, you would capture the whole image. And then on playback, because this deception is twofold. First of all, they use vertical shutters in the cameras, and they use vertical displays on the television sets or any type of display that you have, your cell phone or whatever you have that displays images and pictures. They also use a vertical display or refresh for those television sets. So you can imagine that if you, as we have, okay, created a horizontal shutter for a camera and a horizontal display for your television sets or any display that you have at all, your cell phones, your computers, your laptops, anything at all, you would be able to see your reality for what it is, and you would never, ever, ever be lied to. You would never, ever have a debate because you have the physical device itself. So imagine that everybody had this camera and this display which captures things horizontally. and displays them horizontally, you would see your reality for what it is. You would see the blackness of the Creator for all the wicked people of this world who love doing wickedness, and they would tremble to actually see that the Creator is real and He's all around us because He is the blackness. Without Him, nothing can live and survive, because it is the reason why everything is alive in this world. And we've already told you that to be alive means to have predefined motion. That's the meaning of being alive, of life. You would be able to see Satan, whom the descendants of David hide, and go to a certain place to see him. Well, we don't want to talk about this right here, but in the shape of a world, you get all that information. You would be able to see demons, the metaphysical demons, not just the albinos, anybody with straight hair, who are the physical demons, who all have tails and are not human. You would be able to see all of this with this camera and display that has a horizontal shutter, okay, on the cameras, and has a horizontal display of refreshing the images that you see on your display sets of anything. So this is how our reality has been hid from us, such that we do not see things for what they are, because the technology by design is designed for you not to see your reality, but to have a false way of how this reality works or the life we live, so that the descendants of David can continue to rule this world and make you to worship their God in Satan, instead of knowing the Creator for who He is and doing His 13 commandments. So that is the deception that's going on in the world. And you're looking at how this horizontal shutter, which is on every modern day camera today, works. You can see how it's opening here and allowing a very small amount of light to get into the sensor or camera film to capture an image, because all this is by design to hide our reality, so that you do not see this world for what it is. And this has worked perfectly up till now. And we said up till now because it no longer works that way anymore. So I want you to imagine right here that you would have a horizontal shutter camera that would capture one frame or one picture every second for at least 40 seconds. That means you would have 40 images in 40 seconds, and that you could play back these images that you took, all right, on your television displays or any display which is 4K. 4K here meaning that you have 4,000 pixels per square inch, all right? And then you can multiply to know what the length of your TV set would be by multiplying the number of inches by the pixels, okay? By the 4,000 square pixels. That you could play this back on this kind of television sets. You can imagine what you would see. The very least amount of detail of everything around you, such that there would no longer be any debates. You would see the reality of your world, which has been hid from you. And with that, let's continue to play you an edited version of the last Prelude series, which talked about real demons. And then we can come back and finish this long prelude, which is one of the last videos that Tricks of the S Trade will have on our channel. Let's continue on.
one of the greatest secret that the medical industry, the scientific industry, the educational system, the agricultural system, and every organization in this world has kept to hide the fact that albinos, anybody with straight hair, are animals and not human beings. You can train a dog to walk and even talk and wear clothes, but it will not change the fact that it's an animal, because all animals have tails. Satan has a tail. You heard that? Animals have a tail. You've heard that. Albinos, anybody with straight hair, have a tail. You've heard that. What does that mean? Satan, animals, in all the animals that you see in the world, and albinos, anybody with straight hair who are animals and have tails, but their tails are hidden. And you're going to find out why as you watch on this particular video, so that you will know when we tell you that albinos, anybody with straight hair, are not human beings, but demons with tails. And that any time that you have slept, because black people sleep with albinos, anybody with straight hair, they procreate with them. They bear children for albinos, anybody with straight hair. They also marry albinos, anybody with straight hair. They take care of their children and take care of them. You have been taking care of an animal, just like you would take care of any goat, any cow, any sheep, or any animal that you find in the bush. That is what you've been sleeping with. Their tails were hidden for a very specific purpose. By the medical industry, by the scientific industry and organization, in coining a word for it such that you would not know. And that word is spina bifida.
A hopeful society has institutions of science and medicine that do not cut ethical corners and that recognize the matchless value of every life. Tonight, I ask you to pass legislation to prohibit the most egregious abuses of medical research, human cloning in all its forms, creating or implanting embryos for experiments, creating human-animal hybrids, and buying, selling, or patenting human embryos.
Creating human-animal hybrids, and buying, selling, or patenting human embryos.
George Bush specifically said, as we have told you, there is such a thing as human-animal hybrid mixing. But is it possible, actually, for animals and human beings to be mixed? The answer is no. There is no such thing as animals to be mixed with human beings. Why did George Bush, many years ago before now, set the premise that there is such a thing as human-animal hybrid mixing? Because the system, Satan, does not want you to know that the animals that it is referring to is talking about albinos, anybody with straight hair, whom black people have mixed and crossbred with. Because when you hear human-animal hybrid mixing, what you're going to be thinking about is that humans are being mixed with certain animals like maybe leopards, chimpanzees, monkeys, elephants, and all the other animals which you consider to be animals. But the truth is this: the human-animal hybrid mixing that is talking about albinos, anybody with straight hair, because they are not human. Therefore, this message made by George Bush was specifically designed to lead people into believing, when they start seeing albinos, anybody with straight hair, start growing tails,
because of the failure of the drug system, because the failure of the scientific system, because of the failure of the religious system, as all these systems are going to crumble at this moment, then the deceived in the wicked black people will think that scientists mixed human beings with real animals instead of the fact that albinos, anybody with straight hair, are animals. And they have tails, and you're going to find that out on this video. That is the reason why this statement by George Bush was made. The creator told black people to stay away from albinos, anybody with straight hair, who are animals with tails, living in India. But throughout history, black people have always gone and crossbred with these animals. In albinos, anybody with straight hair, they would give them some sort of knowledge, then crossbreed with them to get the knowledge of Satan, because these are Satan's children. We did show you that Satan has a tail. So does his children, because they are not human beings but demons. And all this while, this is the greatest medical secret kept from human beings, kept from black people. So they would continue to crossbreed themselves with albinos, anybody with straight hair, and give them their strength and their power. So they look human today. And so you could actually believe that you are looking at a human being. So the crossbreeding of human beings with children of angels in albinos, anybody with straight hair, brought about the flood which destroyed the world, in which only 8 people survived. And today this has continued on forward and has brought about the destruction of the world, this time around permanently with fire, for all the wicked black people who have crossbred themselves with animals in albinos, anybody with straight hair, who are also demons physically in this world. And they are the ones who are able to make it necessary that a spell is cast on the whole entire world, so the world do not see, because they are the demons that you have been told and lied to by the religious system in Christianity. When they say they are casting out demons, they created a diversion, so you do not see that physically and literally the demons before you, albinos, anybody with straight hair, both physically and metaphysically, when they die. So spina bifida in your understanding today just means that albinos grow tails, but because of the scientific hiding of the growth of albino tails, when they get into hospitals, when their babies are born, they help them to remove them if they have grown out, because the drugs that they give to pregnant mothers and the inbred food, especially being fed to us, limits the growth of the tail of albinos, anybody with straight hair, so that black people would not see that they are not human beings but animals who have been trained by black people to look and sound human. That is why black people have had a misunderstanding of understanding albinos, anybody with straight hair. That is why albinos, anybody with straight hair, live with animals, treat animals better, because they themselves are animals and not human beings. That if you have an albino in your house, you do not have a human being. What you have is an animal. The reason why you do not see them to be animals is because black people have been crossbreeding with them all through their lives, making them look more human than what they ought to look like, in which they are animals with tails crawling on all fours. This is the history that has been hid from you right from all eternity, in which the religious system, the medical system, every organization in this world that's organized has been organized to hide the children of Satan physically to you, because you have been made to live on faith instead of facts and reality and evidence, which the Creator gave to human beings that they should have common sense and understanding. But because they have refused the priesthood of the remnant, they have refused their high priest, they do not know the truth anymore. All they believe are lies. They have been living, cohabiting with demons in animals and albinos, anybody with straight hair. And they wonder where their problems are coming from. And their pastors have lied to them, because they were set up to make sure that you do not see that you are physically living with the children of Satan and albinos, anybody with straight hair, who have tails and are demons. This is the reason why the scientific industry, the medical industry, the media industry, everything that has to do with an organization or a system in this world has always portrayed albinos before you. Why? Because they wanted black people to believe that the skeleton of an albino, anybody with straight hair, is the same as their own skeleton. So they do not question what they see. Because in all the skeletons they show you that there exists a tailbone in the human skeleton. But this is not true. The tailbone exists only in animals, because albino, anybody with straight hair, are animals, demons with tails. And the medical industry hid this from you, because they have fed you inbred food and folic acid in almost every meal that you eat, so that the albino tail will not grow when the child is being formed, as we had shown you and we still show you now. That when the fetus of a child forms, that fetus that they show you in which there is a tail is an albino. But where did it go before they became born? Through the drugs that they fed the pregnant woman, the pregnant albino, anybody with straight hair, and the black person who has crossbred themselves by sleeping with an albino, anybody with straight hair, and bearing children for them. Through the drugs, the maternal drugs which they give a pregnant woman, especially in folic acid, which you can get over the counter at any drugstore, but you can also get it through the food, which we are going to share with you a little bit of the food which you get this folic acid. The albino tail does not grow out. It becomes stunted, but some of them have malformations, and they use the word spina bifida to remove the tail at birth if there is a malformation, so that black people do not see that they have been cohabiting with demons, animals, not human beings, because they are wicked and refuse the truth. What does spina mean? Spina means the spine. What does bifida mean? Bifida is from two words, bi and fida. What does bi means? Bi means two. What does fida mean? Fida means a split. It means that the spine or stem splits into two, one being the spine and the other being a tail. So this is how words are used to tell you the truth, but because it's spoken in which language, you will never understand until you hear the truth from a high priest. So let's continue reading. It says, spina bifida is a birth defect. No, it's not a birth defect. Albinos, anybody with straight hair, grow tails because they are not human beings. They have been trained to think, act, and talk like human beings. So you believe that they are human beings by black people. Black people have been crossbreeding with albinos, anybody with straight hair. When Satan slept with a granddaughter of Ham to bring forth them, their tails, because Satan has a tail, was part of their genetic encoding. And the Creator told everybody, stay away from them. So this is the picture of that pelvis which we've shown you, because it does show here, if you never ever took a look at the human skeleton, you would never know that albinos, anybody with straight hair, carry a tail in what is known as a tailbone. That is the meaning of the word which you see in which it said spina bifida occulta. It means a tailbone or a tail that is hidden. Why is it hidden and has not grown into a full tail? Because of the drugs that they give pregnant women, both black and albinos, anybody with straight hair, such that if the black person has procreated, slept with an animal in an albino, anybody with straight hair, and has carried a child for them, the tail will not grow, such that when that black mother gives birth to that child, she will not know that this is an animal that she gave birth to, a demon, a child of Satan. So that is what it means by spina bifida occulta. Huge terminology of words, but until you hear the truth from a high priest, you will never know what you're looking at or what you're hearing. So this is that tailbone right here that you see, hidden. Spina bifida occulta, and black people have no tailbones because this is human and this is an animal. And let's continue on. Esau, when born, was a child of Satan. This is what the Bible or scripture says. Because he had hair, straight hair, mixed with black hair, if you want to call it mixed hair. That's why, for example, when you see black people have mixed hair, even though they are black, it means that they have the genetic line and coding of Esau. Okay? Esau started the crossbreeding. Because when you read scriptures, people always wonder, why was it that Rebekah or Isaac, who was Esau's parents, told him not to marry the women of the land? What was so wrong about marrying a woman from a different ethnicity? The truth which these scriptures, the truth which is hidden from you by Christianity in the Bibles that you read, did not let you know that the women that Esau married were not human beings. They had tails. But at that point in time, they had designed a way such that when the child was born, the tail was cut off and stunted. This is the kind of beings that Esau married. They did not look human because human beings have 5 fingers and 5 toes. These beings, which were animals, which Esau crossbred himself with, did not have 5 fingers and 5 toes. They did not look like anything that you see today in a human being or what the albinos, anybody with straight hair, look, regardless in the fact that their tails grow, but it is stunted by the medication that they give pregnant mothers when they are born. That is why pregnant mothers are requested to go to a hospital, requested to have an ultrasound scan. What is the ultrasound scan for? It is to check for the fact that the tail of the child in an albino, anybody with straight hair, is not growing, such that they can administer more drugs. Because what happens is that when the medical staff look at these ultrasound pictures, especially if they are black, they are taught how to look at the spine. So they're going to look at the spine and say, okay, this is spina bifida, because they created this word for it. So you wouldn't know that it's a tail growing from an albino, anybody with straight hair. So they say this is spina bifida. And they now start giving that albino, anybody with straight hair woman drugs, or the black woman who had crossbred themselves by marrying or procreating with an albino man. They start feeding that pregnant mother folic acid. Meanwhile, they tell her that the folic acid prevents spina bifida, instead of the fact that folic acid prevents the growing of an albino tail, just like any animal tail that you see in the world, from reptiles, crocodiles, to mammals that you see on land.
We want to look closely at some structures inside the brain. The bright area here is the choroid plexus, the part of the brain that makes spinal fluid. This black area next to it is the collection of spinal fluid in the brain. We measure it to make sure there isn't hydrocephaly or too much fluid in the brain. We also look at this structure in the back of the brain, the cerebellum. It looks like 2 balls stacked on top of each other. For years, all we did was measure it for growth, but we now know the shape may be changed if a baby has a neural tube defect. So looking at this area helps us detect spina bifida.
For years, all we did was measure it for growth, but we now know the shape may be changed if the baby has a neural tube defect. So looking at this area helps us detect spina bifida.
For years, all we did was measure it for growth, but we now know the shape may be changed if the baby has a neural tube defect. So looking at this area helps us detect spina bifida.
In this view, we also measure the thickness of the skin at the back of the neck. It can be increased in some chromosome abnormalities like Down syndrome. This is the spine. We look at the region of the neck, the middle of the back, and all the way down to the sacrum or tailbone where it comes to a V. These views help us detect spina bifida.
This is the spine. We look at the region of the neck, the middle of the back, and all the way down to the sacrum or tailbone where it comes to a V. These views help us detect spina bifida.
This is the spine. We look at the region of the neck, the middle of the back, and all the way down to the sacrum or tailbone where it comes to a V. These views help us detect spina bifida.
This is the spine. We look at the region of the neck, the middle of the back, and all the way down to the sacrum or tailbone where it comes to a V. These views help us detect spina bifida.
And that is how this has been hit. But when you look at this picture right now, okay, that you're looking at the screen, you can see that at the base of this picture right here, this is where the tailbone of the albino, anybody with straight hair person, grows. And as you can see that this child right here is an albino by the color of the skin and by how straight the hair is. If you are mixed, it means you're not black. That's the honest truth. If one of your parents is an albino, anybody with straight hair, you are definitely not black. So Esau started crossbreeding with these beings who had tails and started giving them black genetics to look human and have 5 fingers and 5 toes, and to give them less hair on their bodies to look human. So this is what has been hid in scripture, which a lot of people do not know. That is why Isaac and Rebekah told Esau, do not marry the women of the land. So no matter the crossbreeding that black people crossbred with albinos, anybody with straight hair, they all still grow tails, which sets them apart and shows that they are not human beings. Mixed children are not human beings too, because they still grow tails. The only beings in the world who do not grow tails and have hair that is different from every being in the world are black people. So as you're looking at this screen right now, it says spina bifida open defect. This growth right here is a tail. But they have lied to you, so you do not know so. It's present in all albinos, regardless of their ethnicity, and all mixed children. The only people who do not grow tails are black people. Black people with woolly hair. If you find any black person who has straight hair or mixed hair, they are really not black, but have a semblance of blacks. Most cases of the growth of the tail of albinos, anybody with straight hair, can be prevented if the mother gets enough folate before and during pregnancy. The whole entire medical system was used to cover up this fraud. That's why we tell you and have told you before that the whole medical system was created for albinos, anybody with straight hair, by wicked black folk who sought the power of Satan, such that they would create more demons to be able to control their own black populations. And they have made black people to be sleeping with animals, because all albinos, anybody with straight hair, grow tails. If not for the folic acid which is given to them, and the folic acid through the inbred food, especially in fruits and veggies, all of them will be having long tails. And how many of you will be following anyone that you see with a tail in an albino, anybody with straight hair? Let's continue reading. It says, adding folic acid to flour. So that means every food that you eat that has flour, let's say pizza, which a lot of people eat, and bread has folic acid. Every food that you eat that is manufactured, okay, put in a can, has some folic acid added to it in its ingredients. Every black person in this world who is wicked, who has done some sort of abomination in inbreeding, bestiality, murder, homosexuality, preaching and imitating themselves as if they are high priests and they call themselves pastors or clergy, the ones who keep tattoos, the ones who do body piercings, and the ones who keep long hair or dress in any way, shape, or form that shows them to be a witch or a wizard, they have all been corrupted because they carry the genetic of crossbreeding with albinos, anybody with straight hair who are not human beings, in their blood, in their body. That is why they act that way. The word folic can be spelled PH, is the same pronunciation. PH is the same word that you have in the word phosphate. Folic there can be spelled PHOLIC. But they use these different spellings to hide the truth. So you do not know what you're eating in your food. Because at the end of the day, folic acid comes from the word phosphate. And phosphate comes from the word photo. And photo means light. And we're not going to share any more information other than that. Because at the end of the day, the phosphate acid or folate acid that they feed you happens to come from inbred food. Foods that are not black. So, continue reading, he says, however, dietary supplementation with folic acid has been shown to be helpful in reducing the incidence of the growth of albino tails, spina bifida. Sources of folic acid include, pay attention, whole grains. But the whole grains that you eat is not talking about black grains. It's talking about inbred grain. The white rice and every other food that you eat that's grain, wheat, sorghum, that's not black. Goes on to say, fortified breakfast cereals, all the breakfast cereals that you eat, from cornflakes, okay, to any kind of cereal that you eat, all contains what? Folic acid to prevent the growth of albinos, anybody with straight hair tails. Continue reading. It says dried beans. Which beans is it talking about? It's talking about all the beans that is not black. Leaf vegetables. What kind of leaf vegetables that is talking about? All the leaf vegetables that are not black. And fruits. What kind of fruits? All the fruits that are not black. It goes on to say here, however, it is difficult for women to get the recommended 400 micrograms of folic acid a day from unfortified foods, which means manufactured foods globally. Fortified wheat flour. So when you see that name fortified, what does it mean now? Because the word, as we told you, they put these sly words and terminologies on food so you don't understand what it means. Fortified just means it contains folic acid. That is why the word is fortified. It's the same word that you have in the word folic, which can be spelled as PH or FO, fortified. It goes on to say, globally, fortified wheat flour is credited with preventing 50,000 neural tube defects. So that's another word there. They call it a neural tube defect instead of the truth that it is the growth of a tail, which is stunted. Because if you look at all the fetuses, which they show you on TV on how the human being is formed, once you start forming, it has a tail. But those tails are for albinos, anybody with straight hair. They are not for black people, because black people do not grow tails. Why did they have to present that image to you? Because it's a deception. Because if you think, if all black people looking at the fetus forming, which they show you it has a tail, if you look at that, you will assume that you as a black person, that's how you grow too. So you would not care to know the difference. So you would not be aware that it is not you that is presenting, but you have seen yourself in that picture. That is how Satan works, to deceive you. That is why it makes you think that we are all the same. So you do not know that there is a difference, that there are two kinds of people in this world. One are the children of Satan, physically and literally. They grow tails. In albinos, anybody with straight hair. And the other ones are blacks. We've been trained to think that when we see abnormalities on human beings, that is just the way that human being is. Instead of the fact that that abnormality is caused by the fact that in their lineage, their parents had crossbred with an albino, anybody with straight hair, who are demons, animals, and not human beings. And that is why they have that birth defect. Here's an albino, anybody with straight hair baby. Now, on top of what you're seeing right here is a tail. but the tail has grown and is underneath the skin. And this is what they're going to call spina bifida, because they do not want black people who are in the hospitals, who are in the medical agency, to know that albinos, anybody with straight hair, have always grown tails. They call it spina bifida. They're going to treat this child and then remove this curled tail. If there was no folic acid given in all the food that we eat, all albinos would have tails and all you black people would run away from them. Even the ones that you call kids at home, this is what they have. But the folic acid prevented it. Because as we've shown you, the medical article says there's no way to prevent it. All albinos grow tail. It's just the folic acid that stunts the growth and the fact that they feed you inbred food. Let's continue on with some more pictures now. We'll show you more graphic pictures other than this, but we just want you to sink this one into your mind for the very first time so that it never goes away, especially for all black people who, when they look at albino, anybody with straight hair, the dirtiest, stinkiest, smelliest female, the scum of the earth. So you always remember, for the one that you have in your house and for the child that she bore to you, that this is what they look like. But because of the folic acid given to them through the inbred food, this tail does not grow out as a baby when they are as a fetus in their mother's womb. This is an albino, anybody with straight hair female with a tail. And the albino males also grow tails. But because of the folic acid given to them, while they are fetus, it is not seen. This is what you have in your home. A demon, an animal. And you've been wondering where your problems are coming from because you did not see this. And all the time that you've been chasing that albino in the skirts and thinking that's the prettiest woman in the world is because you are a wicked human being, a black person. Wicked in your mind, filled with demons. That's why you refuse to cohabit with the creation of the creator in a black woman, but with an albino, anybody with straight hair, female, and they all grow tails. Now, if you think that we just pulled this picture out of nothing, I want you to go on your search engine right now and let's pull up that search engine and you type out so you see the results. Type on your search engine, human beings with tails as we have typed out. In all the pictures that you will see there, they are all albinos. Take a good look at this one. This is a baby because with a tail, it's not a human being. Albinos are demons, children of Satan because Satan has a tail. And blacks who were supposed to be children of a high priest have corrupted themselves just like they corrupted themselves before the flood. So today when you see any black person want to be white, want to talk and act like an albino, anybody with straight hair, what they are saying in essence is that they want to be an animal instead of a black person in which they were created in the image of the creator. And albinos, anybody with straight hair, which Satan gave birth to by sleeping with a black woman, a granddaughter of Ham, gave birth to demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails and today have 5 fingers and 5 toes from crossbreeding with blacks, but the tails do not go away. But because of the folic acid given and the whole entire setup of the medical industry and the whole entire setup of this world to cover up the fact that you've been walking around talking to a demon, living with one, giving birth to one, procreating with one, and calling them children, husbands, and wives. So scroll further into this search engine and you will see this is an Asian. So Asians are not exempt from growing tails because, as we have shown you, as long as you see that straight hair, it means they have all been compromised. An albino is an albino, anybody with straight hair, they are all children of Satan. That is the growth of a tail. These are not human beings. They look human today, like we said, because of the crossbreeding of blacks over the centuries, starting with Esau, who himself was a child of Satan as well. And as you can see, all these pictures are all of albinos. You don't see any black person. Do your own search and see that. That's a tail right there. This isn't human. Albinos are not human. This is another picture right here. See that? That's a tail. And look at the feet. The feet today look like human feet because of crossbreeding with blacks. They never used to look like this. See, this feet right here is not the feet of a human being, but look at the tail. And this is what all of you black people have been procreating with and saying that you have children. They all have tails because they are not human beings. Let's continue. So remember this picture that we showed you on the former Prelude to The Shape of a World? And we showed you the fact that albino females, anybody with straight hair, work out in the gym because they are demons, thinking that they can have the structure and butt of a black female because they know what a woman should look like, and they are not one because they are demons. And they have been deceiving black people, especially the stupid black males, for a very long time by wearing all these tight-fitting pants, trying to make you believe that they have a butt. Now, I want you as a black man to imagine right now that if you looked at this albino female right here, which you think has a butt and looks very attractive to you, in your stupid demonic field mind, that if you saw this with a tail, would you still say that this is attractive? But this has been prevented by the inbred food that you have been feeding with, and all the folic acid in that food, given many different names so that you would not know, so that this tail will not grow. And this albino here, who did not have enough folic acid, had a growth of a tail. Would you still be walking around with one and being very, very proud that you have a wife that is an albino, anybody with straight hair, and that you have children who would grow tails also? You stupid, dumb idiots, forsaking your creation. Common sense should tell you as a black person that you should procreate with your own. But you choose to despise your own because you are demonically filled. Common sense should tell you, procreate with your own. But you procreated with an albino, anybody with straight hair demon with a tail. And they look human today with the 5 fingers and 5 toes and less hair all over their body, and something else that we're not going to mention on this particular video until you get to The Shape of a World. Because of crossbreeding with blacks, you have been giving your strength to your enemy in a demon, because Satan does not want you to understand that everything in this world is physical. He made you believe in fantasies that demons are something from outer space or aliens. They have been right before your face, and you've been living, feeding, procreating, and taking care of one, and you call them a wife or a child or a husband. Shame on you all black people for doing this. You've been living physically with children of angels, in albinos, anybody with straight hair, who are demons, who look like animals, literally. But today, because of the folic acid and the crossbreeding with black people, which black people have enveloped themselves into, they now all carry the genetics, all the weird things that black people are doing. Like we've explained before, you find any black person engrossed in inbreeding, homosexuality, bestiality, murder, rape, imitating themselves to be a high priest by calling themselves a pastor or preaching, they have all had the genetic of Satan infused into their system. So as it was during the times of Noah, it is happening again now. The only reason why you have not been able to see it is because Satan hid it, so that the wicked should all perish. Because the work of Satan for his boss is to make sure that all his children go to the lake of fire. But you never saw it coming, because you are also one of them. You've crossbred yourself with a demon. In albino, anybody with straight hair, given birth to a demon, and you call it a child. Married a husband and a wife, and you call a husband and a wife when there are demons right before you physically, and when they die, they become the metaphysical demons which speak to you and tell you to do evil things, and you obey them. Because demons metaphysically are all around you as well as physically, but you have not been able to see the metaphysical one, because you have seen it, but you have not understood what you were seeing. And we will reveal that to you. They have been covering this thing up for years, and that the reason why all ethnicities in black ethnicities always went to India was to crossbreed with these demons. Terrible things black people have done. Just saying it is shocking. They went and crossbred themselves with animals who had 3 fingers and 3 toes covered in fur. And when they would shave that fur, they would now have raw skin. Just like anybody who shaves their hair, they would have raw skin. And the skin would have a color. And because of the coloring of the skin, these animals will cover themselves up in tattoos. And that is where the origin of tattoos come from. Covering up the raw skin of albinos, anybody with straight hair, when they had 3 fingers and 3 toes. And we'll show you the true pictures of what they looked like with a tail. And that is the picture right there. An albino with a tail. Because all albinos, anybody with straight hair, grow tails. So one of the things that they like lying about the fact, because evolution was made to make you believe that human beings evolve, which are black people. Black people have never evolved. They've always been black, they've always been human, and they've always had no tail. Now, you will find out that in all creation, I want you to take a good look at creation. You will never find a monkey try to evolve into anything. It always stays a monkey. So does the fish of the seas. So does every living organism, because there is no such thing as evolution. What happened is that black people crossbred themselves with animals in albinos, anybody with straight hair who are not human beings, to have the power of Satan, even as we have shown you that black people today, in trying to get traction in life, will always either marry or procreate with an albino, anybody with straight hair who grows tails, because they've come to understand that by doing so, that they will have some traction, which is the success that Satan gives black people in this world for cohabiting with demons in albinos, anybody with straight hair. So there's no such thing as evolution. Now, why did we say so? Because when you read in these stories, they'll tell you that there are parts of the human body which have evolved. Such thing as a tail, in which they call a vestigial tail. That means it's no longer necessary. The human body doesn't grow that. But when it says they're humans, it's talking about albinos, anybody with straight hair. Because the pictures show you albinos, it doesn't show you any black person. Because as we've shown you, and as we've told you, black people do not grow tails. But a mixed child of an albino, anybody with straight hair, with a black human being will have a tail, because mixed children are not black. So it says here, what is a vestigial tail? As you can see here, this is the picture of an albino, anybody with straight hair child growing a tail, because all albinos grow tails. If not for the folic acid and the in-bed food that they have been feeding the whole general population, all the albinos that you see today will all grow tails. Anybody that has straight hair, even the black man that has straight hair, who has the same genetic as an albino, anybody with straight hair, would grow a tail. And you would know that these are not human beings, because the Creator made everything after its order. So this is the reason why we tell you that an apple can never change into a pineapple tree or any other tree. It would always remain an apple forever. A demon will always be a demon forever. But what they have succeeded in hiding from you is their tails, which would show you that they are demons, children of Satan, because Satan has a tail. And we will surely show you this when you get to the shape of a world. So reading this article here, it says, all humans are created with a small tail that is later absorbed by the body and developed into the tailbone. That is a lie. It's talking about albinos, anybody with straight hair here, not black people. As we've shown you, black people have no tailbones. Let's pull up that picture again before we continue, so you have it fresh in your memory. That's the picture right there again. Tailbone. All albinos, this is what their skeleton looks like. This tail has not grown out Because of the folic acid given in all processed food. All processed food that you eat has folic acid. All food that is not black in fruits and veggies have folic acid, which is also known as phosphoric acid, spelled differently, such that the tail of albinos, anybody with straight hair, will not grow. But confused into this tailbone, as you can see right here, this is a black skeleton. It has no tailbone. Let's continue now. So it goes on to say here, how does a vestigial tail form? All humans are created with a small tail that is later absorbed by the body and developed into the tailbone, which is a lie because it's talking about albinos, anybody with straight hair, and not black people. But let's continue reading because we want to show you something that you did not ever pay attention to or did not understand. But let's keep on reading on what the folic acid actually does. It goes on to say, in some rare cases, small amounts of tissue are left hanging on the tailbone area of the body. Most often, the small piece of skin contains no bones, but does contain nerves and blood vessels. In some rarer cases, there are up to 5 vertebrae in the small tail, resulting in a true human tail or vestigial tail. It goes on to say, according to experts, this human tail is not human. It's a demon, albinos, anybody with straight hair. So do not be confused about the reading of this article. Anytime it says human here, it's talking about albinos, anybody with straight hair, who are demons, animals, not human beings, in black people. It says here, according to experts, this albino, anybody with straight hair, tail is not really a tail at all. That is a lie, because they do not want you to know that they grow tails. It goes on to say, it is thought to be a hiccup in the natural human development process. That's a lie. They are not human. They are demons. That is why they sleep with animals, are more comfortable with animals than with black people. You never thought these things made sense because they are all acting their genetics. It goes on to say, in the natural albino, anybody with straight hair development process, and sometimes linked to spina bifida, trying to make you think that spina bifida is an anomaly, when it is a normality in albinos, anybody with straight hair. It's just a code term for blacks not to understand that they are demons, which they have loved, bred, and slept with, procreated, bare children, taken care of, are demons, animals, not human beings. It goes on to say, white blood cells, pay special attention now. It says, white blood cells degrade vertebrae 6 to 12 in the 8th week of gestation. Why do white blood cells degrade? The spinal or the tail of an albino, anybody with straight hair, in the 8th week of gestation, as well as for mixed babies, because the folic acid in bred food causes you to have more white blood cells. And what does white mean? White, as we have shown you, is what? Is death. White represents demons. White has nothing good. White hair means you're getting old and ready to die. So the inbred food and the folic acid, the reason why the government poisons you on purpose and makes you to grow white hair and have so much white blood cells is so that albinos, anybody with straight hair, their tails would not grow out, and you would not know that all this while you've been living with demons, so that all the wicked black people can go to the lake of fire for what they have done to humanity. That is why. And now you know the truth. And let's continue with more pictures. As you have seen this one already, an albino, anybody with straight hair baby growing a tail. For all the stupid black males who love albino females, this is what you've been sleeping with. An animal, a demon. And you hated your own black women that the Creator gave you and chose Satan and his children. So here are some more pictures, okay? Pictures of baby born with tail in India. As you can see, this is a tail. For all you stupid black folk who've been looking at albino females, looking at their asses and butt and say, oh, I think he has a butt. Oh, I want a Latina with a big butt. You have been looking at an animal with a tail, and they only look human today because they have 5 fingers and 5 toes because of crossbreeding with black folk, but they still grow tails. If not for the folic acid and all the inbred food that they feed. And the medical industry, the medical system hiding the fact that albinos, anybody with straight hair, grow tails by using such words as spina bifida or neural tube defects. Black people would have known long time ago, but because black people are wicked and deserve the lake of fire for bringing abominations into this world, this deception has been hidden from their minds. And this is what you've been sleeping with, procreating, keeping as a baby, and saying that you have children when you have been living with demons. Animals, they have tails because Satan has a tail. And for those stupid black males there who say they like Asians too, look at it right here. Everybody who has straight hair who's an albino or mixed child has a tail. If not for the inbred food and the folic acid fed in all processed food, all their tails would grow out and you would see that these are demons. So here's that former picture which we read to you before, but we did not show you the full-scale tale, which said that an 18-year-old kid or 17-year-old kid had an 18-centimeter tail removed. And this is what the pictures were like. It says this teenager has finally had his 18-centimeter tail removed after being worshipped as a monkey god. Neurosurgeons successfully took away the 7-inch growth, the longest human tail ever recorded. This is a lie. It's not the longest human tail ever recorded. They have been longer. This is what you should see when you type humans covered in hair. You will see that all these are albinos because this is how they were covered up in hair, walking on all fours. But this face right here that you see, okay, is not supposed to look this way because it still looks human. Because this was the steps in crossbreeding which black people did with them in India. That's why all black civilizations, from Babylon to the Roman Empire to the Greek Empire, all went down there to India to crossbreed with demons in albinos, anybody with straight hair, to make them look human and have the power of Satan. These black civilizations will have the power of Satan to rule their world and make albinos look more human. But this is what they really looked like. Covered in fur, walking on all fours like an animal with a tail because they are animals. And let's show you some more pictures on another website so you see that this is true. And here is the article. It says, Wolfman with rare condition that causes hair to grow over his face says he would not change it, and the ladies wouldn't want him to either. Which ladies is it talking about? Albinos, anybody with straight hair. Because if black people ever saw that albinos look like this, and that the so-called movies that you've watched in like The Wolfman or Werewolf in London was actually based on a true story on what albinos really looked like, besides the fact that they changed the shape of the face and what the fingers and the toes really looked like, and that they had a tail, no black person would come near any one of them. But today, because black people are wicked and need to be deceived into the lake of fire because they think that they are doing the commandments of the Creator by doing good, being nice and kind, instead of the fact that the commandment says you shall not do any wickedness. They've been lied to by the whole entire system to send them to the lake of fire. And that if they saw that albinos, anybody with straight hair, looked like this, covered in all four, would any one of you have approached unto one? What's going on is this. Satan, in trying to deceive his children, the kings of this world, into believing that this world will not burn and the wicked will not perish, has gone into the lake of fire and brought out the lake of fire in volcanoes and earthquakes. And they have released all this bad oxygen into the earth, which we already shared with you on the Legends of Roll Call, which is called hydrogen, but that's a false name, okay? Now, by releasing this bad oxygen into the earth is heating up, okay? Because the earth is heating up slowly, it started turning green. That's why everything around the earth now is green, okay? It was black up till 1,000 years ago. And then after 1,000 years ago, at the very first eruption of a volcano, which could be tied to Mount Vesuvius, the eruption of Mount Vesuvius started bringing in this bad oxygen, which made a lot of things green, and the earth started heating up. Okay? But here's what's going on. As the earth starts to heat up, it will start to be black again. So because the plants will start going black again, back to the way the Creator made it because of heat. What happens is that all the inbred food, okay, and all the crossbred food which supplies folic acid, which is necessary to suppress the tail growth of albinos in anybody with straight hair, is going to fail. So that means we have less than 10 years. By 2030, albinos, anybody with straight hair, will start growing tails and it will not be able to be hidden. Okay? Because the earth is heating up, the inbred and folic acid in the food, in the inbred and crossbred food, will start to fail. So the only way to suppress that tail growth is to directly administer vaccinations to the public, which will cause their white blood cell counts to increase, such that the normal functioning of the human body and processes is interfered with, so that the growth of albino tails will not come out when any black person sleeps with an albino, or when albinos procreate. So in the next 10 years, by 2030, black people who procreate with albinos, anybody with straight hair, and albinos who procreate with themselves are going to see their children born with tails. And it's going to be a very embarrassing time, because the Creator had already designed that the pride of the albino, anybody with straight hair, the scum of the earth, Moabites, Indians, because every albino today in this world is from India. Okay? That their pride has to be brought to nothing. So it's going to be a very embarrassing time for all albinos who thought they were the shit. They're gonna find out that they are animals, because their children are going to grow tails physically, which can be seen. It's not going to be hidden anymore. So all the sciences and all the meandering that you're seeing right now, with trying to force vaccinations on the public one way or the other, is to make sure that they can physically administer to you chemicals which will cause your white blood cell count to elevate, such that it interferes with the normal functioning of the human body, such that if anybody, stupid black person, procreates with an albino, anybody with straight hair, or all albinos who procreate with themselves, their children are not going to be born with tails. This is the secret that's been kept from you, and why this false pandemic has been instituted upon humanity at this particular point in time. Because time never lies. Because Satan was caused to walk on all fours like an animal because of deceiving creation and deceiving Eve. We are told that there's such a thing as evolution, that man evolved from being apes and chimpanzees and monkeys to becoming human. But what they did not tell you in that story is this: there is no such thing as evolution, number one. What you have is a crossbreeding of black people, okay, with Satan. Because as we've shown you in the Legends of Roll Call, Satan slept with a woman, a black woman, who today is known as the Holy Spirit. Why? Because she was the mother of demons. She gave birth to the very first children who happened to be albinos, anybody with straight hair, and they had 3 fingers and 3 toes and crawled on all fours like an animal, because albinos, anybody with straight hair, are animals, demons. This is what that woman did, who slept with Satan. This woman is what is worshipped as the Holy Spirit. So whenever you go anywhere in the world and you see the obelisk or you see what they call the dome, it's all trying to show you, okay, besides the fact that it also presents something else which we'll share on the shape of a world. It's all trying to show you the union of what happened when Satan slept with this woman who's known as the Holy Spirit, which is technically saying the mother of demons. What is told to you as evolution actually means crossbreeding. So when you hear the word evolution, just bring your memory back and substitute evolution for crossbreeding. Crossbreeding of black people with Satan started with a daughter of Ham after the flood and brought about albinos, anybody with straight hair who walked on all fours, which we're going to get into right now, and they had a tail and had 3 fingers and 3 toes, and that is what the process of evolution, which got started after the flood in Satan sleeping with a black woman who is today known so through many names such as Columbia, Nike, Diana, Europa is the same woman, and she's also known as the Holy Spirit because she was the mother of albinos, anybody with straight hair, a black woman who gave birth to the very first demons after the flood. Now, I want you to imagine for a second that after those children were born, they walked on all fours, had a tail. Okay? Some other black people, I want you to understand how wicked humanity is in black folk, who were supposed to be children of a high priest, children of the Creator. Some black folk saw these animals having tails, 3 fingers and 3 toes, and they still went and slept with the females, or the males also slept with black women and gave birth to albinos today who all look like human beings because they have 5 fingers and 5 toes. But their nature and what they do, their wickedness to humanity, shows you that they are not human. So now let's read for you to understand why albinos, anybody with straight hair, at the very start of the so-called evolution process, walked on all fours. And we're reading now from Genesis chapter number 3. And it says this: "And the Creator said to the woman, 'Why have you done this?' And the woman said, 'The serpent deceived me and I ate.'" Now, why is this word serpent used in scripture? If we look at a snake, let's pull up a picture of a snake right now. So we're looking at pictures of snakes. What is symbolic about snakes, which is called wrongly serpent in scripture? All snakes have a tail. They're a tailed being. Okay? Because Satan has a tail. That is why the scripture likened him to a serpent. And we'll show you the full picture of what Satan looks like when we get to the shape of world, but this is not the video for it. So let's continue back to our scripture and start reading again. So we continue reading, and we're still reading from Genesis chapter number 3 in the Greek Septuagint Bible, and we're reading from verse number 13, and it says, "And the Creator said to the woman, 'Why have you done this?' And the woman said, 'The serpent deceived me and I ate.' And the Creator said to the serpent, 'Because,'" pay attention to the words now, "'because you have done this,'" okay? "'You are cursed above all cattle and all the brutes of the earth. On thy breasts and thy belly thou shalt go, and thou shalt eat earth all the days of thy life.'" Now, let us put this in the right context, because this particular verse was written wrongly. Okay? But you understand a few things just by the reading of it. First of all, it says, "And the Creator said to the serpent." You understand that the word serpent means a tailed being right now, as you've understood, because Satan has a tail. We already read that to you before in the book of Revelations, which it says that the dragon, okay, the serpent with his tail pulled a third of the stars. But now we're reading down again so you understand what's in scripture, okay? It goes on to say now, "And the Creator said to Satan, the serpent, a tailed being, 'Because you have done this, you are cursed above all cattle and all the brutes of the earth. On your breast and belly you shall go. This was not in the original scriptures. The actual meaning which they pulled out so you would not understand is that Satan walks on all fours like an animal. He was not an animal, but when he became cursed, there's a part of that statement which we're not going to complete at this point in time because there's something missing in it, which we should say for you to understand everything else, but the truth is not for everyone, so we're not going to bother to explain it. All you need to understand right now is that Satan, when he became cursed by the Creator, walked on all fours like an animal. What does all fours mean? You as a man walk upright on your feet. If you start crawling with your hands and with your legs, you're walking on all fours. So that's what it means. So Satan, when he became cursed, walked on all fours like an animal. So when Satan now impregnated the black woman, a daughter of Ham, or great-granddaughter, if you want to call it granddaughter or great-granddaughter of Ham, at the time after the flood, the genetics of walking on all fours became inbred or crossbred into humanity. And therefore, when albinos, the very first set of them which were born by this black woman whom Satan slept with, who is known today as the Holy Spirit and has so many other names, in every ethnicity in this world became born. She was the mother of demons. When those very first set of children became born, albinos, anybody with straight hair, they walked on all fours like an animal, had a tail, had 3 fingers and 3 toes, and that's how they were. Until other men, other black people from Africa started crossbreeding with this very, very first set of albinos or demons who are animals, and now made them to walk upright and now have 5 fingers and 5 toes, but they still had the growth of the tail, which was removed at birth. And this is how the population of Canaan, which you've read about in the Bible, and Sodom and Gomorrah came to be, which the Creator destroyed. And from that destruction, 2 children, who were daughters of Lot, because Lot himself slept with an albino, anybody with straight hair woman, whose tail had been cut off at birth. And she gave birth to these 2 children. And these 2 children, when the Creator destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, and when Lot ran to another city and stayed and lived there, his 2 children, now inbred, committed incest with their father in Lot to continue their generation. That's why when we read to you in the Legends of Roll Call, we did show you that Lot's daughters purposely slept with their dad, not because there was not any other man around for them to do so, but because they wanted to preserve the seed line of Satan, in which the children born are born with tails. That is why they did so. So you now understand the story. Everybody who does evil in this world who is black has a genetic and a lineage from crossbreeding with an albino. Anybody with straight hair, the scum of the earth, which the Creator told everybody to stay away from. Because the biggest kept secret, which Satan does not want you to understand, because a lot of people have read scripture but have not understood it, is that evil is genetic. It is not something you do. This is what people do not understand. Evil is not something you do. It is genetic. Let's explain that a little bit further right now. As you're listening to my voice, as I'm speaking to you, the reason why I sound the way I sound is because of the bone structure in my neck and throat, which makes me sound the way that I sound. If I do not have this bone structure in my neck, I will not sound the way I'm sounding right now. So therefore, what does that mean? You do what you do because of your genetics. You do not do what you do because you just do it. Let's give you another explanation right now. When you try to build a skyscraper, all right? The foundation of the skyscraper and the skeletal structure must be that of a skyscraper for you to be able to build a skyscraper. If you have the foundation, or let's say the foundation of a house for a bungalow, the foundation and the skeletal structure of the house must be that of a bungalow. Okay? So if you have the foundation and the skeletal structure of a bungalow, you cannot put a skyscraper on it. Why? It does not have the skeleton for it. So the house looks the way it does because of its skeletal structure, and will have the ability to have all the accessories that it has, or anyhow the house looks, because of the skeletal structure. So evil is not what you do. It's your genetics that makes you do it. So that is the whole summary which has been hidden from the world. That is why the Creator told the remnant not to crossbreed, not to marry anybody outside of their own. Because why? Everybody else had crossbred themselves at some point in time in their history with albinos, anybody with straight hair, and introduce all the weird genetics into humanity which black people exhibit. So if you've ever read in scripture, because a lot of people have read the scriptures and never understood what they're looking at. So for example, you will see that in the book of Ezra, it says that the remnant slept or had strange women. And people have always wondered, why did the Bible say strange? You don't see anybody strange around you when you look. It's because the medical system for over 1,000 years now, which has existed, okay, in this modern day and era, has made it a lifetime organization of covering up the fact that albinos, anybody with straight hair, grow tails. This is why the medical industry and the medical system was created, to hide this fact, so you would not have physical evidence to see that albinos, and that among you, that people grow tails because they have crossbred themselves with albinos, anybody with straight hair. Not black people, but albinos, anybody with straight hair, grow tails. And you would have the physical evidence that there is a creator. So therefore, evil is not something you do. It's your genetics that makes you do so. Let's explain this even more further. A cat meows because its skeletal structure makes it meow. Okay? A horse neighs because its skeletal structure makes it neigh. Do you understand that? So you do what you do because your skeletal structure makes you do it. When you see black people have tattoos, body piercings, okay? They keep long hair for the males, or they try to dress in the opposite sex for any black persons. They try to make themselves into a high priest by preaching, okay? Or doing anything. It means that these black people have in their genetics, in their lineage, okay? They have crossbred themselves with albinos, anybody with straight hair, because all the evil in the world comes from Satan. Do you understand that? The source of all evil in this world comes from Satan. So when Satan crossbred himself with a woman after the flood, all that genetic got introduced back into humanity, which was wiped away at the flood. So when people act a certain way, It's their genetics doing it. So therefore, evil is genetics. Is in your genetics. When you act a certain way, it's your genetics that's making you to act that way because you were corrupted by your grandparents or great-grandparents who had contact by procreating with albinos, anybody with straight hair, way back in history. So evil in this world is genetic. So the people who do abominations, you find there are people today who actually dress out, okay? They take out the time to put on nice clothes and look good just to inbreed, to commit fornication, because the meaning of the word fornication actually means to inbreed, to sleep with your nuclear family, in your brothers, sisters, father, mother, uncle, aunties, nephews, nieces, cousins, and second cousins. That is the actual meaning of fornication. And people have read this in scripture before, but they never paid attention. Let's show you that before we continue, because it's in the New Testament, which a lot of people read but never paid attention to it. Let's read that now. So we're reading from the Geneva Bible, and we're reading from 1 Corinthians chapter number 5, and we're reading from verse number 1. And it says, "It is heard certainly that there is fornication among you, and such fornication as is not once named among the Gentiles, that one should have his father's wife." People never paid attention to that because, Christianity tries to make you believe that fornication is a man sleeping with a woman and both of them are not married. That is not the meaning of fornication. Fornication means inbreeding, to sleep with members of your nuclear family. That's why it says in 1 Corinthians chapter number 5 in verse 1 that one should sleep with his father's wife and calls it fornication. Why? Because this man is sleeping with his father's wife. It's more like he's sleeping with his mother. He is inbreeding. That is the meaning of fornication. Sleeping with members of your nuclear family. So when you see any of this evil in which you find a black person doing inbreeding, he's a homosexual. Okay? He commits pedophilia. He commits bestiality. Because remember, the actual meaning of bestiality, which you find that a law is given in the first 5 books of Moses, actually meant not procreating with albinos, anybody with straight hair, because back in those days, the times after the flood, they walked on all fours like an animal and had a tail. When you find black people doing all these abominations, as we've mentioned, inbreeding, homosexuality, bestiality, pedophilia, murder, rape, okay, and trying to act like a high priest, is because in their family lineage, they have crossbred themselves with albinos, anybody with straight hair, the scum of the earth, where all evil from this world comes into humanity, such that it is corrupted as it was corrupted before the flood, and it's happening again now. But it's been hid from you for a whole entire time period. So evil is genetics. That is why the Creator said that the remnant should not marry anybody outside of a remnant, because everybody else had crossbred themselves with albinos, anybody with straight hair, and introduced weird genetics into their system, which has made them to be compulsive liars. So this is why the remnant were not supposed to marry anybody, okay, who was not a remnant. And they were not to allow any albino, anybody with straight hair, into their fold. That is what it says here in the book of Ezra. As you see, we've already shown you countless times before that when they found out that they had married albinos, anybody with straight hair, or anybody who was not a remnant, they had to divorce those wives, okay, and the children, and told them to go. We already showed you that on the Legends of Roll Call. So we gave you all that explanation to get to this point, so you understand how the evolution process, which you've come to understand now, is not evolution, but crossbreeding of black people with albinos anybody with straight hair, which now makes them look human by having 5 fingers and 5 toes, but they still grow a tail. But because of the medical system, which has hid this fact from us by creating such a word as spina bifida to treat the growth of the albino tail in all their children, in all of them that are born, we do not see that they all grow tails and are not human beings. So the evolution process is actually a crossbreeding, because when you look at this image right here, let's blow this up as much as we can. Now, this image right here shows you what the albinos, anybody with straight hair, looked like and walked like when Satan slept with the black woman who's known as the Holy Spirit, worshipped as the Mother of God, and has so many names such as Mary and Miriam. I mean, we don't have the time to get into that fully here, but you'll get all that information when you get to the shape of a world. So right here, this is what albinos, anybody with straight hair, used to look like. They walk on all fours. You've probably heard such stories before. You can actually Google it. Let's show you an image. If you can do a search on YouTube or on the internet, just type people walking on all fours, and probably you'll come to this particular episode of 60 Minutes, which shows that some albinos, anybody with straight hair, somewhere maybe in Turkey or somewhere around, walk on all fours. So this picture or this image is trying to show you that this particular albino, anybody with straight hair, because even though they walk on all fours, they look human, they have 5 fingers and 5 toes, they still have that genetic, okay, of walking on all fours, which they had always had before black people started crossbreeding with them. So there are rare cases in which you'll find black people walk on all fours as adults, not babies or anywhere. It will mean that they have that genetic of having crossbred themselves with an albino, anybody with straight hair, at this particular point in history, which they look like this image right here. Even though this image is not the correct look of what the albino, anybody with straight hair, looked like before now. They have, by this image, they have removed the tail. They have also made it to look like albinos, anybody with straight hair, always had 5 fingers and 5 toes, which is not true. And they've also made the face to look more like an ape or chimpanzee's face, which is not true either. During the last ice age, DNA evidence, remember DNA doesn't exist. It says DNA evidence suggests Denisovans are related to both Neanderthals and modern human beings. How are they related? Because remember what we showed you earlier in the pictures. The Denisovan is the very first albino, anybody with straight hair, born of Satan sleeping with the black woman. They walk on all fours, have 3 fingers and 3 toes, have a tail, covered in fine straight hair. They still do exist today for those who have not been crossbred with black people. They still are in India. Now, the Neanderthal is an albino, anybody with straight hair, a Denisovan. Let's put it right. The Neanderthal is a Denisovan who has crossbred themselves with a black person and now has 5 fingers and 5 toes, but is still covered in hair and has a tail. Further crossbreeding of that Neanderthal with a black person now makes an albino, anybody with straight hair, to now look human, but they still have a tail, which they cut off back in ancient times as a child is born. As you would do, let's say, circumcision on the male, they did it on all their children. They cut off the tail. And this is what a black person whom the Creator told not to procreate with, Lot did, and slept with an albino woman whose tail had been cut off. That is why the Creator told the remnant never to crossbreed with them. It was an abomination. And now you understand. So continue reading. It says, DNA evidence suggests Denisovans are related to both Neanderthals and modern humans and may have interbred with both. That's a lie. They interbred, crossbred, okay, with black people. Continue reading. Denisovans share a common ancestor with both modern humans and Neanderthals. This common ancestor, called Homo heidelbergensis, most likely lived in Africa. Now, this is all trying to tell you lies, because at the end of the day, they don't want to tell you that wicked black people moved from Africa in all the civilizations of the world that you could ever have known, up till today's civilization, all went to India to crossbreed with the children of Satan and get the power of Satan. You have to understand here, this is how witchcraft really works. For you to be able to control a demon physically as a human being, you must also have the genetics. Otherwise, the demon is not going to do what you say. So this is the secret of witchcraft, which you do not know. And you know today. So that's why all wicked black people used to go to India. They would crossbreed and produce children who would have the genetics of Satan to be able to be witches and wizards, to be able to control demons, bring them back into their population, and continue to make sure that that children's lineage stays separate from other black people. And they will continue to become more blacker, but the genetics will still be there, because once you have crossbred yourself with an albino, anybody with straight hair, you will carry that genetic forever. It shows up in different forms. Sometimes it shows up physically. In some black people, in their ears, we're not going to make mention of those right now. We'll give you more details when we get to the shape of a world. No matter how they try to hide, the ears in another form by the character of the black person, in how wicked they are. So wickedness is of Satan, from black people crossbreeding and carrying the genetics of albinos, anybody with straight hair, into their communities and population. Now, this is what is considered to be the human sperm, but this is not true. This is not human sperm. This is the sperm of Satan. Why? It has a tail. Because Satan has a tail. And his children in albinos, anybody with straight hair, all have tails. If not for the inbred food and the poisonous food being fed to us and vaccinations, as well as folic acid, they would all grow tails. But they all grow tails and is treated as spina bifida, a made-up name to say that it's a birth defect or neural tube defect, which just means a spinal tube or spina or vertebrae or spinal cord defect, and they treat it so that you do not know that they are literally the children of Satan, demons, animals, not human beings. So this sperm right here that you see is not the sperm of a human being in a black person, in a remnant, because only the remnant can carry for certain the seed of the Creator, the sperm of the Creator. Because when you read, okay, in scriptures, it shows that the sperm is a seed. It calls it a seed. Why? Because all things which grow come from a seed, and seeds do not have tails. Go take a look at all the seeds that you grow for food in plants. Do they have tails? No, they don't. So the whole entire fertilization process, which is taught in sciences, is actually showing you the sperm of Satan. Because here is what happens. A human being, if they are black, okay, they are going to carry sperm, which is most likely the sperm of Satan, except that black person, okay, has a remnant lineage in their blood, in their generations, at least for 4 generations. Then that child will carry both the sperm of Satan and the sperm of the Creator in the remnant. So this is what usually happens, and we're going to try to break this down so you understand. Black people who procreate with other black people do not grow tails. Why is that? Because what happens is this: when this sperm, okay, meets an egg, even though the black person is carrying the seed of Satan, okay, when it meets the egg of another black person, when the fertilization process goes through, the tail is broken off. Only the seed right here now fertilizes the egg, this part of the sperm right here, fertilizes the egg and the tail is broken off, and black people are not born with tails. But for albinos, anybody with straight hair, they genetically have a tail. So when anybody sleeps with them or they procreate vice versa, the tail is going to show up because they genetically carry a tail in their body, the tailbone, which does not exist in black people. So with black people, this is what usually happens and why black people are evil. So when a black person who's not a remnant sleeps with another person, okay, who is not also a remnant, when this sperm goes into fertilization and comes out as an embryo and the tail is broken off, the child, even though looking like the black parents, is actually a seed of Satan. And when this happens, this child will now do what? The child will now keep tattoos on their body. They will grow long hair for the males or act effeminate. They will have body piercings. They will try to look any way that they were not supposed to look. They can go on to commit all the abominations and be wicked, like inbreeding, homosexuality, bestiality, rape, murder, and try to insinuate themselves as a high priest. Because they are not remnant. They carry the seed of Satan. Do you understand that now? Now, here is what usually happens with black people who have a remnant in their lineage. They will carry the seed of the Creator, which is a sperm which does not have a tail, because all seeds do not have a tail. Let's show you a picture now. So here's a picture of seeds of plants. As you can see, it has no tail, because the scriptures is very specific to calling the sperm of a human being or child of a black person or child of a high priest, because everybody was supposed to be a child of a high priest, seed, and all seeds have no tails. So what they've been showing you in human fertilization is actually the sperm of Satan fertilizing and procreating other human beings, both black and albino, who have become wicked. Now let's show you in the scripture so you understand that the Creator specifically uses the word seed for you to understand what the sperm of a human being is, that it has no tail. And we're reading now from Genesis chapter number 4 in the Greek Septuagint Bible. And it says here in verse number 25, "And Adam knew Eve his wife, and she conceived and bore a son, and called his name Seth, saying, For the Creator has raised up to me another seed." Seed, not a sperm with a tail, as you're seeing right here on the screen. So the whole fertilization process that they've been showing you is Satan impregnating women. Because at the end of the day, anybody who's not a remnant carries the seed of Satan, except they have had remnant lineage in their ancestry. Now, here's what usually happens. If someone has had a remnant lineage in their ancestry, okay, from a male remnant, and it's not up to 4 generations, the male who was born of ancestry by a remnant will carry in their sperm both Satan's sperm and the remnant sperm. Pay attention. It's very, very important that you pay attention from this particular point in time so you understand what we're saying. So the person is going to carry remnant sperm, okay? If they've had remnant ancestry in their lineage, they are going to carry remnant sperm and Satan's sperm, okay? Now, if this man impregnates another woman and the child born seeks after the Creator to know his name and depart from wickedness and to know his commandments and to know the priesthood, the child born is a remnant, okay? But here is what usually happens sometimes. Because the father of the child carried both remnant sperm and also Satan's sperm. the sperm of the remnant in that man can get a rub-off of the sperm of Satan, such that when this man impregnates a woman, the child born, will not commit the abominations which are irredeemable, such as we have mentioned on the Legends of Roll Call, inbreeding, homosexuality, bestiality, pedophilia, rape, murder, and insinuating themselves as a priest. But this child can do redeemable abominations, such as they had a tattoo, they wear earrings for the males or any form of body piercings for the females as well, besides piercing their ears. They dress effeminate but are not homosexuals, They keep tattoos and smoke weed, but have not done any of the irredeemable abominations. If this child born has done any of these things, it's because they've had a rub-off of Satan on the sperm which gave birth to them, which make them to act in ways that they should not act. But if they stop smoking the weed, remove their tattoos, remove their body piercings, keep their hair short for the males and wear no body piercings, and do not smoke weed anymore, and pay their restitution to whomsoever they have wronged, they have now told the Creator that they are indeed a remnant. Because if you do not do so, what it actually means is that you are a seed of Satan, in which you do abominations which are redeemable, but you do not practice abominations which are irredeemable. But regardless, you are a child of Satan, because you have imbibed upon yourself tattoos, you keep long hair for the males and wear earrings and body piercings for everybody else besides females piercing their ears, you smoke weed, and you try to teach and insinuate yourself as a high priest. So, paying restitution is not just something that you do, It's your genetics which makes you do so, because you know that as a human being, you're supposed to rectify your wrongs. As a remnant, you are supposed to rectify your wrongs to anybody you have harmed, to show that you are indeed a remnant, and not just trying to deceive everybody else besides the Creator, that you are indeed a very wicked being. Because human beings, black people, were not supposed to be wicked, because they were all supposed to be children of a high priest. So that is how you understand that everything is genetic. It's not just something that you do. You do or act the way you act because of your genetics. That is the truth. This is the biggest secret kept from you on why people are the children of Satan, because the seed of Satan impregnated so many people in this world by their crossbreeding with albinos, anybody with straight hair, whom the Creator told everybody to stay away from, which they have not done. And all albinos, as you have found out today, anybody with straight hair, the scum of the earth, all have tails. And so are the children born of anybody who mixed with them. That is why the Creator told the remnant to stay away and separate themselves from any children born of them crossbreeding with an albino, anybody with straight hair, because they are not human beings but animals with tails, which have been trained to talk and act like human beings today when they are not.
Could we pick up now where we left off? Mr. Stark, please.
Yes, dear.
Could I have your attention?
Absolutely.
Our priority here is to have you turn over the Iron Man weapon to the American people.
Well, you can forget it. We're safe. America is secure. You want my property? You can't have it. But I did you a big favor. I have successfully privatized world peace.
We're adjourned for the day. You've been a delight.
Okay, give me a smooch for good luck. I might not make it back.
Go get him, boss.
You complete me.
Oh, it's good to be back.
You come from a family of thieves and butchers. And now, like all guilty men, you try to rewrite your own history. And you forget all the lives the Stark family has destroyed. There will be blood in the water, and the sharks will come.
So we played that last prelude just to refresh your memory so far about the fact that albinos, anybody with straight hair, are not human beings. That they are the so-called stories that you've heard of evolution, which actually means crossbreeding, because wicked black people decided to sleep with animals who are imps, who had 3 fingers, 3 toes, walked on all fours, have a tail, still have a tail, to have the power of Satan. And these imps, these animals, which had 3 fingers and 3 toes, walked on all fours, had a tail, by crossbreeding with black people over time, became the albinos, anybody with straight hair that you have today, who have 5 fingers and 5 toes, but still have a growth of a tail, which is suppressed by eating all the inbred and crossbred food which we have today, which makes your white blood cell count to get elevated. And when your white blood cell count gets elevated, the normal way the body functions does not function anymore, because the white blood cells act as interference in the human body, which is the same thing that albinos, anybody with straight hair, are. They run interference on the natural order of life. So albinos, anybody with straight hair, are both physical demons who interfere with the progress of black people in general in real life, and they also, as metaphysical demons, interfere with the natural order of life, causing such things as we see today, such as, let's say, the weird weather patterns of the world, drought, and everything else in nature, because they are the ones running interference against the natural elements and order of life which the Creator has made. And the ability to control these metaphysical demons now lies with people, black people, as well as albinos, anybody with straight hair, who are demons, not human beings, as well as black people who are possessed of demons because they themselves are children who are born from a crossbreeding of their great-grandparents or ancestors in their lineages with albinos, anybody with straight hair at any particular point in time in history, whether they were imps walking around with 3 fingers and 3 toes, crawling on all fours, having a tail covered with hair, having a face that does not look like any animal face that you see today, or whether these black people crossbred with albinos, anybody with straight hair, when they now had 5 fingers and 5 toes, walked upright but still had the growth of a tail, which are the Neanderthals, which a lot of people have been looking around and trying to figure out are the albinos, anybody with straight hair, who are all demons, physical children of Satan, not human. And they have brought about every evil nature of a human being today, because the genetics of an imp, an albino, anybody with straight hair, whether they are imps, that means they have 3 fingers and 3 toes walking on all fours, which some of them still have and are out there in the bushes in Asia and certain parts of the world. Or when they have become what we now know as Neanderthals, being that they are the Neanderthals, which a lot of people have been reading about in history but never ever quite understood, that they are the albinos, anybody with straight hair, who walk around now with 5 fingers and 5 toes but still have a growth of a tail, which is suppressed by the government, which is run by Satan, feeding humanity all the inbred and crossbred food, which makes the white blood cell count to increase in the body, such that it interferes with the normal functioning of what the human body should be like. But regardless, all the evil, all the terrible wickedness, all the terrible characters that people exhibit is because they have crossbred themselves with albinos, anybody with straight hair, whether they were imps, that means having 3 fingers and 3 toes, walking on all fours and having a tail, or whether they were Neanderthals, as we see them today, having 5 fingers and 5 toes, but the tail growth is suppressed or either treated as spina bifida when these animals in albinos, anybody with straight hair, are born. So all the evil in this world is because the genetics, and when we say genetics, you always have to remember, genetics is talking about the skeleton. Your skeleton, your bone structure is not righteous anymore because you are a descendant of a black person who crossbred themselves with an albino, anybody with straight hair, who are demons, animals with tails, either when they were imps walking around with 3 fingers and 3 toes, having a growth of a tail covered in 4 and having a face that doesn't look like any animal face in the world, or whether they were Neanderthals, which we see them today, because the albinos, anybody with straight hair we see today, are the so-called Neanderthals of history. But they have hidden it from you so you would not see, because they give you a picture of a Neanderthal that is not what you should be looking for, but what you should be looking at right now as you're looking at this picture right here. This is a demon, an animal with a tail, a Neanderthal, not a human being. They have the long straight hair of all animals which you see, because all animals in the world have this straight hair. But with black people, you do not see animal hair on top of their head for those who have not crossbred themselves with albinos, anybody with straight hair, who are demons with tails. Because the hair on a black person's head, especially of a remnant, identifies them to be human being, because no animals in the world have black human hair. So therefore, everything we do is because of our genetics. The skeleton makes you do what you do. The reason why albinos, anybody with straight hair, are unable to tell you the truth is not for a lack of trying. It's because their bone structure, their skeleton, their genetics does not allow them to tell you the truth. So they are incapable of telling you the truth even when they start saying so. Because this is the same genetics which Satan and his children and all black people in this world who have crossbred themselves with albinos, anybody with straight hair, either when they were imps walking around with 3 fingers and 3 toes, walking on all fours, have a growth of a tail, which was not suppressed at that particular point in time, or as they are today, like this animal that you're looking at right here on the screen, the Neanderthals of history, demons, not humans. So every bad character, the evil, is because your genetics makes you do so. Because you do not longer have correct, righteous genetics. So you do evil. And if you think that what we are saying is not correct, I want you to try from this day onward to see if you can make the changes in your life and do the 13 commandments of the Creator, but you'll only know the 13 commandments of the Creator if you go through this walk of truth, which you will only get from Tricks of the S-Straight channel. And this is not a boast. We are not boasting. We are not trying to ring a bell or anything. But the truth is, and it will remain, for all those who doubt the truth, who hate the truth that we present. You will never find it anywhere else. Look for it from morning to night. Why? Because the truth can only be told to you by a high priest. And as I'm reading from a script right now, these are the words of a high priest. So we all act at genetics. You're either righteous or you're evil. There is no in between. Good is that place which we say is between righteousness and evil, but it doesn't exist. It is you're either evil or you're righteous. And righteousness comes from the fact that you are a descendant of a Levite, a descendant of a priest. So genetics is everything which has been hidden from humanity. That is why no matter what you do, you will always do what your genetics are. You either do evil or you do righteousness. And evil comes from albinos, anybody with straight hair who are the descendants of Satan who grow tails. They are not human beings. That is the reason why humanity has been poisoned for so long, so that we would not see our reality, that the people who have straight hair are not human, that they all grow tails. It is the reason for the COVID-19 pandemic. It is the reason for the COVID-19 vaccines, to try to prevent the tail growth of albinos, anybody with straight hair who are not human beings, so that we would not see that they are not human. So everything that is transpiring, all the suffering that's going on in humanity today is because of the crossbreeding of black people with albinos, anybody with straight hair who are the physical descendants of Satan, which the Creator warned everybody not to. And because of this, the descendants of David, of the tribe of Judah, who began their ancestry by crossbreeding with an albino, anybody with straight hair, demon with the tail, have brought upon us all the mayhem that is happening in this world, because they are not human beings. So genetics makes you do what you do. So that's why, for example, the reason why you're looking at this picture right here is that when you look at albino, anybody with straight hair women, when an albino, anybody with straight hair wants to try to attract a man, okay, If you go on social media, Instagram, Facebook, any social media at all, I want you to take a look at the pictures which albinos, anybody with straight hair, take, the females, because they are demons. You would notice this particular way they take the pictures. They are always going to try to show you the face and the cleavage to attract a man. Why? Because there is a genetic shame and disgrace of showing you the backside, because genetically, all albinos, anybody with straight hair or mixed hair, all grow a tail. So that is the reason why when an albino female, the ugliest, dirtiest, stinkiest female in the world, the scum of the earth, when they try to show you their wicked, evil beauty, because no albino, anybody with straight hair is beautiful because they all grow tails. What they will show you is a makeup face and breasts. Try to show you the cleavage. Now, here is one thing people do not understand about breasts for a lot of stupid men out there who are attracted by a female's breast. The Creator did not make women to have huge breasts. If you see any woman with huge breasts, she is suffering. Why? Because it's a lot of weight to carry that huge breast that you have on your chest. It puts a strain on your back. It puts a strain on everything else in your body. So the Creator did not create woman. Let's say specifically at this particular point in time, the woman Eve, the very first woman, with a huge chest or breast. Because the Creator made everything to be in balance. So when Eve was made, she was balanced. Her breasts, her hips, and her butt was all balanced so that she would not be carrying too much weight. So this standard of beauty in which a lot of men are attracted to women with huge breasts is not realistic. The Creator did not create anyone with huge breasts. If you have huge breasts, you're actually suffering. You're suffering because of all the inbred and crossbred food that you're eating because you're not growing your food. Your parents ate all that inbred and crossbred food, and that damaged your genetic structure while you were being conceived. So as a woman, you come out with huge breasts, which are a pain and a suffering to you because they put stress on your back, they put stress on everything in your body. So for women, for black women here, do not be worried about your physical structure in terms of your breast if you do not have huge breasts. The Creator did not make you to have huge breasts because it's a load, it's a burden. So getting back to the story right here, when these evil albino scum of the earth females try to attract a man because of the genetic disgrace of growing a tail, they will never show you their backside, and we'll show you pictures in a couple of minutes. You will never see albinos, anybody with straight hair females, the scum of the earth, the ugliest women in the world, show you the backside in their pictures. But you will notice that when black women take pictures, they are always trying to show you the backside and curves because it's a sign of fertility. But here with albinos, anybody with straight hair, you will never see that. Let's roll through some pictures now so you see what we're saying. So whenever any albino female is taking pictures, they're always going to show you the cleavage and the face because that is where they think they have the beauty in. They're never going to show you the backside because they don't have anyone. And secondly, it's because of a genetic disgrace buried in their skeleton, which tells them that they do grow a tail. So they never show you that. Go through social media, you will always see this with every albino female. They show you the makeup face because makeup can hide a lot of insecurities in the beauty of a female. So they show you a makeup face and they try to show you the cleavage. It goes with every albino female. They'll never show you, take a picture that's going to show you the backside, except for the ones who are wearing tight clothes and are very, very confused about their identity. They've been told so many lies that when they wear these tight-fitting clothes or pants, that they have a butt. We've shown you on the previous Prelude to the Shape of a World. But in reality, when they are showing you pictures, it's always going to be the face and the cleavage. Because there is a genetic shame carried in their bone structure, which they do not know, because at the end of the day, as we have explained, you only act your genetics. So their genetics is making them to take pictures of their face and show you a cleavage, but never the behind. Because they all grow tails. Their genetics makes them to remember that. So it doesn't matter what female or so-called ethnicity of albinos are, they will always show you the cleavage and a made-up face in all their pictures. They will never show you the backside. All right, and we're going to show you differences in what we're trying to say right here between a black woman taking pictures and an albino, anybody with straight hair female demon with a tail, the ugliest, stinkiest, smelliest woman in the world, taking pictures and trying to show you that they are pretty. The ugliest things. So they'll always show you this made up face, then they'll show you a cleavage like this, and stupid black males, okay, will fall for it, you know, and we'll talk about that later, because at the end of the day, these albino females, anybody with straight hair, do not have anything going on for them in terms of beauty. So what they do is that they show you the face, they show you the cleavage, and they talk a certain kind of way to attract males. Why? We already talked about this before, but let's pull up a picture and show you so you see what we're saying. So we are trying to show you how the scum of the earth, albinos, anybody with straight hair, talk and mesmerize people all around the world, especially black people, hypnotize them, and they believe that they are either wise, intelligent, or beautiful when they are not. Because this is all demonic energy, satanic energy, all right? Which albinos, anybody with straight hair, proceed out of themselves onto humanity and therefore hypnotize black people so they do not see them for the evil and wickedness they are, because nothing good comes from them. So the reason why we're looking at this picture is to show you how the deception works when an albino, anybody with straight hair, female or male, talk to hypnotize people. Now, what you're looking at right here are the noses, okay? This is the nose of a black person, okay? You can see they have wide nostrils and they have wide air passages. So when a black person speaks, he sounds sonorous. That's why we can tell immediately when we hear a black person speak and somebody who's not black speaking, because the voices, the sound, the intonation is different. Why is it different? It's because black people have wide nostrils and wide air passages. So they breathe in enough air and are able to make use of that air in speech. That's the reason why they sound the way they sound, sonorous. So when you hear a black man speaking, you can tell that's a black man. When you hear an albino, anybody with straight hair man talking, who is not black, you can tell immediately. Why? Because of the air passages. So what usually happens is this: when the scum of the earth, albinos, anybody with straight hair people talk, both the males and the females, they have narrow nostrils and airway passages. So when they talk to you, it sounds nasal. We already explained this earlier, but we're showing you the pictures now so you see. So it sounds nasal. And when it sounds nasal, it's because they are producing very low notes. And because of the production of those low notes, it sounds like they are talking in whispers. It's hypnotizing. So when a black man or any black person is hearing an albino, anybody with straight hair, female talk, especially because the females have more narrow airway passages, more narrow nostrils, it sounds hypnotizing. So you get sucked into the speech and the low notes, and it hypnotizes your mind. So this is the reason why Michael Jackson, already explained this before, Michael Jackson had to have surgery on his nose to make his nostrils and airway passages smaller so he would sound nasal and sound hypnotic to the hearer. So this is what albinos, anybody with straight hair, females and males, do to the human mind because of their speaking. So they are able to tell you lies convincingly and tell you anything that they want to tell you because they are hypnotizing you by their speech, because they have narrow nostrils and narrow airway passages, as you see right here, which we are blowing up the picture so you see it clearly. So albinos, anybody with straight hair, females, are not beautiful. All they carry is hypnosis. And as the fact we have shown you in this picture here, that they always try to show you the made-up face and a cleavage because they are ashamed of their backsides because it's genetic. They grow a tail. So growing a tail is a disgrace. So because of that, that genetic attribute of the growth of a tail, it carries a disgrace. So physically, mentally, in their minds, they are disgraced about their backside. That is why you see a lot of albino females go to the gym and try to do all these exercises to have the butt of a black female, or to wear tight-fitting clothes to make them to have the resemblance of a butt, because there's a genetic disgrace of the fact that they know that they are not human, that they are not women, that they grow a tail. So they try as much as possible to make up for it for the other aspects of them which they think is much more appealing, like in the face and cleavage, the breast. That is why they go through so much lengths to make plastic surgery to increase their breast size, or to wear clothes which show the cleavage, because there is no beauty associated with them from the back. So here is another picture to show you that you always see on social media and Instagram. This is where the typical albino, anybody with straight hair, female who's a demon with a tail, takes a picture, made up face and a cleavage. Now, if they try to show you, pictures of themselves trying to look like a black woman or taking the pictures like a black woman, you'll always find that the pictures come out awkward because they have a longer torso. The bone structure is not the bone structure of a black woman. Okay, they have the growth of a tail, and therefore they will always be ugly. So the only thing they can do to try to make you stupid black men believe that they are beautiful is by a made-up face and exposure of a cleavage. And so many stupid black males get carried away by that, like they have never sucked on their mama's breast before to see that it's just a breast. So here is a picture of an albino, anybody with straight hair, female, trying to mimic a black woman. Once they try to do that, it comes off because they can't even sit right, because there's a longer torso and there is a growth of a tail here, which has been suppressed through all the inbred food and crossbred food which we are fed, and all the poisons which we are deliberately fed day and night, so that the growth of the tail of an albino, anybody with straight hair, will not grow out. But right now, at this particular point in time in history, the tails of all albinos, anybody with straight hair, are going to grow out. Whether they take the vaccination for the COVID-19 vaccine or whether they don't take it, they are still going to grow tails. And this is happening right now as we are speaking. We'll show you that in a minute. But let's pull up a picture now side by side to show you the difference of When a black woman takes a picture, she tries to show you the backside, the curves, because that is associated with fertility. But with albinos, anybody with straight hair females, the dirtiest, stinkiest, smelliest people in the world, the scum of the earth who all grow tails, they will never do that because there's a genetic shame in their minds and in their bodies because they know they grow a tail. So they only have to show you the face and the cleavage. Let's show you those picture comparisons side by side now. So with all albino females, as you're looking right here, what they will try to show you when they're taking pictures, either on social media or just regular pictures, is a face and a cleavage because there's a genetic shame of growing a tail, which does not allow them to take pictures of their backsides, as a black beautiful woman right here will do in all her pictures, trying to show you what true beauty and what a true woman should look like. That she ought to have a backside which shows fertility. This is what you're going to see in all pictures that black women take. Let's pull up some more. So here is another picture of a beautiful black woman right here. You will always see every black woman take a picture this way. Try to show you the backside, the curves. Because that is what female fertility is all about. It's not about albino females who will take pictures and show you the face and their dumb ass cleavages for all you stupid black males there to go after. So go and take a look. So you notice this in social media or pictures of albinos, anybody with straight hair, when they take pictures, they show you their ugly faces and try to deceive you with their voices because of their narrow airway passages and nostrils when they speak, so they sound hypnotic. So we want you to know the truth so you do not fall for this debauchery anymore. To see these people for what they are, albinos, anybody with straight hair, that they are not human beings but demons, animals which grow tails. We've been deceived for too long. So that is what you see with all albino females. A face and a cleavage. Never from the back, face and a cleavage. Never from the back, face and a cleavage. Because they're all trying to deceive you of the fake, ugly looking things they are. Because they are not human beings. But with black women, true beauty, they will always show you the backside like this. They will always take a picture in a way to show you the curves, to show you what a true woman should look like. So do not fall anymore. If you're a black person, do not be deceived by any albino, anybody with straight hair. They are animals. They are not even supposed to be living among humanity. They are supposed to be living in the bushes which they belong. But because of Satan, Satan has taken animals with the descendants of David, whose history starts with breeding, crossbreeding with animals in the tribe of Judah, which has produced all the kings and queens of this world, which has deceived the whole entire world to love kings and royalty and princes when they are all evil. Because of this, David's descendants have brought albinos, anybody with straight hair, to live among men, and has conditioned black people to think of albinos, anybody with straight hair, as human instead of the animals that they are supposed to be living in bushes. They are giving them jobs over black people. They have stolen the identity of humanity because today we have been taught and made to believe that humanity started out as an albino, anybody with straight hair. They have given them all the benefits of the world, given them all the accolades, all the prestige for animals. And even today, animals have more rights than black people. Because as we have shown you, when an albino, anybody with straight hair, sees an animal, a stray animal walking around, they give it food and water and drink. But if they see a black person in their neighborhood, they call the police on you. So right now, as we are talking about, animals have more rights and privileges than black people, who are supposed to be the only humans in this earth. But today they have given animals, which include albinos, anybody with straight hair, who all grow tails, demons, privileges, and treated them more human than black people who are humans. That is the state of the world that we're in. But we want you to no longer be deceived. We want you to see them for who they are, because genetic never ever lies. So with black women all around the world, when they take pictures, they're always going to stand in a way that shows you the curves, and shows you the backside, because that is true beauty and not this false beauty of makeup with a cleavage to deceive stupid black men, which a lot of black males have been deceived into. And also for the stupid black women also who have been hypnotized by a demon, by an albino male, anybody with straight hair, who all grow tails and are not human beings. So whenever you've heard the word about true beauty actually comes from the inside. It comes from your genetics. So this is actually very true, because if a woman, a black woman, because when we're talking about women here, we're talking about black women. If a black woman is going to be beautiful, she's going to be beautiful from her character. That character that she exudes from her genetics now radiates outwards towards her. So if you're a black person, a black man looking for a good black woman, you always have to look for a black woman with good character first. Because if she does not have that inner beauty from her genetics, inside, when we're talking about here, inside comes from her soul, from her mind, all right? Whatever physical attributes that you are attracted to when you see her on the exterior is not going to make her beautiful, because the character, the soul, the mind, the genetics is all off. So therefore, genetics is everything. Everything that we are comes down to your genetics. You are who you are because of your genetics. And you have come to understand right now that evil is genetics. Righteousness is also genetics. Evil is a person and righteousness is a person. It is not what you do. It is who you are. So it is that good genetic which black women have that makes them to be able to stand this way and take a picture and show their backside, because they know what a true woman should look like, to show that she's beautiful and fertile. But here on this left-hand side, what you have is a deceptive picture of an animal with makeup trying to show you cleavage and speaking in low notes because of their narrow passageways and narrow nostrils to deceive you, to do something that you would not do. Because when you hear a black man's voice, that's what we're trying to show you, what the Creator's voice looked like. A black man's voice, a real black man's voice, is loud, is sonorous, it wakes you up. It's not trying to lull you to sleep. It's not trying to put you in a position that you have to be hypnotized to do what you would not do, because this is what all albinos, anybody with straight hair people do. Because when they speak, because of their narrow passageways and narrow nostrils, they hypnotize you because they are hitting so many low notes that lulls you to sleep, that puts your mind to sleep. So when the Creator speaks, He wakes you up. So that is why the remnant could not listen to the Creator, because when He spoke, it looked like their heads were going to explode, because the voice was of a very high note and frequency, not the low notes that Satan and his children, in albinos, anybody with straight, who are demons with tails, try to deceive you when they speak in all these low notes and whispers. They try to hypnotize you into a state of mind in which your mind falls asleep and you do evil and you are deceived. This is how Satan deceived Eve, speaking low notes that sound convincingly, because when Satan now ate of the tree of the knowledge of evil, his windpipes, that's what the Bible says, his windpipes became smaller and he spoke in whispers. Let's read that portion before we continue on. So we're reading here from Ezekiel chapter number 28, and we're reading from the Geneva Bible, and we're reading in verse 13 of Ezekiel chapter number 28. This is referring to Satan before he became corrupted. It says, "You have been in Eden, the garden of the Creator. Every precious stone was in your clothing. The ruby, the topaz, the diamond, the chrysolite, the onyx and the jasper, the sapphire, emerald and the carbuncle and gold, the workmanship of thy timbrels." What is timbrels here? Timbrel here means sound. and of thy pipes. What is the meaning of pipes? It means your passageways. Okay? Your nostril, your passageways was prepared in you in the day that was created. So what is it saying? Satan had a very sonorous voice, but when he ate of the tree of the knowledge of evil, he became corrupted. His nasal passages became smaller. He could breathe and talk in very low hypnotic notes. And this is what he has passed to all his children, in albinos, anybody with straight hair, who speak in low hypnotic notes because of the narrow passage airways they have right here, which you see, compared to that of a black person. Wider nostrils, wider passageways. But here with albinos, anybody with straight hair, narrow nostrils and narrow passageways. So they sound hypnotic because of genetics which their father in Satan had, and has passed that on to all his children. That is the reason why when an albino, anybody with straight hair who grows tails, an imp walking on all fours with 3 fingers, when they speak, they are hypnotic. So this is where you get the stories of people hearing about mermaids in the sea and creatures in the forest. When they speak, they sound hypnotic. They draw you to them. This is what albinos, anybody with straight hair, in both the males and females, do. They sound hypnotic because of their narrow airway and passages. And when they speak, they hypnotize the mind of black people. So you have to stay alert now, not to be carried away by their hypnotic voices anymore, because every word that comes out from the mouth of an albino, anybody with straight hair, is a lie. They cannot tell you the truth because they do not have a bone structure, a genetic in their body that should tell you the truth, because Satan does not have that genetic structure. So genetics is everything. You cannot run from it. You cannot say it does not exist, because it is what you are. Your genetics will always make you what you are. So even though today and throughout so many centuries, the tail growth of the albino, anybody with straight hair, has tried to be suppressed, but it will grow at this particular point in history. And it is growing, whether they eat the inbred food or not, whether they take the vaccines or not, it is going to grow. And let's show you an example now, which you will see with your own eyes. So here is a story from the Times of India. As you all know by now, all albinos, anybody with straight hair, all come from India. That's why you're going to see a lot of India in the news, because at the end of the day, they will be sent back to India when black people start rising up to see the tail growth of albinos, anybody with straight hair. When they start growing out these tails, black people are going to start to separate themselves or attack them, such that they have to be sent back to India. For centuries now, upon all the oppression that black people have suffered at the hands of albinos, anybody with straight hair, who most of them till today refuse to pay their special restitution. They've been listening to us on this channel. They refuse to do it. Make up excuses. They make up all sorts of excuses for doing the truth. But their reality is coming now to haunt them. All right? So, for all the oppression that black people have suffered at the hands of albinos, anybody with straight hair, all the deaths which they have killed black people and are still killing them up till now, black people have had no reason to attack an albino. They've had no valid reason. Because why? They are under a spell. The hypnosis of Satan, the descendants of David, and albinos, anybody with straight hair, have hypnotized their minds such that they cannot explain their reality. They are unable to do anything about it against the oppression of albinos, anybody with straight hair, who have taken their jobs, taken everything, refused to pay them. And black people have been suffering all around the world. But right now, at this particular juncture in history, there's going to be a legal reason for black people to attack albinos, anybody with straight hair. When they start growing tails, they will not only be growing tails, they will be growing all features of an animal. And this will give a black person a legal reason to kill an albino anybody with straight hair when they see them with a tail and all these animal features because they are not human. Black people have been deceived for so long because albinos, anybody with straight hair, have looked human for so long now. But because of global warming, which Satan and his descendants, in David's descendants and Solomonic line of kings and princesses, who are all the kings and princesses of this world, have made Satan to cause all kinds of volcanoes and earthquakes to try to stop the lake of fire. And this has brought upon global warming. And because of global warming, the white blood cell count in the bodies of humanity begin to reduce because of heat. Therefore, because of this, the albino, anybody with straight hair, will grow a tail. Even for those who are albinos right now, who don't have a tail, who are adults, they will start growing one, and this is happening right now. This is why we're reading this to you, so you see it. So it says here, pilonidal cyst cases surge in students during pandemic. It goes on to say here, long sitting hours have led to a significant rise of pilonidal sinus disease among students. This is all bullshit, but let's continue reading. Primarily adolescents during the COVID-19 pandemic, doctors from Pune, Mumbai, and Surat have confirmed. A pilonidal sinus or cyst is a type of abscess appearing near the top of the buttocks. It occurs when hair is forced into the skin, leading to the infection in the area. Pain over the tailbone, blood or pus discharge, and swelling over the tailbone are the common symptoms. It goes on to say, Pune-based colorectal surgeon Ashwin Powell said, almost 56% of the 203 patients that we treated during the pandemic from April 2020 to September 2021 were students. This indicates a sharp rise in the incidence of pilonidal sinus among students, mainly adolescents, and thus pursuing higher education in the last 18 months. The ideal treatment for a pilonidal sinus varies according to the clinical presentation of the disease. For acute pilonidal abscess, we focus more on conservative management, while surgical management is required in chronic and complex or recurring disease, Powell said. So let's explain this very, very much in very simple analogies so you understand. First of all, they're saying that this pilonidal sinus is happening more during the time of the pandemic. As the article says here, pilonidal cyst cases surge in students during pandemic. What is a pilonidal cyst, as they said here? If you read further down here, as we read, it says that pilonidal cyst causes pain over the tailbone, blood or pus discharge, and swelling over the tailbone are common symptoms. What does this mean? It means that albinos, anybody with straight hair, during the pandemic period, for those who took the vaccine, or for those who are not taking the vaccine, because this is going to happen to all albinos, they started having the tailbone grow. This is literally what the statement means. Let's pull up a picture to show you the actual location of this pilonidal cyst, which is the growth of the tailbone on albinos, anybody with straight hair, who all grow these tails, which has been suppressed through eating of folic acid, all the inbred and crossbred food, and all the poisons fed to us. But at this particular juncture in history, that tailbone has to grow out so that all the world will see that the albinos, anybody with straight hair, are not human beings. Because whether they like it or not, the Creator will not be made a mockery of. So get online and type out pilonidal cyst, and this is the picture or image that you will see it. The growth of the tailbone, because this liquid filling up and growing from the tailbone of all albinos, anybody with straight hair, because they grow tails and have tried to suppress it for so long, is happening as we speak, as that article shows you. Because at the end of the day, the Creator will not be made a mockery of. You cannot change genetics. You are who you are. You cannot change. There is no such word as change, because we have been told that things change. Things never change. There's no such word, because it's like a lot of people today, they make up different words for the same thing. And because people hear these different words for the same thing, they think that this is something new, which means a change. People make up different words for sex, but sex has never changed. Sex still remains the same, because nothing ever changes. So nothing ever changes. Everything is as is. Apple trees produce apples till the day they die. Palm oil trees produce palm oil fruits till the day they die. So nothing will ever change. So the albino, who is a demon, an animal with a tail, can never change, and therefore the tail has to grow out. Whether they take the vaccines or not, it's happening. So we've been told so many lies to make our reality not to be real. So the descendants of David, who are the ones behind the way the world is right from the times of David till now, they have been the real Illuminati, have told us so much lies that our heads are spinning at this particular point in time in history. We do not know what's real and what is not real. But at this particular point, you are going to find out what is real and what is a fantasy, so that it will be shown to you that you made the deliberate choices that you made. Not because you could not change, because there's no such thing as change, but because you love doing the evil and wickedness that you do, because evil and wickedness is you. It comes from your genetics. It is who you are, is not what you do. So David and his descendants, who are the ones behind the way the world is, try to shape this world into their evil and feminist mindset. Because you've come to understand today, at this particular point in time in history, that evil is feminism. They are one and the same. Feminism is evil. So when you say evil, it means the person is a feminist. Feminist means not having the ability to think about things logically and reasonably, without bias and without emotions, and arriving at a conclusion and not having the ability to carry out the conclusion that you have decided or arrived at through your logical reasoning and thinking, free of bias or emotions. That is the meaning of evil, feminism, to be out of natural order. So David's descendants decided to build this world in their image. And as you've come to understand, that feminism is represented in circles, is a circle. That is why they have so much secular buildings in this world today, because they are all practicing feminism, which is evil. That is the reason why the world, as we are shown on a map, or as we are taught in the sciences and the educational system and everything, tells you that the world is a globe, a circle. Why? Because a circle represents evil, feminism, instead of a square. So this is the reason why they present this world to you, our world, as a circle, as a globe, because David and his descendants, who all worship Satan and are of the lineage of Satan, because David ate of the flesh of Satan and drank his blood, and took some of that flesh and kept it and grew the fungi and the bacteria and the worms on the skin of Satan and used it to cause all the diseases and sicknesses which the world has right now, to make the world weak, make humanity weak, so that they can be controlled, and so that the tails of albinos, anybody with straight hair, will not grow out, to show that they are the children of Satan. So David and his descendants wanted to construct the world based on the idea of the worship of Satan. So when you hear people talk about the divine feminine, what you're talking about is talking about evil for the people who really know what they're saying. It's not for everyone, because most people bandy around words, because you have to understand that everything has levels to it. Wickedness and evil all have levels to it. Some people are the lower rung, some people are the higher ends of evil, and the ones at the highest end of evil are the David Solomonic descendants. So they try to construct this world based on evil, a representation of a circle, which means feminism. That is the reason why they make the world into a globe, which is not what it is, because the world does not look like a globe. The world that the Creator made is a square, talking about the very land that you put your feet on, which you walk on this earth, was made to be a square, not a globe, as it is represented here, which is a circle, representing feminism, evil, representing Satan. So David and his descendants tried to create a world, or tried to make us believe that the world was made in the image of evil, in the image of feminism, which is represented by a circle, okay? Instead of the fact that the Creator made the world a square, they tried to give us a round clock, roundness and a circle in everything. But it is not true, because the world that the Creator made right here was made in a square to show us an exact representation of the world and time itself, which the descendants of David have stolen away our time by giving us clocks which slow down at certain parts of the day for us not to understand our time. This is how wicked people are in the descendants of David, to try to change time when time does not change. But they've made humanity to believe that time changes, such as daylight saving time and all the crap that they pull out in the world today, based on trying to deceive us about the square world, earth, land, which the Creator made. So one thing I would like to tell you before we continue at this particular point in time about time per se is this. So in our square clock, which you find here, all right, and this is something you people should pay attention to and know at this particular point in time, so you can understand your reality. The way the Creator made the world, okay, the minute arm of the clock represents the sun's motion. The minute arm of the clock that you see right here, based on our square clock, tells you where the sun is at the earth. The minute arm of the clock. The hour arm of the clock tells you where the moon is at. This is things people do not know on the construction of time. The hour arm tells you where the moon is at the earth, at the position where it is. Okay? The second arm of a clock tells you the rotation of the stars of heaven. So our time was constructed on how the sun moves through the earth every day, and the moon moves through the earth every month. And the seconds show you the motion of the stars. But this was never taught to you on how time is kept, because some of the two most important lies on which all our reality has been based on, the foundation of all lies, is understanding the shape of the world. Because once you understand the shape of the world, all the lies that they have told you right from time ceases. That is the reason why we did the shape of our world for you to understand. So you will never fall into any deception anymore. So David's descendants and Satan have been able to tell us lies for so long on the shape of our world and what it looks like. But when you get the shape of our world, the video and the map, you will clearly understand now, and you'll never ever fall into any deception from the lips of any wicked person, whether they be black or albino, anybody with straight hair.
Channels his hubris and anger and calls it strength.
I've seen your future, Oliver. Inexorable and unavoidable. I have watched you die.
Living. It's not for the weak. You can survive this. Make it home. Make it better.
Everything about you just became so unbelievably clear.
You need someone to remind you who you are.
Are you the man in this picture?
Crisis is imminent. Someone is coming. Someone far, far more powerful than myself.
Years on a deserted island and you came back a vigilante? Seems a little far-fetched.
Just one more thing I gotta do.
So Satan and his children and his kings in David's descendants have succeeded in telling us so much lies because they do not want you to understand your reality. So, for example, a lot of people have read the stories of David and Goliath and have believed, according to what the Bible tells them, the fake corrupted scriptures which they read, that David killed Goliath with a sling and a stone. But this is not true. Because when you read in those scriptures, it does tell you that David was a very skilled fighter, a warrior. A warrior can never be successful in a battle with a sling. So how did David kill Goliath? He killed Goliath with a bow and an arrow. He shot through Goliath's face, because if you look at the way someone wears a helmet, the helmet usually covers the skull and leaves the eyes and the mouth area open. So how did David kill Goliath? He shot an arrow using a bow and an arrow through Goliath's face in the part of his helmet which is always uncovered. Let's show you a helmet before we continue now. So whenever military people or soldiers way back in the day dress, they wore their dressing or armor with a helmet. The helmet does not cover the whole entire face because you need space to see, breathe, and talk. So when David took off his arrow and bow, he did not use a stone. So every story that you read that David used a stone to kill Goliath was false. He used a bow and an arrow. He shot that arrow through Goliath's face. That's how Goliath died. Because when you read in scripture, it says that David was a warrior, very skillful in battle. Let's show you that before we continue. So you can see how all this illusion about David was constructed to make a fantasy. Because by constructing the fact that David used a sling and a stone, it is very difficult for anybody in the world to use a sling and a stone to attack someone. Try doing it yourself. You're going to see how difficult that is to actually shoot accurately with a sling and a stone. Because they wanted you to believe in the so-called myth of David, of being this great person in which the whole world has been deceived into, such that even till today when people pray, they say, let's say a prayer of David, because you've been made to believe that all the prayers that you read, which David prayed in the book of Psalms or any other book of scripture, that he prayed to the Creator. No, David prayed to Satan. So for anybody who's going after the prayer of David or making a prayer such as David prayed, such as Psalms 23 or Psalms 69, this is all David praying to Satan. And therefore, if anybody is praying to Satan, they are going to get the same results as David got. And sometimes no results at all. So let's read now to show you that David was a very skillful fighter. But they made that story of him using a sling and a stone to kill Goliath to make it into a myth and a fantasy, a legend, to create a legend that's something that nobody could use, which is a sling, to kill anything, that David used it because they wanted to try to show you that David was special. That was the whole idea of that story, to change the facts of the story, which is that David killed Goliath with a bow and an arrow into a sling. But let's show you first of all that David was a very skillful warrior, and no skillful warrior in the history of military combat will ever go into battle with a sling and a stone. So we're reading from 1 Kings chapter number 16, or you can call it 1 Samuel chapter number 16 in the Greek Septuagint Bible. And we're reading from verse number 18, and it says, "And one of his servants answered and said, Behold, I have seen a son of Jesse, the Bethlehemite, and he understands playing, and the man prudent and a warrior." David was a warrior from birth. So when you read all those stories which they say that David used to tend to the sheep and take care of the sheep and all other things, yes, he did that. That is when he did it on his downtime. He did that on his downtime when he was not involved in matters of war. So David was a very skillful warrior, so make no mistakes about it. No warrior goes into war with a sling and a stone. You're going to get killed. You go to war either with a machete, a sword, a javelin, or if you want to call it a spear, and a shield. So you don't go to war with a sling. So all that was written as fantasy to make us believe in the stories of David that he was chosen and special of the Creator, rather that David was chosen and special of Satan. Had nothing to do with the Creator. Hated the Creator day and night, like all the wicked people of this world. Hate everything that has to do with blackness because they know that they are evil. That is why they are afraid of the blackness, because they know that the blackness is righteousness. So let's read that particular portion again in a different Bible, and we're reading this time around from 1 Samuel chapter number 16 in the Geneva Bible, not the Greek Septuagint, for you to see that David was a warrior. He was not all the stories that, the mindsets of people have been made to believe. He was a warrior from birth. He was used to fighting. So he knew all the skills about fighting. It goes on to say here in 1 Samuel chapter number 16, and we are reading from verse 18. It says, "Then answered one of his servants and said, Behold, I have seen a son of Jesse, a Bethlehemite, that can play and is strong, valiant, and a man of war, wise in matters." So the stories that you read about David being maybe someone who didn't look like he was so strong, or it was that he was a very weak-minded man or whatsoever, it's all a lie. David was very, very wise in evil. That is the truth. Very, very wise and intelligent in the evil ways of wickedness of this world. So he was also a warrior, very skillful in battle. Most of the war stories that you read about in movies, comics, or whatsoever are centered about the skillfulness of David in battle. And on top of that, he had evil knowledge of Satan. And that is the reason why Satan chose him, because he was born of the lineage of imps, of albinos, anybody with straight hair, in which his great-grandfather in Judah had crossbred with, and also his father, Jesse, slept with his daughter to give birth to David. David was born of inbreeding by his father. And this is the reason why he was chosen of Satan. And besides that, he was very skillful. Very, very skillful. Extremely skillful as a fighter, and had the knowledge of wickedness and all the intelligent knowledge of wickedness and evil to succeed. So he would never, ever have gone into battle with the Philistines, with Goliath, okay, without having a bow and an arrow and a sword. Because when you read the story of when David attacked Goliath, it is said that Saul gave to David his own armor to wear to fight Goliath. But later on in that story, they tell you that David took off the armor and said, "I come to you in the name of the Lord." That is stupidness. How would a warrior go into battle with someone who's taller and bigger than him and he's not prepared, and you go there with a sling and a stone? That is a fabrication of a story, because it never happened. David was fully dressed in armor and was carrying a bow, an arrow, and a sword. And that is what he used to kill Goliath, with the bow and an arrow, not with a sling. So whenever you read that story or hear that story right now, know that they are telling you a lie. That is the reason why in so many comic book movies, you always see as they make someone carry a bow and an arrow. Why? Because it is a representation of David. You've watched such comic series on CW television called Arrow. You've watched such comics such as Hawkeye of the Avengers series, or you've watched such stories as, let's say, such as The Hunger Games, you will always see all of these movies in which a bow and arrow is being used, or the character is made to be very, very efficient with the bow and arrow. This is all paying homage to David, who was a specialist in using the bow and an arrow, and specifically because he used the bow and arrow to kill Goliath. So whenever you hear about the story of David and Goliath, I want you to understand the truth about it, since you've heard it now. David killed Goliath with a bow and an arrow, not with a sling, and he was fully clothed in armor when he did so.
Things forever. There's no going back. See, to them, you're just a freak. Like me.
What do we got?
Nothing. No name, no other alias. Clothing is custom. Nothing in his pockets but knives and lint.
Evening, Commissioner. Why so serious? Where is he?
People are dying. What would you have me do?
Endure. You can be the outcast. You can make the choice that no one else will face. The right choice. Gotham needs you.
A little fighting, yeah. I like that.
Then you're gonna love me. Now that's more like it, Miss Wayne.
It's all part of the plan. Come on, hit me! Let's put a smile on that face.
The answers about our world is hidden in plain sight. But because of all the bad food that we are eating, both inbred and crossbred food, it makes the human body not to be able to function properly, such that by seeing it does not see, by hearing it does not understand, and our reality is hidden from us. If we were to understand the basis of all things, our understanding would be very, very fruitful. What you have to understand at this particular point in time is this. When you read the book of Genesis, I want you to ask yourself a question. How did evil and corruption come into the world? It was by eating food, which the Creator told Adam and Eve, do not eat of this tree. So, the most important thing that we should all have in mind constantly from this day on forward, if you are to avoid being evil and having corruption, sickness, and disease, you have to grow your own food. Because the book of Genesis shows you the logic of how things are. But because we are being led by false clergy, priests of Satan, we do not understand the logic of things. Evil and corruption, sickness and disease came by eating of a tree, which is food, which the Creator told Adam and Eve not to eat. But Satan deceived them to eat. This has always been the logic right from time. Death, corruption, sickness, disease comes from eating food. Spells, sorcery comes from eating food. If you do not grow your own food or you're eating wrong food, you're always going to be filled with corruption, death, sickness, and disease in this world, and you will go to the lake of fire. So things are very simple for us to understand because the logic is right there, but we fail to see it because we are not taught that all death, sickness, and corruption, sorcery and spells comes in through food, but it's right there in your scriptures. Adam and Eve ate of food, a tree of knowledge of evil, which they were not supposed to eat from, and brought in sickness, death, and corruption into this world. This has not changed until you start growing your own food and eating the right food, not inbred or crossbred food. The world, you will constantly be in subjection to Satan, and you will breed corruption, sickness, and death upon yourself.
When Elias Brotberger goes to work, he doesn't need ID, and he doesn't need money. In fact, much of what he needs to get through the day is hidden right there, just below the surface, in his hand.
You like to touch it?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Oh, weird. Yeah, it's like a grain of rice.
Yeah, a grain of rice.
Embedded in his hand is a microchip that serves as his keys, his ID, and his wallet.
Yeah, it's all in chip, so I use it like to get around the building.
Buy snacks.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's buy some snacks.
Exactly.
So I can't open it.
No.
Okay.
So what I need to do is I need to first blip my chip, and it will log me in, and from there I get access to the fridge.
Popular TV shows like Black Mirror have imagined chips as part of a dystopian future.
Install ingrain procedure with local anesthetic and you're good to go.
In Sweden, the microchips are already here.
The microchip implants use the same technology that's in contactless credit cards,
which have made cash pretty much obsolete in Sweden.
No cash.
At this tech fair, a chipping event for those on the cutting edge, merging their hands with this new technology.
I thought it would be fun, right?
The process is simple and swift. A pinch of the skin, and in a matter of seconds, the chip is inserted. The transformation is complete. As for the pain,
I barely felt it.
But even in this nation of early adopters, not everyone is racing to get chipped.
Feel less human. I will feel like a robot.
I think, it's so much more data can go into this, when it's in your body.
There's no central registry tracking how many people are chipped, but biohacker Hannes Wellblood estimates between 5 and 10,000.
In the future, do you think everyone is going to be chipped?
I think it'll be voluntary, but I am certainly convinced that millions of people will find it very, very valuable to have a smart device under their skin.
Human microchipping may be our future, but in Sweden, it's already reality. Sarah Harmon, NBC News, Stockholm.
Hey,
The tribe of Judah has been the bane of the remnant, because the tribe of Judah, of which David came from, and the descendants of David who run this world, who have been running this world since the times of David till now, hidden behind the scenes, the so-called Illuminati, the learned elders of Zion, which a lot of people have been trying to understand who runs the world. And they have remained secret for so long because they have bred themselves into every ethnicity and have stayed behind the scenes, pulling the strings of making the world the way it is. Has been the bane of the remnant right from the times of Jacob, in which Judah brought into the remnant mindset the idea that they should have kings. The tribe of Judah, right from the time of Exodus, have always been against the priesthood in everything. They have changed scripture trying to fit themselves into being the so-called chosen ones, because people always believe that people are chosen. There is no such thing by the Creator. Nobody's chosen. Everybody is created and designed for a purpose. Everything in this world is created and designed for a purpose. There is no one special more than the other. You are designed to do your own purpose. For example, a cup of water cannot say that it is more important or special than a television set. It's because that was your design on purpose. Wheresoever you find your design and your purpose, you should be satisfied to find yourself where you are and do your own purpose. Satan brought the idea of speciality, that because you're a cup of water, that you're more special than a television set. But this is not true. Everything has its design and its purpose. Satan brought the stupid idea to the stupid black women of this world, that they are anything else but special. That they are special and ought to be treated specially. And therefore Satan started insinuating into the stupid black women of this world that there is such a thing as inequality against them.
There is no such thing. A woman has her design and purpose. You can't compare a cup to a television set, because the television has its design and purpose and a cup has its design and purpose. It's just like today with transgenders. A transgender says that they are not born in the body that they were created. It means that you have said that your design and your purpose for creation is not what it meant to be. Who do you think gave you that idea as a transgender? It is Satan. Transgenders are homosexuals, breaking the very natural order in which the Creator made this world, and breaking the third commandment, which says that you shall not fashion to yourself anything that was not created, because that is what the third commandment means. As people have come to understand in the fabricated 10 commandments, that there is such a commandment that says, you shall not make unto yourself an image of anything in heaven, in earth, or under the earth. That commandment there is the third commandment in the 13 commandments, which says you shall not make unto yourself any image, fashion to yourself any image that was not created. So what has a transgender done? They have fashioned themselves into an image that was not made or created by the Creator. They are evil, and your suffering and punishment has begun for those who like being transgenders, openly transgenders at this particular point in time in history. Therefore, that commandment which says you shall not make unto yourself any graven image of anything in heaven, in the earth, or under the earth means that you shall not make to yourself an idol. You shall not fashion to yourself a graven image of anything. So when a transgender transgenders themselves, they have fashioned themselves an image which the Creator has said, you shall not make to yourself any graven image. This is how the commandments were changed, such that people would not know. And because the priest of Satan in clergy read it to you, you do not understand. And then people go questioning. It is not in the scripture. There is no way in the scripture that says that there should be no homosexuality or transgenders. But it is right there in that commandment. Just because you did not know it. You have created an image by transgendering yourself. That is fashioning a graven image of an idol. So the tribe of Judah, which a lot of evil people claim to come from, which I myself personally know, okay, the so-called tribe of Judah, which I myself have personally visited myself to see, the real tribe of Judah, which a lot of people will never ever come to that knowledge to know, have been the bane of the existence of the remnant, because they brought the idea of doing the opposite of the 13 commandments to have the power of Satan. They brought about inbreeding and crossbreeding, which are two of the greatest commandments that nobody should ever break. And the third commandment as well, that you shall not fashion to yourself an image that was not created. Because when people hear that particular word, fashion an image, as is written in the 10 commandments, that you shall not make unto yourself any image in heaven and earth, they think that it's talking about the fact that you shall not worship a god or make an image of a deity to worship, but it's talking about everything else. You shall not change the natural order of creation, of which something is. So when you transgender yourself, you're doing that. You've created an image that was not fashioned, was not made by the Creator originally. So a lot of people do not understand that. But this is what the tribe of Judah, who tried to write themselves into history, who were against the Levitical priesthood right from the times of Jacob onto the times of Exodus, and tried to make the remnants believe that they ought to stand by kings, and that kings are the ones that were called of the Creator to teach the world. This is what the tribe of Judah had brought into the remnant. So the tribe of Judah have always been at war against the Levitical priesthood to make the remnant and the world to believe that they no longer exist, that the Levitical priesthood was evil, and that the Creator himself hated the Levitical priesthood, because some of the stories they have written in scripture has made people to believe that. Now, one of the stories I can bring to your attention at this particular point in time to show you how they wrote that into scripture and made the mindset of people to believe that the Levitical priesthood was evil, or that the Creator hated the Levitical priesthood, starts with the story of Aaron and the golden calf. A lot of people reading that story believe that Aaron was the one who built the golden calf. You can read the story of Aaron the golden calf in Exodus chapter number 32. But the truth is, Aaron did not make the images of the golden calf or gods which the remnant worshipped. It was Hur of the tribe of Judah who did so. A lot of people will never know that, because the tribe of Judah tried to make us believe that the Levitical priesthood was evil. They created so many stories about the Creator hating the Levitical priesthood. So, for example, if you've ever read the story of Aaron and Moses, it is said that Aaron did not enter into the promised land because he disobeyed the Creator at the waters of Meribah, in which it was told to Moses that they should speak to the rock, and the rock will bring forth water. But rather that Moses took a stick and struck the rock, and water came out, and the Creator was angry and said that Moses would not enter into the promised land. Now, you've heard these stories before. We've probably talked about it, but we never had the time to explain the truth about that story to you so you would understand it. Because the truth about that story is this: it was not Moses who struck the rock to bring water out for the remnant. The so-called tribe of Judah wrote that into scriptures in their translation, because the truth is, it was Aaron who struck the rock, not Moses. Because in scripture, it says that Moses was faithful in all his house. Okay? Let's show you that before we continue on. In scriptures, it was said that Moses was faithful to the Creator in everything. So, if it says that Moses was faithful to the Creator in everything, Moses could not have struck the rock. That means everything the Creator told Moses to do, Moses did exactly that and did not deviate from it. Let's show you that before we continue on. So we're reading from Numbers chapter number 12, and it says in verse 7, "My servant Moses, not so. He is faithful in all my house." So Moses was faithful in everything. Moses did exactly as the Creator told him to do. He did not deviate. But what you need to understand is this: how did Moses get to do exactly what the Creator told him to do? Because the genetics of the high priest is different from everybody else in the world. And here's one thing that you also have to know: the genetics of the remnant is different from everybody else in the world. It's one of the biggest secrets that's been hidden, because if you study the genetics, that means the bone structure of a remnant, of a dead remnant person, you will find that it is different. Why? Because everybody else has been either inbred and crossbred. So they do not have the original design of the skeleton of a human being, which they are supposed to have. So only the remnants have that. So if a remnant goes to a hospital to get treatment for something, the remnant will most likely come out either having more problems that will lead to their death, because all the medicine, all the medical sciences is created to hide the fact that the remnant genetics is different. So the public medical sciences, which brings about doctors that offer treatment, and as you've come to know at this particular time in history, is that doctors are all priests of Satan. Okay? But talking about the medical sciences, the whole medical sciences is designed not to make us understand that the genetics of the remnant is different from the genetics of everybody else in the world. So the whole entire medical sciences, which is designed to provide treatment to everybody, is designed to provide treatment to people who are not the remnant. Why is that the case? Because if the doctors and the medical sciences of this world are taught that there are two types of genetics in this world, the remnant's genetics and the genetics of everybody else, they will come to the knowledge that there are two types of people living in the world, as we have always said, that one are the children of Satan and one are the children of the Creator. And the children of the Creator have a different genetic. Their bone structure is different. So the medical sciences does not know that. So whenever a remnant goes in for treatment in a hospital, when the doctors start looking at him or her, they wonder, this is different from what the medical journals, which they have read and used to do treatment to everybody else, says. They will find out that the bone structure, the nerves of the remnant are different. The nerves on the right side of the body of a remnant is totally different from everybody else's nerves. So this is part of the reason we played you a clip earlier of the artificial intelligence chip. Why did we have to play that clip? Because what we're trying to show you here is this. If you notice in that clip, a lot of people do not pay attention, but you can go back and watch it again. If you notice, the RFID chip which was being inserted into the demons, albinos, anybody with straight who all go tails, those chips were inserted in their left hand. Why the left hand? The artificial intelligence chip will be inserted in the left hand or on the left side of the body. Let's pull up a picture to show you that before we continue on here. So one thing you have to understand in the video that we played of the RFID chips, which is a diversion. Because if you notice, when they inserted the RFID chip, it was something very simple. You know, they just lifted up the left hand of the demon albinos in Sweden, especially because that's where they're doing all this kind of like experiments on the RFID chip. They lifted the left hand. It was easy. It was what they would call in medical science outpatient procedure. That means it's quickly done and you go home. The artificial intelligence chip will not be that way. Why? Because the artificial intelligence chip is meant to control the central nervous system of a human being. So it's not just going to be something that you're going to walk in and out, because what happens is they have to connect the chip to your nerves. They have to take your nerves and connect it to the chip and power the chip for the artificial intelligence chip. So it's not just going to be a walk in the park that you will just go in and get it in a day and come out in a day. No, it's going to take longer because it's going to be real surgery. So the artificial intelligence chip is going to be placed on the left side of the human body. It's going to be placed either below right here where you have the arm right here in which you have a lot of nerves. Okay, you can see right here by this particular image, you have the median nerve. So it has to be placed right there and the chip has to be sewed into the nerve. Also, it's going to be sewed in onto the left side of the body, either behind the ears right here as you can see or below the eye. It's not going to be something that is going to be done under, let's say, a couple of minutes. It's going to take real surgery. So when people receive the artificial intelligence chip, they will be knowingly doing so in the future. Because everything about COVID-19 is going to snowball into that. COVID-19 is just the starter case for the so-called fabricated diseases that are going to be made upon the world. More diseases are going to come into the future. And then more vaccinations are going to come in, and there's going to be a reason for you to carry the vaccination card. They're going to create an atmosphere in which they say that the vaccination card is being stolen, is being used for everything. They've designed the system already to make that happen right now as we speak, so that they can provide the false sense of needed security. So at the end of the day, it will be a requirement that you carry the vaccination card all around with you, and that's going to snowball into the artificial intelligence chip. So when anybody will receive the artificial intelligence chip in the future, it's not just going to be something that you go in 5 minutes and come out. It's going to be real surgery, because the artificial intelligence chip has to be connected to the nerves on the left side of the human body. Why the left side of the human body? Because with the remnant, their genetics are different, and the right side of the human body in the remnant is completely unique. So whenever a remnant goes into the hospital to get treatment, when they look at the remnant body structure and their bodies, the doctors will think that the remnant are the abnormality, because the body of the remnant is totally different. So for example, the best way to explain it is this. We are told that the human heart is on the left side of the human body. If a remnant body is opened up, the heart will not be on the left side. They're going to find so many things different from what the general medical sciences tell them. The intestines are going to be different. Okay, the lungs are going to be different. Everything is going to be different, such that when a doctor looks at a remnant trying to treat them, they will think that the remnant is the abnormality of nature, instead of the fact that he or she is the normality, because the remnant's genetic is different. And this the learned elders of Zion have hidden from the world. Because why? The world would come to the knowledge through the medical sciences. If the medical sciences was open, that there are two types of genetics in this world, as we have always told you. One are the genetics of the remnant, the children of the Creator, and the others are the genetics of the children of Satan. So let's continue with our story on now, because we wanted you to understand that when you receive the artificial intelligence chip, it's going to be a deliberate thing which you have foreknowledge of what you are accepting into your body. but you will choose to deny it because you are evil and hate the Creator. So let's continue now with our story.
Nobody else comes through. It's just him and me. What day is it? What year?
He'll find her. That's what he does. That's all he does.
This isn't true. This is a mistake. I didn't do anything.
No, but you will. He's not a man. Machine. Terminator. Cyberdyne Systems Model 101. These are new. They look human.
They cannot make things like that yet.
Not yet. Is out there. It can't be bargained with. It can't be reasoned with. It doesn't feel pity or remorse or fear. And it absolutely will not stop. Ever. Until you are dead.
Can you stop it?
So Moses was not the one who struck the rock at the waters of Meribah. You can read that story in Numbers chapter 20. It was Aaron who did so. And the Creator, even though he was angry with Moses and with Aaron, he was not angry that Aaron struck the rock. He only told Aaron, I do not want you to be emotional. Don't allow your emotions get the better part of you when dealing with the wicked remnant or dealing with the people. I want you at all times to be unemotional. Why? Because wickedness can make a lot of righteous people to be angry to the point that they do stuff they are not supposed to do out of anger of dealing with the wicked. But here the Creator told Aaron, be always level-headed. So the stories that you read in scripture, that the reason why Aaron and Moses did not get into the promised land because they disobeyed the Creator at the waters of Meribah is false. When Aaron died, this is how Aaron died. I want you to pay special attention so you understand everything at this particular point in time. When Aaron died, the Creator told Moses, bring up Aaron, to the mountain. And Moses brought up Aaron. He said, bring up his son. take off the priestly clothing of Aaron and put it on his son. Moses did so, and Aaron died on that mountain in the presence of all the remnant. Why did the Creator have to do so? Because when you read that story, the tribe of Judah who wrote these stories for us and translated it, the descendants of David, the evil tribe of Judah, they made us to believe that the reason why Aaron died before he got into the promised land was because of the waters of Meribah incident, in which they struck the rock with a stick instead of speaking to it, as the Creator told Moses to speak to the rock that it would bring forth water. But that was not the case. Here's one thing people do not know. The high priest is not the same as everybody else. Every high priest knows the time that he is going to die. Why is that the case? Because the Creator owns the high priests. So if he owns the high priest, he owns everything about their life. So therefore, sickness and Satan cannot kill a high priest. The Creator tells the high priest when he is supposed to die and sets an order of how he's going to die, so that the remnant should know that the Creator honors the priesthood and speaks through them. So the reason why Aaron died on that mountain in which Moses took the clothing, the priestly clothing of Aaron, then put it on his son, and Aaron died, was so the remnant could see that the priesthood, the high priest, were not normal, that death had no ability over them, that they only went to sleep when the Creator wanted them to sleep, and he would let the whole entire remnant population know. So that is the reason why when you read that story of Aaron's death in Numbers chapter 20, you would see that the Creator told the remnant to gather to the mountain. So they gathered and physically saw as Moses and Aaron and his son went up the mountain, and Moses took off the robes or clothing of Aaron, which identified him as the chief high priest, and put it on his son, and Aaron died, and they brought Aaron down from the mountain and buried him. It was a statement of fact. So the remnant could always be sure that only the Creator has the right completely over a high priest, and that anything that a high priest does, even up to the time he dies, is controlled by the Creator. So the story that you hear that Aaron died and did not enter the promised land because they disobeyed the Creator at the waters of Meribah is false. Also, the same with the story of Moses, because when you read the story of Moses, it tells you that the Creator was angry with Moses and told Moses, you will not enter into the promised land, but you will only see it. But this is not true. The tribe of Judah, the descendants of David, the learned elders of Zion wrote this into scripture. Why? Because they did not want you to have confidence in the commandments of the Creator and the Levitical priesthood. Because at the end of the day, if you say that Moses disobeyed the Creator, it means that whatsoever Moses did before that was irrelevant. It makes you not to have confidence in the commandments laid down by Moses, which the Creator gave him. So this is how these people, this wicked tribe of Judah, weaved into the mindset of people lies to make themselves to be the valid ones in which the Creator spoke through. But only Satan speaks through kings and everybody else who's not a high priest. Because everybody else does not have the understanding of the Creator, because they are not a high priest. So the stories that we are told that Moses died and did not enter into the promised land is a lie, complete lie. Because when you read in 1 Chronicles chapter number 21, let's pull that up so you can see it yourself. So here is First Chronicles chapter number 21. So whenever you read, we want to read this portion so you see it yourself. And we're going to be reading from First Chronicles chapter number 21, and we're reading from verse 29. When you read the stories in the book of Deuteronomy about the death of Moses, in which is told to Moses by the Creator that Moses will not enter into the promised land because he did not do what the Creator told him to do in the waters of Meribah, in which the Creator told Moses to speak to the rock. And rather, as we are told that Moses struck the rock when it was actually Aaron that struck the rock, the Creator was angry at Aaron for striking the rock and for not allowing Moses to speak to it. But at the end of the day, it was not the kind of anger that the Creator was angry such that he did not want anything to do with Moses or with Aaron, as the fabricated scriptures which we read have made us to believe, written by the descendants of David of the tribe of Judah. It's not true. Because when you read here, as we are showing you, in First Chronicles chapter number 21, in verse 29, we're reading from the Greek Septuagint Bible. You can find any other Bible and read it. It's almost going to be the same thing. It clearly shows here that Moses went into the Middle East and Moses built the first Holy of Holies in the Middle East before he died. So if Moses built the first Holy of Holies in the Middle East, how is it that he did not enter into the promised land as you read in the stories of Deuteronomy at his death? And if you read the death of Moses in any other Bible besides the Greek Septuagint, what you find there is a lie, because it tells you that the Creator buried the body of Moses if you read it in any other scripture. But it's not true. Moses died and was told when he was going to die, and after he died, the remnant buried him in the Middle East. But here is what happened. After they buried him, all of them forgot the grave of Moses. Why did all of them forget? Because the Creator made them to forget, such that nobody will go to the grave of Moses and try to tamper with it, either by digging up his bones for any kind of ritual or anything, in which the tribe of Judah would have sought to do. We'll read that story. But for now, I want you to see it yourself, so that when you read in the book of Deuteronomy, which it says that Moses did not enter into the promised land because he disobeyed the Creator, you will know that it is a lie. Because right here in First Chronicles chapter number 21 in verse 29, it shows you that Moses built the first Holy of Holies, or if you want to call it the first temple, in the Middle East when he took the remnant in before he died. And we are reading, and it says, and the tabernacle of the Creator which Moses made in the wilderness, and the altar of burnt offerings at that time in the high place at Gabon. Gabon here means Gideon or Gilead, which you find is part of the land of the Middle East in scripture, which the remnant lived, which housed the first Holy of Holies. So it is a complete lie when they tell you that Moses did not enter into the promised land. And so many people have believed these stories because at the end of the day, the tribe of Judah wrote this, and through their false priests and clergies who have no understanding about the scriptures they read, they just read it to you and keep regurgitating the same stories, and people believe it. So let's read also right here in the Greek Septuagint. So you see, when you pick up the King James Bible and you read, it will tell you that the Creator killed Moses and buried him and nobody knew his grave. But this is not true. Moses died and the remnant buried him, but all of them forgot where they buried him after. Let's read that so you see it now. So we read from Deuteronomy chapter 34, and we read from verse 5 to verse 6. It says, so Moses, the servant of the Creator, died in the land of Moab by the word of the Creator. And they buried him in Gai. See that? They buried him in Gai, near the house of Fogah. and no one has seen his sepulchre, which means his grave, to this day. If you read in the King James Bible, let's just pull this up so you see how these people continually change scriptures and made the King James to be the popular version of the Bible, which everybody reads because it contains the most fabricated lies. All the other Bibles that you read have some corruption in it, but the greater amount of corruption resides in the King James Bible, and it is the most read Bible. It is the most confusing, contains the most lies. Let's show you that now, the difference. So on the right side of the screen, you have Deuteronomy chapter number 34 from verse 5 to verse 6. On the left side of the screen, you have the King James Bible, Deuteronomy chapter 34 from verse 5 to 6. So on the right side, we have the Greek Septuagint Bible. On the left, we are reading from the King James Bible. Now reading here, it says, "So Moses, the servant of the Creator, died there in the land of Moab according to the word of the Creator," right? And it says, "And he buried him." So when people read the King James Bible in the so-called places of Satan, which they call church, which the priests of Satan and pastors and clergy have made the world to believe, they make us believe that the Creator killed Moses, okay, because Moses disobeyed him in the waters of Meribah, and that Moses did not enter into the promised land, and that when the Creator killed Moses, he buried him himself and hid him. But as you can see right here, this is a complete fallacy, as the King James Bible puts it, because it makes the reader to believe that the Creator is the one who buried Moses in the land of Moab over against Beth Peor. But no man knoweth of his grave unto this day. But it is not true, because when people read these stories, they believe that the Creator is the one who hid the body of Moses after he died. But this is not true. The Creator did not hide the body of Moses after he died. The people, the remnant, buried Moses. They buried him in a grave very, very close to where the first temple, the first Holy of Holies, which Moses built, as you have come to find out as we read to you in 1 Chronicles chapter number 21. So the tribe of Judah created so many lies in scripture for people not to know the truth. For people not to know that the Creator only speaks through a high priest of the Levitical priesthood. To further make that lie, this lie right here, which they gave to us in the King James Bible, that the Creator buried Moses. If you read in the New Testament, it says that when Moses died, that Satan came to contest the body of Moses with an angel. And an angel said, "Let the Creator rebuke you." That was a fallacy. It never happened. But they wrote that in. Why? Because they wanted you to believe at the end of the day that the Creator killed Moses for Moses disobeying him, and Moses did not enter into the promised land. So that in your mentality, you will believe that the Creator wanted nothing to do with the Levitical priesthood, but rather changed the priesthood, as it is believed, from the tribe of Levi to the tribe of Judah, as a lot of people have come to believe when they read in the false stories of the New Testament concerning the fabricated Jesus Christ. So getting back to the story here of the fact that we have been led to believe that Aaron was the one who built the golden calf and made the remnants to worship the golden calf, which represents, an image of a deity, an image of other gods, which was not the Creator. This is not true. Aaron did not build the golden calf. Even though you read it in scripture, when you read it very well, you will see that Aaron was not the one who built the golden calf. Why? Because the Creator said specifically that the people built the golden calf and worshipped an image of a deity, of the gods of Egypt. It did not say that Aaron did so. Let's read that first before we continue here in Exodus chapter number 32. And we're reading from Exodus chapter number 32, and we're reading from verse 8, specifically the words of the Creator at the events in which the mixed crossbred remnant and the tribe of Judah, because people do not understand this. The bane of what's happening to the remnant is because of inbreeding and crossbreeding. When the remnant came out of Exodus, okay? When the remnant came out of Egypt in the book of Exodus, they came out with a very mixed people. Remnant who had inbred and crossbred themselves with other ethnicities, thereby carrying the genetics of an albino, anybody with straight hair. So they constantly were against the Creator, because people do not understand, as you have come to understand right now, that evil is a person. You, the person, are evil. It is not what you do. You are evil. A dog barks because it is a dog. That is its genetics. You do evil because you are evil. Your genetics make you to do evil. So the bane of the remnant right from the times of Exodus has always been the crossbred and the inbred mixed remnant. That is what the scripture says. We don't have time to read it here, but you can go read it yourself. In Exodus chapter number 12 in verse 38. We'll leave it on the screen for you to go read yourself. So inbreeding and crossbreeding has always been the problem of the remnant, because once you're inbred and crossbred, your genetics are screwed. You will only do evil because you no longer have the genetics of the Creator. This is why the very last commandment in the 13 commandments was that the remnant should only marry and procreate with a remnant and nobody else. So reading now in Exodus chapter number 32 in verse 8, you will clearly see that the Creator did not say that Aaron built the altar. So reading here from Exodus chapter number 32 in verse 8, you will clearly see that it says that it was not Aaron who built the golden calf or the altar and led the remnant astray to worship him. Because unknown to you in this story, it was actually the chiefs of the tribe of Judah who built this golden calf and led the remnant to worship it. Now we're reading here in Exodus chapter number 32, and we're reading from verse 8. It says, "They have quickly gone out of the way which you commanded them. They have made for themselves a calf and worshipped it and sacrificed to it and said, 'These are thy gods, O Israel, who brought thee out of the land of Egypt.'" As you can see by that statement, it did not say that Aaron did it. Because why? Here's one thing you also have to know. Everybody who worshipped the golden calf was killed by Moses. Everybody. Now, how did Moses get to kill or identify the people who worship the golden calf in the story of Exodus chapter number 32 here? Now, remember, we already told you earlier before now that nudity was a part of the worship of Satan. Witches and wizards always worship Satan nude. Okay? And if nudity is involved, that means sex has to be involved also in the worship of Satan. So when the remnant here, the mixed remnant, the corrupted remnant, who were born of inbreeding and crossbreeding with other ethnicities that were not the remnant, went to Aaron and told Aaron, Moses is not here, because Moses had gone up to receive the 13 commandments written down by the Creator. So he spent a while up there. He spent close to 20 days. So when the people did not see him, they came to Aaron and said, "This Moses who brought us up out of the land of Egypt and the Creator is not here anymore. Where has he gone to? Because it's been a while we have not seen him." It could be that he's dead. And if he's dead, we have nobody to lead us into the Middle East. That means we have no deity to lead us into the Middle East. make unto us a deity for us to worship that will lead us into the Middle East. And Aaron told them that he could not do so because why? That a high priest can never die except the Creator has told them that this high priest would die. That is what Aaron told them. But they refused to listen to Aaron. They now turned to a man of the tribe of Judah who was a specialist in building images of deities, of gods. And this man's name was called Hor. Now, Hor now built the images, okay, for the wicked mixed remnants to worship Satan. And when they built these images, if you read in this particular chapter in Exodus 32, you'll find out that they called a festival. When they called a festival, they served food, drink, and wine. And then this mixed corrupt remnant stripped themselves naked, both men and women and children, and started having an orgy, having sex, an orgy. So therefore, when Moses came down, because the Creator now told Moses what happened, and Moses told the Creator, all right, that he would come down and make sure that the corruption of this mixed remnant population who have made themselves images and worshipped deities, which are inherently Satan, that he will come down and make sure that this corruption does not spread into all the remnant. So when Moses came down from the mountain, the people who were worshiping Satan were naked and having an orgy. So it was very, very easy for them to identify who was involved in the worship of Satan. And Moses killed all these mixed remnants. Now, if Aaron was the one who built the golden calf, Moses would have killed him also. But Moses did not kill Aaron because it was not Aaron that built the golden calf for the remnant. It was a person, a chief of the tribe of Judah called Hor. You can read that story in Exodus chapter number 32. So, how do we know that Hor was the one who built the golden calf? You have to understand this and pay attention. Exodus chapter number 32 is connected to Exodus chapter number 24 and Exodus chapter number 31. Let's show you that now. So remember, we've told you that the story of the golden calf, please pay attention to the chapters that you have to read, is connected to Exodus chapter number 24 and Exodus chapter number 31. And right here, we are reading from Exodus chapter number 24. Because even though this was imputed, the tribe of Judah, the descendants of David, imputed it for themselves because they wrote the whole entire scriptures in code so people would never understand. Now, the story of Exodus chapter number 24 here is telling you the event of what happened in Exodus chapter number 32, in which the story of the golden calf is involved in. Because when Moses was going up to the mountain to receive the 13 commandments, he made certain arrangements and left Aaron in charge of the remnant. But the tribe of Judah, the descendants of David, wrote it into scripture that Moses left the remnant when he was going up to receive the 13 commandments written by the Creator, that Moses left the remnant, that Moses left Aaron and Hor. Why Hor? Because Hor was of the tribe of Judah. He was one of the chiefs of the tribe of Judah and was a specialist in fabricating images of deities, including Satan, for the tribe of Judah to worship. Let's start reading from verse 13. It says here in Exodus chapter number 34 from verse 13, because as we have said, Exodus chapter 24 is connected to Exodus chapter number 32 and Exodus chapter number 31. It goes on to say here, and Moses rose up and Joshua his attendant, and they went up into the mount of the Creator. And to the elders they said, rest here till we return to you. And behold, Aaron and Hor, This word here, O-R, is H-U-R in spelling actually, but this is the Greek Septuagint. It says, Aaron and Hur are with you. If any man have a cause to be tried, let them go to them. But this is not true. The descendants of David, the tribe of Judah, wrote in Hur here for their own knowledge. So when they read, they would understand. Who was Hur? Hur was one of the chiefs of the tribe of Judah. As we explained, he was a specialist in creating images of deities which were not images of the Creator, and the Creator said to the remnant that they shall not make to themselves any image of anything, even in the worship of him. But Hur here was of the tribe of Judah, a specialist in creating such images to the worship of Satan. So, how do we know this? Let's go now to Exodus chapter number 31 and show you who Hur was. So we're reading here from Exodus chapter number 31 for you to see who Hur was, which is spelled as O-R in the Greek Septuagint Bible, because we're reading from the Greek Septuagint. And it says here, and the Creator spoke to Moses. This is a lie, but let's read it, okay? It says, and the Creator spoke to Moses, saying, Behold, I have called by name Bezaleel, the son of Urias, the son of Hur of the tribe of Judah. And I have filled him a divine spirit of wisdom. Remember what we told you. Anytime you hear that word divine, it's talking about Satan. So all the people in the world who say that they have divine interventions, or they use the word divine in any way, shape, or form, we already told you this on the Legends of Roll Call. The word divine has nothing to do with the Creator. It's talking about Satan. It goes on to say here, and I have filled him a divine spirit. Remember, we told you the word spirit does not exist. These are all fabricated words made to the worship of Satan. The words are divine, spirit, bless. Those words are all in the worship of Satan. So whenever you see those words, you automatically know that it is a lie. So continue reading. It says, and I have filled him a divine spirit of wisdom and understanding and knowledge to invent in every work and to frame works to labor in gold and silver and brass and blue and purple and spun scarlet and works in stone and for artificers work in wood to work at all works. So this particular scripture here was fabricated in by the tribe of Judah, the descendants of David. The Creator never asked anybody to do anything who was not a high priest. This is what you have to understand today. The Creator did not tell anybody to do anything whatsoever in the construction of the original temple of the Creator in the original location of Jerusalem in the Middle East, who was not a high priest. But the descendants of David wrote this in. Why? They wrote it in code. Because if you did not pay attention to what we read to you in Exodus chapter number 24, which is connected to Exodus chapter number 32, which has to do with the building of the golden calf, you would not know that Hur and his descendants of the tribe of Judah, as you read here, were the ones who were specialists in creating images of Satan. As you see right here. So, Aaron was not the one who built the golden calf. It was the tribe of Judah, which a lot of idiots and fools today, especially the Hebrew Israelites, triumph themselves in coming from the tribe of Judah, the tribe of evil, who have always been against the Creator. So the descendants of David translated the scriptures and wrote it in such a code that people would not understand the events. Because when you're reading the scriptures, for anybody who's not a high priest, you do not understand what's going on in there, because the scriptures were not written for anybody to read to understand. It was written from high priest to high priest. But the descendants of David who tried to make themselves priests, who have always tried to steal the inheritance of the Levitical priesthood, decided to translate the scriptures and write themselves in, and write it in such a way to remove the Levitical priesthood from the minds of the people, to make people believe, especially the remnant, that the tribe of Judah, the descendants of David, were supposed to be their kings. Who led them? And this is what they did successfully. So, as you read here, you see who Hur was. That he was a specialist. Him and his descendants, because when you read, he says, "Behold, I have called by name Bezaleel, the son of Uriah, the son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah." This particular lineage and descendants of the tribe of Judah were specialists in fabricating any kind of image, whether it be using wood, stone, metal, anything, clothing, to make an image that they worshipped, the image of Satan, who is their God and deity. So Aaron had no hand in building the golden calf. The Creator was not angry with Aaron and with Moses for disobeying him at the waters of Meribah, and because of that told them that they would not enter into the promised land. None of those stories were true. It was all fabricated by the tribe of Judah, by the descendants of David, who have been behind every empire in this world up till now, and have brought to us the end of the world. Because Satan made a promise to David that he would subdue the whole world for him, and that he would always have a king or a descendant of his sit on the throne. And that descendant of David will be the so-called world president. When they have made the whole world and soaked the whole world, as it's happening right now, to worship Satan and to subdue the whole world, to a descendant of David who will become the one world president, the false prophet, which I've read about in the book of Revelations. So the reason for the Levitical priesthood coming back into focus at this particular point in history, which a lot of people have forgotten, is because we have really arrived at the ends of the world and the beginning of the punishment of the wicked. For all those who like having tattoos, for all the wicked, black, abominable women who go around trying to think that they have the right over manhood. Because people do not understand, a woman can never have the knowledge and intelligence of a man. Without a man, a woman will forever be stupid and dumb because they can never make the right decisions. This is the truth. And when we say a man here, we're not just talking about the fact that a woman has a husband, all right, or has a boyfriend, but that she has a male figure in her life. Every woman has a male figure. It could be your father, it could be your brother, it could be your uncle, it could be anybody who's a male figure who's supposed to give you direction. If you do not have one, as a woman, you're always going to make the wrong decisions. That is why we have so many dumb, stupid black women today. They have failed to realize that they are women and not men. And that manhood is not just something that you need. It was created for a design, a specific purpose, to be able to make sure that a woman who is the weaker of humanity shall be protected by the stronger and be led by it, such that they do not make mistakes and go to the lake of fire, or fail as Eve failed in the Garden of Eden, failing to realize the position, the purpose, and the reason of masculinity. So the times have arrived for the punishment of all the wicked, of this world. Their punishment starts now and will continue into the lake of fire. This is the reason why the Levitical priesthood is at this point being revealed to you again in history, which has been hidden for so long and people have never realized that. For those who seek the truth, why has the Levitical priesthood been revealed again at this particular point in time in history? Because the high priest only has two options for you in this world. He is either going to convert you to do the truth for those who have been deceived by all the lies of this world, who are the remnant, or he is going to kill you. That is the only two options you have. It's either life or death when a high priest is revealed to you. So there will be no escape for anybody. So for all the albinos, anybody with straight hair who have tails, who like to do what they call blackfishing, such as Rachel Dolezal, there'll be no escape for you. You're not going to blackfish your way out of this. Now, here's one thing that the dumb albinos, anybody with straight hair, do not know, okay? Because the times of their punishment has arrived. Because the spell that they've had on black people for so long, in the fact that they are able to oppress you and make you believe that they love you and make you believe that they are good, has come to a close. The eyes of all black people are going to see them for the evil they are, because they are all going to grow their tails out. And everybody will see that they are not human. And then they will start killing them. And then they will be sent back to India. That time has arrived. And before then, their punishment starts right about now. There is no way they're going to be able to escape. There's no way they are going to be able to hide their identity, because as we've shown you, the hair on a black person's head identifies them as being human, because the hair of a black person is different from the hair of all beings in this world. So that's going to be the first identification. The next identification, which we showed you, is going to be the nostrils, because as you can see here, this is Rachel Dolezal trying to act like a black woman. But what they did not know was that they have smaller nostrils. All people who are not black or are mixed all have smaller nostrils. So there is going to be no way for an albino, anybody with straight hair, an animal with a tail, a demon, to be able to deceive black people anymore, because they are going to be identified by the hair and by their nostrils. Because if you are not black, your nostrils are way smaller. So when people like Rachel Dolezal in the future will try to blackfish their way out of what's going to happen, they are going to be strictly identified by black people who will either say, show me your hair, or let's look at your nostrils. Because for all black people, they have wider nostrils. Let's pull up that picture again before we continue. So here's a picture. So you see the difference, that there'll be no hiding for all albinos, anybody with straight hair, when the wrath of black people come upon them. Because when black people find out that they grow tails, and that the reason for the poisoning of humanity right from time has been because of them. Such a terrible thing when I think about it. That humanity is poison for animals. In albinos, anybody with straight hair, demons with tails who are supposed to be in the bushes, because they have 3 fingers and 3 toes, have a tail covered with hair, and have a face that doesn't look like anything an animal or human being should look like. That they have been given benefits. They get the best of everything. And meanwhile, the people who built the world are oppressed. A black person cannot even get credit for anything he wants to do. But albinos, anybody with straight hair, demons with tail, animals are given jobs over black people. Black people are poisoned because of them. It's such a terrible thing to imagine that this is what humanity has gone through. So there'll be no escape for all the albinos, anybody with straight hair, demons with tails, because they refuse to pay their restitution to a black person, as we told them, a black male. in the Legends of Roll Call, but make excuses for it. This is the dumbest thing that anybody could ever imagine. They make all sorts of excuses for it. For not paying that restitution, they make such excuses as, we are looking for someone. You are looking for someone? Is that your excuse? If you had a situation of life and death, would you be wasting time on it? Or would you go straight to make sure that you do what you're supposed to do to make sure that you stay alive? But as we know, albinos, anybody with straight hair, are demons with tail animals. There's no common sense, no reasoning, no logic. So everything that's going to be happening to them, they well deserve it. And there'll be no escape because they will be identified. There'll be no hiding, either by the hair or either by the nostrils. And as we've showed you, mixed children are not black because the nostrils are not going to be the same as the nostrils of a black person, which are wider. So this is why you're looking at the picture to see the difference. Black person over here, see how wide the nostrils are? And mixed children and albinos, narrow nostrils. So there'll be no escape for all of them. And therefore, a dark, evil fate awaits all albinos, anybody with straight hair, animals, demons with tails, because they have refused to do what they're supposed to do. And therefore, there is no escape for them. For their fate is set and nothing can change it.
Two days ago, I had this nice, simple life. And now it's a nightmare.
If travel is searching and home has been found, I'm not stopping.
Who are you?
My name is Sarah Connor. Never seen one like you before. Almost human.
I am human. Why do you care what happens to her?
Because I was her.
How do we win? We win by keeping you alive.
I'm going hunting.
So we have arrived at the end of this particular prelude to the shape of a world. And we want to share with you what's going to happen in the future, because this is one of the last videos that the world will ever receive from Tricks of the S Trade channel, because we are done on YouTube. We're not even meant to be here, but we were here so that the world would receive its judgment. The judgment of the world is now. It's happened, starting right now as you're watching this particular prelude to the shape of a world. But before we continue to show you some of the events that are going to transpire before the end of this world, and what you should look out for those who seek the truth, who say that they are remnant, lost remnant, because of what the Romans did in removing the remnants from the Middle East and spreading them across the world, such that they would have to mix with the Gentile nations and try to make a living. Some of the remnants, the seed of the Creator, have been spread around the world. What we want to share with you before we continue is a lingering question which everybody seems to ask, because this question comes up all the time when people think about who the Creator is, and you've come to understand who the Creator is. So the question is always this: how long did the Creator, or let's say, why did the Creator make creation, or how long was He the Creator before He made creation? That means the question is always centered around the fact that people try to understand that the Creator existed for so long before He made the world that we see today. So we want to answer that question. And the answer to that question is this: if you've ever asked that question before, the Creator has no start, has no end, has no beginning. He is forever. So if you ask the question, how long did the Creator abide before He made the world? It's a wrong question, because you are asking in terms of the length of time, but eternity has no time. It has no time per se that you can measure and say 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5, 6, 7 a day, weeks, months. Eternity means exactly that. There is no time. So when people ask this question, how long was the Creator around before He made the world? The question is not correct, because what you're asking is, what was the time frame that the Creator abided before He made the world? But if you're living in eternity, you can ask the question, how long? Because you've always been. So I hope that answers the question. When a lot of people try to ask that question, how long was the Creator around before He made the world? You can ask the question because eternity does not have a time measurement. It always is, has always been. So whenever you hear anybody ask you that question, how long did the Creator abide before He made the world? You should make them understand at the end of the day that eternity does not have a start or a beginning. So you can ask the question, how long? Because when you ask how long, it means that the Creator is not eternal. So both questions don't mix. So if you've understood that, let's continue now to show you what's going to transpire before the end of this world, since this is one of the last videos that you'll ever hear from Tricks of the S Trade on YouTube. Let's go.
The survivors of the nuclear fire called the war Judgment Day.
sent you?
You did. Get down. Come with me if you want to live.
You just can't go around killing people.
Why? I'm a Terminator. Hasta la vista, baby. Go! Now!
Stay down!
I'll be back.
So we've arrived at the part of the video which we share with you what's going to happen in the future. And we also want to share with you that if you've ever heard of the fact that there is a judgment of this world and the world will be judged, what you'll be listening to as we speak from this point in time is the judgment of this world, which you have heard for so long, which is going to come upon the world in a very short amount of time before the end of it. And as we've shared with you, there is no such thing as a great white throne judgment. It never will happen. The judgment of this world is at this point in time in history. And the times of the troubles of the wicked has arrived upon their heads. For everyone who is wicked and abominable, especially the David Solomonic lines of kings who have been the ones behind every atrocity and abomination, spearheading wickedness, evil in this world. Their times has arrived. And they will receive the judgment. Even though they will receive the judgment and punishment, they will still do the will of Satan to make sure that all the children of Satan and Satan himself go to the lake of fire, even when they are being judged. Because that is the will of the Creator, that the wicked must receive their punishment in this life because they've lived a very long life. Lived and became wealthy and fat of the oppression of righteous people. So their times of judgment has arrived. For all the animals, demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who all grow tails, for stealing the identity of humanity, stealing the identity of the Creator and giving to us the identity of Satan for us to worship and believe that we are worshiping the Creator, when all the Creator demands from you, if you are indeed worshiping Him, is that you do not do wickedness, evil and abomination. And that's the true meaning of worship. And you have respect and honor for the priesthood. That's all the Creator demanded of creation, nothing more. But for albinos, anybody with straight hair who are animals, this is such a grievous thing to say. That animals, I want you to imagine for a second right now, that maybe a mouse, or let's say a cheetah, or let's say a cat has become the person who has your job as a black person. They give them all the credit. Animals, not even regular animals. These are very dirty, stinking, smelling animals which are not even good for meat, have now become the very people in which the world gives them adulation, worships them as gods, wipes their stinky, smelly butts in hospital and takes care of them. That is how far humanity has become low, that we are taking care of animals, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, demons who are supposed to belong in the bushes, who have 3 fingers and 3 toes, and have a tail and still have a tail. And we would see that tail if not for all the inbred food and folic acid which the government feeds upon us. But the times have arrived in which their animal traits must show for the world to see. So whether they want to take the vaccine or not, it doesn't matter. Their true nature must be revealed to the world, because they are the evil of this world in every way, shape, or form. They have corrupted the whole entire spectrum of humanity with their evil deception that they have brought upon you, such that an albino, anybody with straight hair, can do evil and still be cheered and promoted as if he's doing good. That is how bad the deception of the albino, anybody with straight hair, has been. But as at this point in history, that spell over the human mind, over black people, has been broken. They are going to see them for the real evil that they are. And their times of judgment has arrived for them to start receiving their punishment in this world before they go to the lake of fire. For instead of paying their restitution to black people, as we have stated, they have made up excuses for it. They had their time period, but that time period has come to a close now, and the times of judgment has arrived upon them. For they, instead of being wise, have chosen to be wise in the devil's conceits and minds, to think like Satan because they are children of Satan. They make up excuses, such excuses as the fact that they were not the ones whom are profiting from slavery, but they are profiting from the oppression of every black person in this world. They are benefiting from the demise of every black person in this world. An animal can profit off the demise of a human being. I want you to imagine this for a second, that a mouse, okay, or goat, any animal in the bush, can profit off the death of a human being. That is where we are in history today. Animals and albinos, anybody with straight hair, get respect and honor. Can you imagine how humanity has fallen low? That a cat, a mouse, a crocodile can have more respect than a human being. They give them benefits, and they sit pretty and talk pretty and talk nonsense about black people. They take the jobs of all black people. They have taken everything and treat black people with the less amount of respect. They treat their dogs and cats better than black people. As we've always said, they see a cat, they see a dog on the street, they give it food and water and leave water for it. They see a black person in the neighborhood, they call the police on you. This is what animals who receive benefits, they receive credit. But if you're black, an animal receives credit with a tail. But a black person can't get any credit from the banks, except he is connected to them, to all the evil that is happening in this world, by lineage and ancestry, of being a descendant of David. So if you've never heard it before, the rich black people of this world today are only rich by having connection or ancestry to the descendants of David. This is the truth. So if you've ever wondered why certain black people, are rich and wealthy and don't care about other black people, you're getting your answer right now. They are connected or have relationship or have ancestry to the descendants of David. But for these animals in albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, their times of punishment has arrived and judgment. The horrors that they will go through will be nothing that can be compared to all the horrors of the world wars of this world. And all the horrors that black people have gone through, it's going to be given to them in a great amount of intensity with confusion for a very short amount of time before they get shipped back to India. And India is their only way of escape, to return back to their native origin and continue being the animals that they're supposed to be for the world to see. And for all the abominable black women of this world who have helped the evil of this world to succeed, because all evil in this world came through a black woman. Because why? They have decided not to be in the order, purpose, and design in which the Creator made them, but rather have decided to be giving birth to evil and taking care of evil in this world. Because all the albinos, anybody with straight hair, who are in this world came through a black woman who slept with Satan. And then so many other black women continue. They are married to demons. They call demons husbands and animals with tails. And they give birth to children who are demons, mixed children who are demons also with tails. And they took care of these demons and have increased the population of evil and demons in this world. And also black women have become feminists, promoting feminism, having a right over manhood. Because in the analogy which we showed you before, that a woman is likened to the land. The land always has an owner. What does that mean? A woman is always supposed to be owned by a man. What does that mean? So, when you study the scriptures, you will always find out, especially in the book of Genesis, which shows you how the structure and order of all things came to be. You will always notice that a man gives his daughter in marriage. What does that mean? A woman is always owned by a man. But in today's world, women, black women, have made a ridicule of manhood. They have no respect for manhood anymore. They think they own manhood. They think that they can say and do anything, that they are equal to men, and have gone out of order. Instead of increasing the birth of righteousness, black women have increased the birth of evil for them being evil. Some of them say they don't want children, But if you were not born, would you have the mouth to say that you do not want children, but you rather stay with a dog or a cat? You become a dog mom, all right? Or a cat mom, or any kind of mom except the mom that the Creator made you to be, to give birth to righteous children, to continue the lineage and ancestry of righteousness in the world. This black women have refused to do. Rather, black women have chosen to engage in all sorts of debauchery. They are homosexuals. They are sapiosexuals. They are everything except the order and nature and purpose and design which the Creator made them to be. They think that their lives is about fashion and dressing. That's all that matters. And looking good and being an eyesore to humanity, because that's what they really are. For all these wicked, abominable black women who refuse to be women, who refuse to be feminine, but rather be feminists, and to think like a man, and to think that they're equal to a man, that they have the strength of a man, to be violent on a man. If not for the system which protects them, they would find out that that stupid strength they think they have is nothing compared to a man's strength. But the system has protected them and promoted them to continue the evil of this world, which they have brought into humanity. Because every evil in this world came through a black woman. For all these evil black women who promote all sorts of debauchery, the wicked black women of this world, your time has arrived for the judgment of this world to be upon you. The only people in this world who will suffer more than an albino, anybody with straight hair, is going to be a black woman. For all the evil that they have done, their judgment has arrived at this particular point in time. For all the wicked black women, you love tattoos, you love body piercings, you love being everything that doesn't look like a black woman. Your time has arrived. And your judgment will be great, and your punishment and your suffering and your trouble will be great in this life for a very short amount of time before the end of it. So for all regular people in this world who are wicked, for the wicked black woman, they are going to suffer 5,000 times the punishment that everybody else is going through. And also, for all the wicked of the world, for all the wicked black men out there, who instead of procreating with their own, chose to bring in more demons. They married to demons in albinos, anybody with straight hair females who all grow tails. They lick an albino, anybody with straight hair females, but such disgrace that black men should be cohabiting with animals in demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair. They lick their butt. They hate black women, but rather choose to procreate and rather give adulation to an animal with a tail, the stinkiest, dirtiest creature in the world, in an albino, anybody with straight hair female who all grow tails. That's what you choose as a black man to cohabit with and bring in more demons. Albinos, anybody with straight hair, mixed babies who all grow tails in this world. And if not for the folic acid and all the inbred food, all the animal traits would show for you to see. But that is what you chose to cohabit with, a black man. You despise your own. The times of your visitation, the times of your judgment has arrived now. And you will receive great and terrible things in this world, which the government of this world, which is run by Satan, will be used to do the will of the Creator. For that is what was said, that the avengers will avenge the earth. In the so-called movies that you watch, but you had no idea, the avenging was on you, all the wicked. the government of this world. Who are the real avengers? Who will do the voice of a high priest? Because the voice of a high priest is the voice of the Creator. The times of your trouble, the times of your suffering and great oppression has arrived. Because instead of doing the Creator's will, which you have come to discover now and know that He is the blackness all surrounding us, and you cannot deny it. You cannot run away from it. Because this is what the scripture says. Where will you run to? Because wherever you go, He is there. The Creator is there. He's the blackness. You never knew it, but now you know it. The times of your judgment for all the wicked black males of this world has arrived. And you will receive 2,000 more in fold in a short amount of time before this world ends, for choosing to deny your purpose and design, for procreating with animals. I want you to imagine how wicked black males are. I want you to imagine this right now in your mind, that a black male sees maybe, let's say, a mouse or a lion and a crocodile and chooses to live with it and to have sex with a crocodile or a goat or an elephant or any animal in the bush, and denies his humanity, denies a black woman. Such terrible things that black males have done. Such terrible things that black males have done. And they bring in more demons to cause the suffering of the righteous people of the world, of the remnant. This is what black males did, as we explained, when they brought in animal females from India into the states of Louisiana and all over the Caribbean and South America. Black males, not by coercion, but by choice, decided to sleep with animals, and they still do till today, and give birth to more animals, which continue the oppression of humanity. This is what black males did to create the so-called Creole. When you hear that word Creole, you hear that word in Louisiana, someone says they are Creole. The word Creole is a French word from the word create. It's the same word with English, Creole, and create. They chose to sleep with animals, cohabit with animals. This is what black males did to create the Creole people or ethnicities who are not black, but a mixed breed. And if not for the folic acid, if not for the inbred food, this mixed breed of Creole people who are mixed would show their tails, because they are not human beings. But this is what black males did. Your punishment and your oppression is going to be great before you continue to the lake of fire. For denouncing, for denying the black woman that the Creator gave you, and you chose to sleep and cohabit and create with a demon, an animal, which had 3 fingers and 3 toes and had a tail covered in 4, had a face that is the ugliest face in the world, because they are not even real animals. They are children of Satan. This is what you chose to cohabit with and procreate with. Great is your punishment. Great is your suffering in this life from this day on forward, before you go into the lake of fire. And you have no excuse for it. Because a lot of people will say they did not know. Common sense tells you that you should cohabit with something that looks like you. Common sense should tell you that. You are black. You have the hair of a black person on your head. But you chose something else that does not look like you. That means you hate yourself. There's no excuse for it. You can't say you did not know, that you were deceived. Because you should choose that your children should look like you. But rather you wanted your children to look like a demon, an albino, anybody with straight hair who all grow tails. Your punishment is certain and sure. And for all the wicked of the world, these evil, abominable people who refuse to use sound reason and logic in everything that they do. Because once you have no sound reason and logic, it means you are an animal. You are not human. You're not set. You're not fit to live in this world. Because you have refused to use your sound reasoning and logic free of emotions and biasness to think, which means that you are an animal which needs to be controlled. You are not fit to be human. For all the wicked, abominable people of this world who do evil, have no inhibitions of doing evil for the slightest amount of money. They have no conscience and do evil and brought about so much suffering and pain in this world. They are proud of being openly homosexuals, something that everybody should cower from and hide. But now they are openly homosexual, surrounding humanity, teaching humanity how to be corrupt. These evil and abominable wicked people. They kill, they steal, and destroy without any inhibitions. They have no morals, no honor, no respect. They are proud of doing evil. They won't bat an eyelid or think about it twice. They do the evil because they have all forgotten how to grow their own food. They have chosen not to grow their own food and go back to farming so that they will not be caught up in this evil system, but will do everything to live the fantasies which Satan and the descendants of David have created for this world. For all the wicked of this world, both male and female, the times of your suffering, great suffering that can never ever be ever imagined is upon you. I want you to imagine right now that when you go to work, you have to wear a mask. That means you cannot breathe the air freely, which the Creator gave you. That is the level of suffering that has come upon the world, that you have to wear a mask, and you are going to wear this mask for all eternity until the end of this world. That means that you cannot even breathe freely because you deny the truth. You refuse the truth. You refuse to think about things as a human being should think about, with common sense and reasoning, free of bias and emotions. Thinking about it, that if this could happen to you, how would you feel? But because you say, as most people will always say, it is not happening to us, so it's not a problem. That time has changed now for all the wicked of the world, who are proud to do wickedness and evil and abominations. They are proud to be openly homosexual. They are proud to worship all deities in this world, despise the truth. The times of your suffering and trouble, which the Creator spoke about will happen, has come to you. And you will receive double fold and even more. Because I want you to pay attention right here at this particular point in time. For every video that YouTube deletes on our channel, the suffering of this world is going to be doubled. When YouTube shuts down so that they can remove our videos, the suffering of this world gets doubled twice. For every bad comment that they leave on our videos, the suffering gets doubled 4 times. For every dislike on the video which we present to you, which is the truth, the suffering gets doubled 8 times on the population of this world. Because why? They refuse the truth. They deny the truth, even though it's their nature to do so. Because people do not understand this. A lot of people always wonder why. Why is it that Satan knows about the Creator, but he still opposes him? Why is that the wicked of this world, in the descendants of David, know about the Creator, but they still oppose him? Why does the wicked population of this world, who know about the Creator because they can see his handiwork in all the heavens and the earth and everything around it that he made, why do they choose to still deny the Creator? It's because it is their nature. They have no other common sense besides doing that. They are only doing their nature. You cannot prevent a goat from bleating. That's the sound the goat makes because it is their nature. So all the evil of this world oppose the Creator because it's their nature. They have no other common sense to do it. So therefore, all the evil people of this world who hate the truth, the times of your suffering, great suffering, because you will start suffering here, because you know what the world has always said. They always say that the Creator no longer punishes the wicked. It is a free world for us to do as we wish. That time has now ended because the times of the Gentiles have come to a close. Therefore, for every wicked thing that you do, you will receive more than double, more than 4 times, up to 8 times for all the evil that you do on forward at this particular point in time. Remember what we said, that right now, the suffering has come to a point that you have to wear a mask. You can't even breathe properly, the free air. Why? Because you are wicked. You do not deserve to breathe. And that is why all this is happening to you. For all the wicked of this world, your times of suffering and judgment and oppression has arrived. And then after this, you will continue on in the lake of fire. This is your judgment.
I'm gonna show you something beautiful. Everyone screaming for mercy. You want to protect the world, but you don't want it to change. You're all puppets, tangled in strings.
It's the end. The end of the path I started us on.
Nothing lasts forever.
There are no strings.
So for the kings of this world, I want to read a portion of scripture for you. For the descendants of David, who have the dragon's blood. Dragon's blood here meaning the very blood of Satan, which David ate and drank of. That means he ate the flesh of Satan and drank the blood of Satan and had dragon blood and ancestry and passed this all to his descendants. Now, this portion was specifically written in scripture in the book of Isaiah for you. And we are going to read it in your hearing so that you hear what is going to happen to you, even though you are going to fulfill the will of the Creator to avenge all the evil that you have done on the remnant on the world. And they will not be able to resist you because this is your purpose that you're finding out today. Because you denied the truth. You denied the Creator. You chose to follow Satan, whom you were not supposed to be a child of. And in this portion that we're going to read to the kings of this world, the descendants of David, this portion will also include what is going to happen in the deception that's going on in this world, because none of the evil shall escape. The system was set up such that all evil will be caught no matter what happens. All the evil people in this world, as you have come to understand that evil is a person, will be caught in this trap, and none of them will escape, including Satan himself. Because if Satan does not make sure that all his children go to the lake of fire, there's a very special place reserved for him in the lake of fire, which is beyond anybody's imagination. Satan knows about this spot and dreads it, and will do everything to avoid it, because there are levels in the lake of fire. Not everybody is going to be in the same place, and not everybody is going to go through the same torture. Why? Because you all denied the truth. Here is what is going to happen to the kings of this world, the kings of the remnant, their rulers paramount, their counselors, their presidents, their governors, their chairmen, all of the leadership, their chiefs. This is what's going to happen to you. And we are reading from Isaiah chapter number 24. And we're reading from verse 16. And it says, O Creator of the remnant, from the ends of the earth we have heard wonderful things. Hope to the righteous, but they shall say, woe, wrath, judgment, suffering, oppression to the despisers that despise the commandments. All of you, kings of this world and the remnants, who chose to change the commandments and made the world to believe in a commandment that was not given by the Creator through the mouth of Moses. You changed it and you gave us the corrupt scriptures that we read today. This is what the scriptures and the high priest in Isaiah was saying. It says, woe to the despisers. Woe to those who hate the truth. Woe to those who deny the truth. Woe to those who refuse to do the truth. Woe there means great punishment and suffering and judgment upon you for denying the commandments. Let's continue reading. It says, fear and a pit. What is fear and a pit? We're already in it. We're living in a world of fear. Everybody's afraid of everybody now. They say, stay 6 feet apart. Do not come in contact with a human being. They tell you put on a mask. They brought on such fear, and this is just the beginning of fear, real fear. You've never had a taste of it, but you're going to have a taste of it from now on for all the wicked and abominable people of this world. They have brought so much fear because fear is going to be the motto of this world. People are afraid of each other. They're afraid of going out. They're afraid of everything. And this is just the beginning, because it's going to get worse and worse and worse. And this is what the high priest Isaiah said. He said, fear and a pit. What is a pit? It means that you'll be falling into trouble after trouble into trouble, such that your whole life will be full of trouble. You will have no peace for all the wicked and abominable. And it says, and a snare. What is a snare? A snare is a trap. You set a trap to catch a wicked animal. That is why traps were made. You set a trap to catch something that is destructive and to make sure that it suffers the same pain which it inflicted on its surroundings. That is the meaning of a snare, a trap. It says, are upon you that dwell on the earth. You here means the wicked and abominable, the evil of this world. Those who are proud to be openly homosexual, who breed upon us all sorts of evil and are not afraid, because for a long time, the Creator has stayed quiet. And we're going to read that portion to you, because he said he's going to shake the earth one more time. And this is now the time that you will know, because you have now known that the Creator is in everything, that he's the blackness surrounding us. This has been hidden from you for a very long time, but now your understanding has come to that point. But you are still going to suffer the wicked and abominable. It says here that you are this person that fear and suffering, great amount of suffering, and a trap to catch you, to inflict pain upon you, such that you are not going to escape. He says, upon all of you the wicked that dwell on the earth. Let's continue reading. And it says in verse 18, and it shall come to pass, pay attention, for you all wicked people, that whosoever shall flee from the fear, for the wicked and abominable, the kings of this world, the descendants of David. He says, if you are able to flee, that means you will say to yourself, I am not afraid, because you are the one instilling and creating the fear upon the world. He says, if you shall flee, that means you shall sit pretty and say that you are not afraid, because you are the one constructing the fear and all the atrocities that are coming upon the world. He says, and it shall come to pass that if you shall flee from the fear, you shall fall into the pit. Oh my goodness. You shall fall into the suffering, oppression, and wickedness that you created for yourself, that you created upon the world. You shall also fall into that same suffering. It goes on to say, and he that comes out of the pit, that means if you shall come out of the suffering, if you are the kings of this world, the descendants of David, if you shall come out of the so-called fabricated diseases and sickness and financial hardship and the wearing of masks, because as you can see right here, the government of this world also wears a mask, because they have to, what? Convince the population that COVID-19 and any other disease that they're going to fabricate is real. They are also going through the same suffering, as you can see. It goes on to say, he that comes out of the pit shall be caught by the snare. That means if you ever come out of the suffering, another trap will catch you. A trap that you would not expect, because at the end of the day, your own traps that you created for the world population so that you can be the kings of this world, it will also catch you, because none of the wicked shall escape. And it says, for windows have been opened in heaven, and the foundations of the earth shall be shaken. Why? Because the Creator said he would shake the earth one more time. Why? Because for a long time, all the idiots, all the evil and abominable people of this world have always said, there is no creator. We can do as we like. He no longer does exist. Things have continued on without him. But you were set up for failure, because that is the setup that you will not see. And now you will see that the Creator is real. And he goes on to say, for windows have been opened in heaven, and the foundations of the earth shall be shaken. The earth shall be utterly confounded. What is confounded? Confusion. The earth is going to be confused, because they will not know where all their suffering, where all their oppression, their death, their murders, their oppression is going to come upon them 1,000-fold and more. As we have told you, that is going to be doubled for everyone. And some people will suffer more than others. And then for every video of ours that they delete, for every dislike that they put up on the video, for every comment, bad evil they make about the video, more evil shall come upon them. But the earth shall not know where all this is coming from, because even the wicked kings of this world, the descendants of David, the kings of the remnant, will not know how is it possible that we control this reality, because they always thought that they control this reality. But we are suffering also like this. That is what's going to happen to you. And it says, and the earth shall be completely perplexed. Oh my goodness. Such great amounts of suffering that's coming upon you. All the wicked, all the kings of this world, the descendants of David. And it says, it reels as a drunkard and one oppressed with wine. Do you know why the scriptures uses the word wine? Because here's one thing you do not know. If you drink what they call distilled alcohol, that means this alcohol is distilled. I can give you some names of certain brands, but it's not really important at this particular point in time. You should know what distilled alcohol is and what undistilled alcohol is too. So, wine is undistilled alcohol. It's fermented. It's not distilled. When you drink wine, the kind of hangovers that you have if you're drunk on wine can last for several days. You might have food poisoning and alcohol poisoning from drinking wine. But if you drink distilled alcohol, you can never have poisoning. When you wake up, it's gone. So that is why the scriptures use such specific terminologies, which a lot of people will read and not understand. Because what is it saying? That it reels as a drunkard and one oppressed with wine, because wine drunkenness and hangover does a lot of damage to your body. So this is what it is talking about, that is going to happen to the wicked of this world. Their suffering cannot be imagined. And he goes on to say, and the earth shall be shaken as a storehouse of fruits. For wickedness, evil has prevailed upon it, and it shall fall and shall not be able to rise. Because why? The wicked shall fall, because the times of their judgment has arrived, and they shall not be able to arise. And he goes on to say, and the Creator shall bring hand upon the host of heaven and upon the kings of the earth. What does it mean? It means that the time of the judgment of the wicked, 1/3 of the third class of angels, which Satan belongs to, which Satan corrupted, who are in the heavens, their times of judgment has now arrived. Because they will be cast down from heaven into the earth, and they will increase more suffering upon the earth for the short duration of time that they will be here in the earth with all the wicked and abominable human beings before the end of this world. And he goes on to say, and they shall gather the multitude thereof into prisons, and they shall shut them into a stronghold. Now, after many generations, they shall be visited. Why did this portion of scripture say that after many generations they shall be visited? Because when the high priest Isaiah spoke about the great suffering, the slaughtering of the wicked, kings of the remnant, the descendants of David, in his time, he spoke into the future. He saw the mind of the Creator, that this will happen after many generations. Right from the times after the destruction of Jerusalem was foretold by Isaiah because of the wicked descendants of David who brought upon the destruction of Jerusalem. And the kings of the remnant, the descendants of David, have read this scripture but never saw it. Because the Creator planned that in the future, after many generations, eons, that the visitations of the wicked, the troubles of the wicked, the judgments of the wicked shall come upon them in this world. That is why Isaiah said that after many generations shall this judgment come upon the kings of the earth. And that time is now. That is why you're listening to it right now. And this is the reason why Isaiah wrote that after many generations shall this evil be visited, the vengeance of the Creator be visited upon the kings of the earth in this world. And that time is now. Because all what the kings of this earth, which is particular portion of Isaiah, was written for, it was telling them that as they have put so many righteous people in prison, the remnant who have done them no evil, who do not even know what they are doing, that the same thing that they did will also happen to them. They will be killed and murdered and put in prison, and their children and their children's children. Because this is their judgment, which they thought will never happen because they were deceived into a trap to believe that they run this world. But you never did. So we're reading from Hebrews chapter number 12, and we're reading from verse 25. And we want you to see what the Creator has said would happen at this particular point in time. Because the earth will be reeling from what is going to happen. It's going to be fear after fear, shock after shock. Because, for a very long time, the descendants of David, who have bred themselves into every ethnicity and place of power in this world since the times of Nebuchadnezzar, the times of David till now, to rule the world secretly behind and call themselves the elders of Zion. They have been able to make us believe that the population of the world is such that blacks are a minority, and that albinos, anybody with straight hair, animals, demons who grow tails, whom they brought from the bushes down to live with humanity and mix with black people. They've made black people to believe that black people are the minority, and albinos, anybody with straight hair, demons with tails, who are supposed to live in bushes, who have 3 fingers and 3 toes, have a tail. And if not for the inbred food and the folic acid that we are fed, all their animal traits would show, and we would know that these are not humans. These animals, these dirty, stinking creatures, have made humanity to believe that they are the majority and that black people are a minority, that they are a very small, tiny population. the reality at this particular point in time in history in which the spell is removed from the eyes of Black people all around the world, whether wicked or not, so that the will of the Creator shall be done in this world. Will suddenly come to see that albinos, anybody with straight hair, demons with tails, are a minority, and that they are a very tiny population surrounded by Blacks. Why will this happen? So that the oppression that these demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair have brought upon humanity can be revisited back upon them. For them refusing to pay their restitution to everybody that they have harmed, and pay a special restitution to a Black person, which we defined on the Legends of Roll Call. All Black people in this world, in every nation and every ethnicity, will come to see the truth that albinos, anybody with straight hair who are demons with tails, are a minority, and they are going to be surrounded, such that the fear that Black people had of albinos, anybody with straight hair, such that the adulation, such that the so-called status which they saw albinos, anybody with straight hair, will no longer exist, because they will see it physically that they are the majority, and therefore the albinos, anybody with straight hair, demons with tails, will have no way of escape for all the evil and oppression they have brought upon Black people all this while, for making them to feel like nothing when they are something. Therefore, for all the albinos, anybody with straight hair who all grow tails, demons who are supposed to be in the bushes, not having the jobs, not having the privileges, not having every benefit that they have at this particular point in time, they are going to suddenly find out right now that they are a minority, and great fear, trepidation, there are no words for it, is going to suddenly come upon them for all the evil that they have done, because Blacks all around the world will now realize that they have been poisoned, killed, oppressed for the benefits of an albino, anybody with straight hair, an animal with a tail, so that they would not be exposed for what they are. That is the reality that is dawning upon all Black people as we are speaking right now. Therefore, there will be no escape for any albino, anybody with straight hair who denies the truth, denies the commandments, denies to pay their restitution and their special restitution to Black people for all the oppression that they have done. This is going to be the sudden realization that they are surrounded and going to be annihilated. So we read another portion of scripture for you so you understand why it was written, because we are living in the moment right now. This portion that we're reading from, we've already read it before in the book of Isaiah a couple of minutes before, but we want to read it again in the book of Hebrews, because the person who wrote the book of Hebrews, the high priest who wrote the book of Hebrews, took the very same words of Isaiah and reiterated it, that the Creator will shake the world one more time and all the wicked will suffer for the oppression of the righteous. And now you're hearing it again, a third time now, by the very words of another high priest, which is not me, but you're hearing it now. So we read, and we're reading from Hebrews chapter number 12, and we're reading from the Geneva Bible in verse 25. And it says here, see that you despise not him that speaketh. Talking about the high priest at that time in history, which will bring forth the judgment of this world, because his voice is the voice of the Creator. For if they escape not which refused him that spoke on earth, much more shall we not escape if we turn away from him that speaketh from heaven. Because the Creator spoke to them and told them that there will come some high priest in the future that will judge this world. And that whatsoever that high priest will say, if the world refuses to do it, that they will come into the greatest oppression of their lifetime. And that time has arrived. It says here again in verse 26, whose voice then shook the earth, and now had declared, saying, yet once more will I shake not the earth only, but also heaven. So the times of the shaking of the heaven and the earth, for them to realize the heavens and the inhabitants of the earth who have said there is no creator, they've denied him all their days. They have spoken so much against his name, called him all kinds of names, insulted him. Your time of judgment has now arrived. The world is going to go through so much suffering, pain for the wicked and the abominable that they will never ever imagine, because it's the Creator's will. Let's read one more portion. So we're reading again from the high priest scripture in Isaiah chapter number 13, and we're reading from verse 11. And it says, and I will command evils for the whole world. This evil here is not talking about the Creator saying that you should do evil. It's talking about the judgment and punishment that's coming upon the world before the end of its time, in which the punished will still go on to continue their punishment in the eternal lake of fire. It goes on to say, and their breaking of commandments, because the word sin here means breaking of commandment, on the righteous. They changed it onto the ungodly, but that's not what it meant. This portion here was talking about the fact that all the suffering that they have brought upon the righteous, which is talking about the remnant, is going to be revisited upon them. And he goes on to say, and I will destroy the pride of transgressors, those who pride themselves in saying that they are atheists. There is no creator. You just happened on the scene. You've been promoting that atheist mindset on the population. Destroying the pride of the transgressors, which this portion is also talking about, is talking about those people who take pride in breaking commandments. They have no morals. They have no respect and honor for anything. When they read, even in the fabricated scriptures that says you shall not murder, they take human life for nothing. They say, kill. Who is he? Kill him. Who is her? Kill her. This is what the Creator was talking about. That those who take pride in breaking of commandment, who have no regard for human life, they do as they wish, and they say there is no Creator. But now you have come to realize suddenly that the Creator is the blackness all around us. It says, for you will say there is a Creator because of the judgment that's going to come upon you in this life. For great evil and trepidation is going to come upon you. For you are going to suffer. You're going to go through so much because you had no regard for the commandments. You took pride in doing all kinds of abomination and evil and telling people openly that you're openly homosexual. Your visitation has arrived. For all those who have called upon the name of Satan. And we have been telling them that this is the name of Satan that you have been calling upon. But they refuse the truth. And they still go on to do evil and to deny us and to insult us for the truth, because all what we share with you, we have no vested interest in anything besides telling you the truth. And it goes on to say here, I will bring low the pride of the haughty. Those who think themselves that they are above all commandments, and they sit on top of it. The haughty, the pride. And it goes on to say here in verse 12, and they that are left shall be more precious than gold tried in the fire, and a man shall be more precious than the stone that is in sapphire, which is talking about the remnants, because it's the remnant that will be left, that will not be touched of all the judgments of the Creator on the abominable and the wicked, because it is at this point in history in which there's going to be a clear distinction between those who are the children of the Creator and those who are children of Satan. And he goes on to say, for the heavens shall be enraged. That means all the righteous angels shall be finally be able to carry out the anger of the Creator on the wicked and abominable of this world. And he goes on to say, and the earth shall be shaken from her foundation because of the fierce anger of the Creator in the day in which his wrath shall come upon all the wicked of this world. And this is what you're hearing for the very first time in your ears. So, for Satan has to make sure that all his children go to the lake of fire. Otherwise, that very special level reserved only for him, which is the worst of the worst of the worst, if there's any way to describe it, is going to be where he's going to end up. And Satan does not want to end up in that level, because the only other level close to it, or let's say a higher level, or let's say a lower level, which is not as worse as Satan's level, is the level reserved for the descendants of David in the lake of fire, and the wicked, abominable, evil children of Satan and albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails. Them and the descendants of David are going to be in the same level of the lake of fire. So Satan has to do everything to avoid that he does not end up there. Now, for all the naysayers, for all the evil and abominable who hear and then think, oh, this is just the ranting of a man who hates us, who hates everything that we're doing. Well, you have to understand that this is not the ranting of any crazy fellow. I am reading from a script given to me by the high priest, and I already told you the reason why I was chosen for this, which I'm not going to repeat at this particular point in history. But for the naysayers, for those who doubt, I want you to understand something very clearly at this particular point in time in your history. Okay? I want you to pay very special attention and hear for the very first time. We already told you, as you have come to know now, that the presence of the Creator is everywhere because he is the blackness that supports everything, gives everything life and the ability and the medium to be able to move and be alive, which means to have predefined motion. That means you have previous knowledge of the motion of these beings is what makes it alive. So if you've understood that, then you have to understand the very next statement that we're going to make. The Creator is everywhere. His presence is everywhere because the blackness all surrounds us. But His manifested presence, what does it mean by His manifested presence? His manifested presence talks about the fact that even though the Creator is everywhere and His presence is everywhere, His manifested presence, which means the manifested presence such that you can interact with this presence. You can talk with it one-on-one on a real-time basis, like you're talking to your parents, your siblings, your friends, or anybody. That manifested presence, which you can only get of the Creator, comes through a high priest. And whatsoever a high priest says must come to pass. If you have paid special attention to everything that we have been saying on YouTube, you will know at this particular point in time in history that everything we say comes to pass and it happens. Because why? Because it's been the Creator speaking to you through His high priests. And I'm reading from a script, reiterating what they said. Let's show you something now, so you know that this is very real. So recently we did mention the fact, and we exposed to the whole entire world population who cared to know, that albinos, anybody with straight hair, all grow tails. And we did make mention of the fact that the vaccine and the COVID-19 pandemic was designed to make sure that the whole entire gamut of humanity takes a vaccination in case they sleep and procreate with an albino, anybody with straight hair, such that the children born will not show the animal traits of which they really are because of global warming, which is caused by Satan. Because global warming was Satan's idea and the descendants of David to try to stop the lake of fire from happening. But by them doing that, they've caused the earth to heat up, and therefore all the poisons that they have been feeding us and feeding humanity for us not to know that we've been living with animals, demons, aliens, the very children of Satan in albinos, anybody with straight hair who had 3 fingers and 3 toes had the growth of a tail, which is suppressed by eating all inbred and crossbred food or by eating folic acid. And if a child gets born with a tail, they treat it as spina bifida, so we would not see that the scriptures is literally true. That is the reason why they created the COVID-19 pandemic and the vaccinations. So, we did make you understand all of this, and you came to the full understanding for those who seek the truth, for those who say they have remnant ancestry, for those who say that they want to practice the 13 commandments, which they will only know on the shape of our world, because you're not going to know it anywhere else besides when you have the shape of our world. So we are reading now from a myth and facts arranged type of correspondence with the public to try to make the public to accept the vaccine, which is not going to stop the fact that albinos, anybody with straight hair, whether young or old, unborn or not, at this particular point in history, will start growing a tail from their tailbones, as we've shown you. So this correspondence was trying to address a fact. After we brought this exposure, the reason why we're showing you all of this is to make you understand that whatsoever we say on this channel comes to pass because the words you are hearing is not the words of a man. It is the words of the Creator through a high priest, and I am just the narrator narrating it. So it goes on here to say in this article, the COVID-19 vaccine will make you grow a tail or other body parts. How did this come into being at this particular point in time from a very reputable website, which is associated with the government, trying to dissuade the public from the truth, which we only exposed just a couple of months ago? Why is that the case? Because whatsoever we tell you comes to pass. Therefore, the wicked and abominable of this world, who have grown fat of the oppression of righteous people, the remnant, that time of their dominion has come to an end, and therefore they must receive the suffering, which is not just going to be double. Double is going to be for the average person, but for anybody else, including albinos, anybody with straight hair, and the wicked black women, abominable black women of this world, and black males, they are going to go through a different level of suffering because the times of the judgment of this world has arrived. So this is your proof for you, because as we've said, this is one of the very last videos that we are going to have on this channel. And we are telling you what's going to transpire, so you know that every word we say is true. And with that said, let us now continue to show you what's going to transpire before the end of this world and what you should be looking out for. So in the future, the reason why you've been watching this particular screen is because we're showing you how a meteorite falls. A lot of people do not understand what meteorites are. We're not going to explain what they are on this particular video, but we just want to give you a general synopsis for the general wicked population to know what's going to happen before the end of the world happens. So towards the latter stages of the end of this world, you're going to have a very, very definite kind of meteor shower. Now, for those who are interested in knowing about what meteors are, so you can go read it up. Like we said, we're not going to say anything useful about meteors. On this particular video of the Prelude to the Shape of a World, you will only get that explanation in the shape of a world. So before the end of the world, there's going to be a lot of meteor showers. The meteor showers is going to bring about the fallen wicked angels of Satan, because Satan corrupted 1/3 of the third class of angels which he belongs to. And that 1/3 is still in heaven. That 1/3 grow old and die, and sometimes they fall like meteors. But during the end of this wicked world and age, when they fall like meteors, they will still be alive in some way, shape, or form. And they will bring about the worst time of suffering upon the earth. Because you have to remember this. The reason why the earth was destroyed in the flood was because angels, of which Satan is one, corrupted humanity by crossbreeding with black women. Now, at this particular point in time, the angels coming into this world, which will bring about a lot of meteor shower, are coming with a whole different game plan. Because at the end of the day, they are evil and they will only act out their nature. They will bring about so much oppression of the abominable and wicked people of this world when they get thrown out of heaven by the angels of the Creator. Now, let's play you another clip right now and then talk about what's going to happen next after this meteorite event happens, in which the fallen angels and Satan are decapitated and have no ability to be able to fly in the heavens anymore, and they will reside with the wicked, abominable men of this world, in which they will bring about so much great oppression. The oppression that we've talked about so far up to this particular point in time, in which the angels come into this world, the wicked, corrupt angels of Satan come into this world, is going to be unimaginable. So you can imagine all the suffering the world is going to go through. And this is going to be another level for a short amount of time before the world ends. And someone is going to ask, how long? We don't know. It could be 3 years or less. But let's continue on to play a clip, and then we continue talking.
This is not real. This is not real. This is not real. This isn't happening. Kate, tell me this isn't really happening.
I hear there's something you don't like the looks of.
We discovered a very large comet.
Oh, good for you.
It's headed directly towards Earth.
This comet is what we call a planet killer.
At this exact moment, I say we sit tight and assess.
Sit tight and assess?
Sit tight.
And then assess. The sit tight part comes first, then you got to digest it. That's the assessment period.
This is the worst news in the history of humanity. He just blew us off.
What are we going to do? We have to release the information.
So we just leak it.
Our guests today have made a pretty big discovery in space.
How big is this thing, though? Can it destroy my ex-wife's house? Is that possible?
There's a 100% chance that we're all going to die.
Hey.
Well, the handsome astronomer can come back anytime, but the yelling lady, not so
Not so much.
We're going to get the news out there, one way or another.
It's real and it's coming.
FBI! Jesus Christ, you could have just called me.
This comet contains $30 trillion worth of material.
What do trillions of dollars matter if we're all going to die?
Oh, no, what if we're rich? That would be terrible.
You guys discovered a comet? I have a tattoo of a shooting star on my back.
Oh, that's terrific. This could be a complete disaster.
This is already a disaster.
You know that girl from Live TV said we're all gonna die?
No.
Yo, bro! You'll never take me alive!
There it is! Giant comet! Whirling its way towards Earth!
Can you see it?
I can't! My head is in a bag!
I did have the FBI put that bag over your head. They don't do that. The CIA does, but I made them do it.
You know, I had a feeling.
It's a good feeling, because that is what I did, and it was very funny and cool.
If you watch the clip that we just played, it was a clip of a comet. Now, what people do not understand is that meteors, comets are not one and the same. The distinguishing fact between a meteor and a comet is that meteors bring so much great destruction. Comets, you will not see any destruction. So what you will notice is that meteors always fall to the ground. When they fall to the ground, they can be burnt up and they could splinter into like rocks, but the rocks are burnt. We won't have time to explain what those rocks are at this particular point in time. You watch a lot of videos to see that, or movies per se. So meteors bring a lot of destruction. You'll hear a loud bang. They can go through houses and stuff and destroy so much stuff. This is the reality that's happening every single day, which people are not aware of. But with comets do not bring destruction. They just come into our atmosphere per se, or we see them come into the heavens and then they leave. They go back. Now, before the end of this world, this is what you have to pay attention at this particular point in time, because this video is going to serve as a lasting reminder until the end of time. After the meteor shower, which we talked about, is going to happen, which brings about the fallen angels, who are going to bring so much suffering that it cannot be imagined to the wicked of this world, the abominable and evil. We have no words for it, because everything that the world is going to suffer, as we have talked about from then till that particular point in time, is not going to be imagined, because you are going to have the physical presence of evil angels again, as they were before the flood, happen again, because that is what the Creator said, which a lot of the stupid, evil pastors and clergy have never made you to understand, that when he said, as in the days before the flood, in which you had angels crossbreed again physically with black, stupid human women, that it will happen again live before the end of this world. And so that is what the meteor shower at that particular point in time in history will happen. But after that short duration of time in which the world is going to go through so much troubles for the wicked, because it's never going to be for the remnant, because as we have said, the Creator makes a distinction between the righteous and the evil. After that meteor shower, for a couple of months, the whole world will be lit up by comets. You're going to be seeing comets like you're seeing right here on the screen, all right? Several of them coming to the earth. They will be traveling maybe for weeks, for months. It could be years. We can't give you a definite time at this particular point in time, but you have to know that it's going to be for a certain duration of time in which the whole world is going to see. When you start seeing those comets, it means that the end of the world has come upon you. For all the inhabitants of the earth, especially for the abominable and the wicked, who are going to go to the lake of fire. Because when those comets start coming, the government of the world will say and start preparing the evil and abominable of this world, the wicked and the corrupt, to say, together with the angels who shall be at that particular point in time, and all the wicked, abominable people, both black and albino, anybody with straight hair, they will come together and say that they should fight. But Satan is only deceiving them because he knows the truth, that they have already lost this war and lost everything about this earth, because it was written that it will be so. When you people of the world start seeing those comets in great number, it's not going to be one, it's not going to be two, it's going to be so many of them, then you should truly know that the end of the world has arrived upon you. Because these comets that you will see in great number will be traveling for at least days, weeks. It will be very, very visible. It will be something that you'll be waking up and looking. You will sleep and wake up and you will still see it's there coming for a duration of time until it descends into the earth, and the remnants will all be captured and separated from the wicked and abominable, who are going to be destroyed. And this is what you should look out for, because we are certainly not so far away from it.
They are a plague that now sweeps through the worlds of man, leaving behind a trail of dead planets and towering icons, monuments to their unholy crusade.
All those poets on all those worlds who spoke of war as such an unsightly thing, they never stood here.
Never fails to inspire, does it? Each time a world falls.
The Necromongers, a dark army that will convert or kill every last human life, unless they can be stopped. But sometimes the only way to stop evil is not with good. You must confront it with another kind of evil.
Who the hell are you?
Where does he come from? Who are his people? These are the things I need to know.
Do you remember your home world? Have you met any others?
Others like yourself.
It's not my fight.
Consider it a test.
Burn now or fall forever.
Are you gonna stop the monsters now?
I am the monster.
He's beginning to understand.
Are you with me?
Who is this man? He sees everything.
You're not the one to bring me down.
You're not afraid of the dark, are you?
And with that, we leave you with these words. To all the wicked, to all the abominable, to the descendants of David, to the wicked, abominable black women who brought about evil, who are feminists instead of being feminine, to all the albinos, anybody with straight hair, demons with tails, to the descendants of David, the kings of this world, who have run the world behind the scenes up till now, and to Satan, we leave you with these words. Be very, 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 extremely afraid of what's coming upon you. And this is the judgment of the world, which you've heard about and read about. Beast was taken, and with him the false prophet, that wrought miracles before him, with which he deceived them that had received the mark of the beasts, and them that worshipped his image. These both were cast alive into a lake of fire, burning with brimstone. And Satan, the devil, the evil, the wickedness, the lying, the organized mind that lies and deceives the nation, that deceived them that was cast into the lake of fire in the kingdom of this world. The lake of fire, which burneth with brimstone, which is the lava and volcanic explosions that you see everywhere, where the beast and the false prophet, the world president, worshipped and endeared by the public today, even though not knowing that this is their false prophet and world president, and shall be tormented day and night forever and ever in the lake of fire that burns, and they will not be consumed, but will burn for all eternity. And this every lineage of the false prophets of the world president believe. And they say it openly, that they do not believe that the Creator can make you burn in a lake of fire for all eternity, for free will that they gave you. But in their minds, they know that the free will that they're talking about is the free will to do evil and wickedness upon humanity and the wicked public worship and endear and love this man, the world president, false prophet of Satan, but it's not revealed publicly for them to know yet.